Chapter 51. The burly merc stepped aside and the door opened. A lively atmosphere rushed in. The interior decor had a strong retro vibe from the 70s and 80s. This is it, the afterlife, Night City's beating heart. The afterlife. We finally made it. Ha! Jackie was practically leaping with excitement. Inside, mercs stood, sat, or squatted around. When they saw Jackie so hyped, none of them showed contempt. At most, they cast a few curious glances and then looked away. Newcomers. Everyone acted that way on their first visit. Nobody bothered mocking a walking corpse. Plenty of wide-eyed first-timers strolled in here and never lived long enough to make a real name for themselves. Until Leo's group proved they could stand firm in the afterlife, nobody would pay them much mind. While Jackie took in the sights, Leo found Claire, the bartender behind the counter. "You're Claire, right? Can you tell me how to get to booth 4? Claire pointed the way without missing a beat. "Straight ahead, on the right. Numbers above the booths, you can't miss it." She blinked, then added wistfully, "Regina's a decent person. As fixers go, she's one of the good ones. Too bad she doesn't drop by often." Leo grew curious. "You know Regina?" "In Night City, there aren't many who don't. She used to be a reporter. Wrote articles backing regular people crushed by the core. Most of them sank without a trace, though. She ended up on the corpse blacklist because of it. Rumor says she lost one of her eyes around that time. Now she's become a fixer and doesn't fight them openly anymore. Hard to say whether that's good for her, or just sad." Leo saw things differently. When you don't have enough power, you should hide and bide your time rather than stick your neck out. Once you've gathered enough strength in the shadows, that's when you strike and bare your fangs. While Leo and Claire were talking, a commotion sounded at the entrance. The mercs inside the club hardly cared. No matter what happened, Emmerich, the big merc guarding the door, always handled it. Ever since the afterlife replaced Atlantis and became the mercenary sanctuary, nobody had ever pulled off any real trouble here. Leo had no plans to get involved, until he heard a familiar voice. "Why am I the only one who can't go in?" Rebecca watched her teammates pass through the door behind Emmerich without a hitch. She got especially steamed at her good-for-nothing older brother, Pilar, whom she had personally introduced into the crew, slipping in with no problem and even winking at her. It almost made her blow her top. "No minors allowed," Emmerich said. "Come back when you're of age, kid." Looking at the little girl who didn't even reach his chest, he extended an arm to block her path. He had no idea why someone this young was already risking her life on merc work, nor did he care. But what he could do was keep her from getting in. Rebecca might have looked cute and small, but her temper was anything but. She was like a tiny firecracker. She flew into a rage at Emmerich's words, actually drawing her gun at the entrance to the afterlife and aiming it straight at him. But Emmerich had seen it all before. He wasn't about to fold to a kid with a gun. More importantly, he wasn't alone. 3 other afterlife mercs appeared out of nowhere behind Rebecca, training kinetic handguns on her head from 3 different angles. Rebecca's face tensed. TCH. A fight seemed inevitable. Then, all at once, the light snapped off. Darkness swallowed the entrance. People inside started murmuring. "What's going on?" Emmerich, as the leader, stayed calm. "Don't panic. Someone go fire up the backup generator." Just as he said that, the lights flickered back on. Emmerich stared in shock when he saw what had changed. So did the other 3 mercs. The loud, angry little girl had vanished. Inside the afterlife. "You all right?" Thanks." Rebecca, who looked like a helpless kitten carried by the scruff of its neck, turned and recognized her rescuer, then brightened. "Leo. Long time no see, Rebecca." When Emmerich first blocked her, Leo had sensed the gunpowder in the air. In merc work, you usually learn to be, shall we say, nuclear in your solutions. He knew better than to underestimate Rebecca just because she looked small and seemed like she should still be in school. So, before a real fight could break out, he asked Claire to kill the lights at the entrance. At first, Claire refused. She was a bartender here, part of the afterlife, no way would she sabotage it from the inside. So, she demanded more money. And that settled it. With the lights suddenly cut and Emmerich's team robbed of their view, Leo switched on night vision in his tactical goggles and whisked Rebecca inside. "Leo, what are you doing here?" "We're meeting Regina for another gig." "No kidding." "Same here." Rebecca instantly morphed from an angry gremlin into a cheerful sprite, giggling. "Even though that big guy outside's a jerk, I don't mind the afterlife. We've made it inside now, looks like they'll name a drink after us soon. I'll pass. That honor's only for the dead. Don't you like living? Leo glanced at the Lexington in her hand. That's your weapon. A Lexington was basically a glorified squirt gun. It packed almost no punch, the kind of sidearm a dog wouldn't even bother picking up. You've done so many gigs. Don't you have enough scratch to buy yourself something better? Mercs earned their living through combat. Weapons were a second life to them. Rebecca looked down. Bigger firepower means bigger recoil. Among kinetic pistols, the Lexington's recoil is the lowest. Leo thought for a moment. How about a Kenshin? Kenshin? You mean that Arasaka Tech pistol? Her eyes sparkled with excitement, but the light died almost immediately. Tech weapons cost a fortune. I can't afford it. No worries. You can pay me back in installments. No interest. Really? Really? I'll get in touch with you soon. When's that gonna be? She was obviously anxious about her firepower problems, pressing him for details. Before Leo could answer, a huge figure named Maine appeared and greeted them. He chatted for a moment, then couldn't wait to show off a new cyber limb he'd taken from the animal's former boss. Unfortunately, it malfunctioned mid-demo. His arm shifted, and a cannon barrel popped out, pointing straight at the bar. Claire, who was standing behind it, froze. There had been fights in the afterlife before, but mostly just quick brawls that were over in seconds. No one had ever drawn a weapon here. After all, the owner, Rogue, had been a legendary merc once. Who would dare disrespect her turf? So Claire, who'd let her guard down in the relative safety of the afterlife, simply froze when the barrel aimed at her. Maine. Rebecca cried out. Leo reacted instantly, yanking Maine's cybernetic arm upward. Bang. Chapter 52. The ceiling took the brunt of the blast. A gaping hole appeared overhead, broken fluorescent lights dangling from shattered fixtures. Dust trickled down through the jagged gap in the metal paneling. What happened? Emmerich, who had heard the commotion from outside, rushed in. Maine. Maine. I'm fine. Rebecca, the rest of you should go. Maine pulled out a dose of suppressant and jammed it into his arm. Only then did the cannon barrel retract into his cybernetic limb. Leo, please take Rebecca and leave. Are you sure you can handle this on your own? Leo hadn't known Maine for long, they had only met twice, counting this time, but Maine struck him as a trustworthy, reliable team leader. It just felt wrong to leave him behind like this. Don't worry, Maine said, clutching the right arm that had nearly gone berserk. I'll be all right. Seeing that he had regained control, Leo nodded and didn't argue further. He took Rebecca's small hand and ran in the opposite direction from Emmerich. Do you think Maine will be all right? Rebecca asked. He didn't hurt anyone, just destroyed some property. It'll probably just cost some eddies. Realizing that wasn't entirely precise, Leo added, at worst, the afterlife might ban him for good. That's rough. Rebecca grimaced. Being barred from the afterlife, Night City's mercenary sanctuary, was like an athlete receiving a permanent ban from competition. But Leo was more concerned about another issue. How often does Maine's condition crop up? When did it start? Rebecca didn't hold back. Ever since he got those cybernetic limbs. Sometimes he can't activate the projectile system when he needs it, or it'll activate at the worst possible moment, like just now. And nobody else on your team has a problem with that. Dorio's told him more than once to replace those arms, but Maine. She trailed off, and Leo already understood. Maine was stubborn, sticking to his convictions or, less charitably, bull-headed. His reasoning was probably the same as most mercs in Night City. Anything that boosted combat power was good. If you could get your hands on a superior implant, you installed it, even if it came off a corpse, even if it was incompatible with your body, even if it caused irreversible damage. No time or bandwidth to think it through. Slap it on and hope you didn't die. And if you didn't die, you used it until you did. Leo wasn't a ripperdoc and didn't know implants inside and out, but if the owner couldn't fully control a piece of cyberware, that hardware clearly wasn't right for them. Even if Maine managed to wrest back control with a suppressant for now, suppressants were a slippery slope. Sure, one dose worked today, but over time, the dosage would increase until one day even that wouldn't help. By then, it would be too late. While Leo mulled this over, V called. Leo, where are you? Aren't you coming? Sorry, on my way. When Rebecca nearly started a brawl with Emmerich outside, Leo had told V and Lucy to go find Regina first. Then Maine's mishap had popped up. He had lost track of time. Rebecca, something's come up and I need to go. I'll be in touch about that Kenshin, all right. Rebecca nodded. She wore the pitiful look of a kitten about to be abandoned, making Leo sigh. Fine. As soon as I'm free, I'll call you first. Hearing that, Rebecca's face lit up, and she waved goodbye. Don't forget. Inside booth 4, Regina looked exasperated from waiting so long. When Leo finally showed up, she couldn't help voicing a bit of frustration. Everyone else had arrived already. Leo took a seat between V and Lucy and got straight to business. What exactly happened? Regina, who was just as direct, gave a short nod. A few days ago, I handed the raw black brain dance you found over to Bryce. He hired a brain dance editor he knew to help him. After a few days, Bryce got the lead he wanted on the killer. Let me guess, Leo said. The murderer turned out to be some big shot he couldn't take down alone, so now he needs us. Regina shook her head. No, it's not quite what you think, Leo. Have any of you ever heard of a man named Ichijo Daisho? Leo, V, Jackie, and Lucy all exchanged confused looks. It didn't ring a bell. Never heard of him. What's his deal? Ichijo Daisho holds a prominent position at City Hall and has connections with many of its officials. He's the one who brutally murdered Bryce's son and turned him into a black brain dance. Somehow, he found out that Bryce had uncovered evidence from the raw footage. So Daisho approached Bryce and tried to negotiate under the table. Leo frowned. Bryce refused. Exactly. No matter how much Daisho offered, Bryce insisted on exposing him to the media. He wanted to see that men behind bars. V shook his head. I get how a father who lost his son must feel, but telling Daisho to his face was reckless. Jackie nodded in agreement. At the very least, he could have pretended to accept the deal, kept the guy off his guard, then come to us to finish the job. Lucy lowered her gaze. He believes in God. But in this dirty, sinful city, not even God's light can reach every corner. The Almighty can't protect his follower. Regina took out a cigarette and lighter, then hesitated and put them away again. If Bryce had your cunning, maybe he wouldn't be in this position. Are you saying he got death threats? Leo asked. Worse. He got tossed into the asylum in Santo Domingo. Everyone sucked in a breath. They all knew what that meant. Officially known as the Night City Psychological Health Center, commonly called Redwood Psychiatric Hospital, it was a facility for cyberpsychosis patients. Yet it was rumored to do far more than standard therapy or drug treatments. It also locked away people who dug too deep, like certain NCPD officers or, in this case, someone unwilling to compromise, like Bryce. Stories circulated that staff members there abused patients for fun. Some said these rumors were nothing but hearsay, but Regina, with her wealth of inside info, knew better. Some people supported Redwood's methods, believing that eliminating visitation rights was key to successful treatment. Others strongly opposed it, suspecting that these so-called psychiatrists wanted no outside eyes on their shady activities. Regina knew far more than idle speculation. On paper, Redwood Psychiatric Hospital treated patients with cyberpsychosis. In reality, they didn't just admit people suffering mental illness, they also locked up police officers who got too close to the truth and refused to drop their investigations. And, of course, they caged people like Bryce, who wouldn't bow to corporate or political demands. On top of that, plenty of disturbing incidents, dismissed by the public as rumors, were all too real. For instance, staff frequently abused patients for fun. Chapter 53. Leo recalled another unsettling rumor: some patients were used for human experimentation. He had a question. Redwood Psychiatric Hospital doesn't allow visitors, right? So how did he manage to send you a request? Regina's face clouded over. Honestly, he never contacted me. I'm covering this one out of my own pocket. I can't just sit back knowing an innocent man is about to get a lobotomy. That means you need to move fast, the sooner, the better. If we wait too long, it'll be too late. Redwood Psychiatric Hospital stood in the Coronado Farms district of Santo Domingo. Directly across from the hospital, you could see Mega Building H7, a huge complex packed with the poor. On their way to Santo Domingo, the car felt oppressively quiet. Nobody spoke. Nobody's talking. How about some tunes? Jackie asked from the passenger seat as he reached for the radio. Forget it. I'm not in the mood, Leo said, and both V and Lucy shared the sentiment. But Jackie had already switched it on. Instead of music, a determined male voice filled the car. Hello, my name is Jefferson Peralez, a forward-thinking candidate who refuses to conform. I'd like a minute of your time to explain why you should vote for me. Jackie muttered a curse. Damn it, These guys never stopped campaigning. He didn't care about politics. To him, it hardly mattered who became mayor, just one set of crooks replacing another. He reached out to kill the broadcast, but Leo stopped him. Hold on. I want to hear what he has to say. Jackie pulled back his hand and rubbed his nose awkwardly. Peralez's voice continued. First, let me address the question, what am I fighting for? The answer is simple, to end the stranglehold that megacorporations have on Night City politics. Plenty of people who oppose them have gone down hard, but we can succeed. All I need is your support, to break free of corporate backing entirely. With your help, I will win this election. My victory is your victory. You might be wondering, sitting in your car listening to the radio, what do you, and countless other ordinary people, stand to gain? My answer is a truly independent city. No more boards of directors making decisions for Night City and its people from the comfort of their plush offices, never once stepping foot in Watson or on the streets of Japantown. I'll strive to give everyone a real chance at a better education. If I become mayor, I promise that in my first year at City Hall, I'll launch an annual fund. It will pay for 20 full scholarships and 30 partial scholarships, supporting 200 of our most talented students. That's not all. I plan to tax the megacorporations and use that money for the public good. Last year, City Hall exempted 32 corporations, including Arasaka, More Tech, and Dinara, from corporate tax. Their combined revenue, even just gross income, was in the tens of trillions of eurodollars. The proposal passed almost unanimously. I cast the only dissenting vote. If I were mayor, I would never allow something like that. I'd make the corporations pay their fair share and use those funds to improve housing and health care. I'm Jefferson Peralez, and I urge you to place your trust and your vote in my hands. I promise I'll lead you, and Night City, back to a golden age. Jackie finally snapped the radio off, curling his lip in disdain. All talk. Politicians are all cut from the same cloth. After grumbling, he glanced over at Leo, who was gazing straight ahead. Leo, what's on your mind? Nothing, Leo replied. But that campaign ad had reminded him of something. It wouldn't be long before Night City held its mayoral election. Jefferson Peralez, an emerging political star, and the incumbent mayor, Lucius Rhine, were gearing up for an all-out fight, each making lofty promises. Politicians in this part of the world had a long tradition of grand pledges. Once elected, they'd be lucky to fulfill a few. Still, there might be a chance to make use of it somehow. Leo parked some distance away from Redwood Psychiatric Hospital. Driving right up to the front gate would be too conspicuous. Here felt safer. Jackie, you two stay with the car. Lucy and I will scout ahead. Leo's tactical goggles could scramble surveillance. Lucy had installed a similar anti-detection mod. If the cameras caught them on film, they'd appear as nothing but a blur of static, no usable image. Even direct scans from cyberware wouldn't pull any data. They were the ideal recon pair. V nodded. We'll wait here. Keep us posted. Jackie slid from the front passenger seat into the driver's spot Leo had just vacated. I'll keep the engine running, ready to pick you up anytime. All right, Lucy, let's go. Leo and Lucy got out and headed toward Redwood Psychiatric Hospital. They slipped through the hospital's perimeter. Lucy glanced at Leo. What's our plan? We'll see how it goes, but ideally, we'll grab our target and leave without attracting attention. Lucy covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. What? Leo asked, puzzled. It's just that whenever someone says that, it feels like we're about to blow the place sky high. Leo gave her a look but didn't comment. As soon as they approached, the large metal doors of the main hospital building slid open, retracting into the walls. A guard sat behind a desk in the security booth, multiple monitors around him streaming data. He barely acknowledged the pair, only glancing up from his phone for a second before looking back down to continue tapping away. Leo and Lucy walked past a stack of delivery boxes in the corner, then through the security room into the reception area. Pale fluorescent lights created a gloomy atmosphere. Because Redwood disallowed all visits, it was nearly empty. Only two corporate suits, likely having dropped off a patient, were chatting in low voices on one of the benches. On the other side sat a few guards. Another guard stood by the passage leading deeper into the facility. Leo spoke quietly on their team channel, "Hack the cameras." Lucy gave a slight nod. Falling half a step behind Leo, she used him to shield the glow in her eyes while she breached the system. Walking by the two corporate lackeys, Leo overheard part of their hushed conversation. What's the point of bringing them here? Waste of time and money. If someone's gone psycho, just put a bullet in M and end it. What's this mandatory treatment nonsense for? You don't get it, it's all about the money. Money. The company provides employee health insurance. If they just put M down, how would they milk insurance? The more they send here, the longer they stay, the more the corp profits. Damn, that's messed up. Are you really surprised, man? You've worked at that corp long enough. Don't be so naive. Lucy's voice came through on comms. All done. Nice work, Leo replied. Ignoring the pair on the bench, he headed for the reception desk. A bedraggled teenager stood in front, trying to get some information. Hello, I'd like to see my father, Bob Gelbaum, patient number NC/23322/C. He was transferred here from a medical center. Please, if there's any way. The receptionist wore a polite smile but sounded firm. I'm sorry, we're not allowing visitors in the short term. The doctor says isolation is crucial for his treatment. Please don't come again. We'll let you know when patient NC/23322/C is eligible for visitation. Seeing that he couldn't get anywhere, the teenager left looking dejected. Once he'd gone, Leo stepped up. The receptionist put on her best professional smile. Hello. How can I help you? Chapter 54. Could you make an exception? I just want to see a particular patient. Sorry, that's not possible. Any contact with the outside world would interfere with our highly specialized treatment. All right, then could you at least lift the blocking on his internal comm for a bit? I tried calling him and realized it's blocked. Apologies, but his attending physician would never allow that. The receptionist wore a bright smile but remained utterly unyielding. No matter what Leo asked, she simply refused. Out of the corner of his eye, Leo glanced at the guard posted at the door leading deeper into the hospital. After weighing the odds, he decided to abandon the idea of forcing his way in. I see. In that case, I actually have another patient here who needs admission. How do I fill out the paperwork for that? A few minutes later, Leo sat on a bench with Lucy, pretending to fill out admission forms on a tablet. In reality, he had switched his tactical goggles to scan mode. An invisible ring of red light spread from Leo's body as its center, giving him a detailed read on everyone in the psychiatric hospital. After a bit of work, he finally picked out a red human outline on the second floor labeled as Bryce Stone. That had to be their target. The scan function wasn't genuine X-ray vision, it simply identified everyone in range with red silhouettes. Just then, Jackie's voice came through over team comms. How's it looking, Leo? Are you inside yet? Seen the target? I've found him, but the receptionist won't let us in. They're not allowing any visitors at all, not just us. So what now? Should we blast our way in? That's a valid backup plan, but I have another idea. Jackie, head up the scaffolding next to the main building and get to the roof. You should be able to drop straight down to Bryce's room. I'll send you the feed from my skin so you can keep track of the staff, doctors, nurses, guards, patients, and figure out their patrol routes without tipping anyone off. Leo and Lucy lingered on the bench for several more minutes. Even the two corporate suits from earlier were gone, leaving only hospital staff in the lobby. They stood out all the more now. Thankfully, V's voice soon sounded on comms. We did it. We found Bryce. All right, bring him out. We're leaving. Silence followed. What's wrong? Something happened. Leo, you'd better see this, V said. Because Leo could share his scan view with V could do the same for him. A split screen formed in Leo's vision. On the right was what he himself saw, the reception area, and on the left was what V's eyes were seeing. V and Jackie were on the second floor, in the patient ward. Unlike the bright, sterile corridors most people expected in a hospital, they walked through dimly lit hallways where ceiling, walls, and floors were all stained with dirt and filth. It was hard to believe this was a so-called health center. Under normal circumstances, even a subpar hospital wouldn't tolerate such squalor, unless it was some underground clinic. Small rooms lined the corridor, each barely large enough for a bed and a toilet. Just looking at the screen, Leo could practically smell the stench wafting from those toilets. The patients inside reacted differently when V and Jackie passed by, some crouched in the corner with their heads in their hands, trembling, some stared blankly, as if the two weren't even there, still others suffered vivid hallucinations and kept trying to sell them imaginary apartments. Worst of all was what V and Jackie discovered on a doctor's terminal. They saw a pregnant patient being injected with something unknown, and the terminal contained emails. Sender, Biotechnica. Recipient, Dr. Jacob Shipman. Dear Mr. Shipman, we're contacting you to invite you to take part in our pilot trial of the new drug, Cysolone. We're interested in assessing Cysolone's effects on pregnant women. Perhaps you could provide eligible subjects. We'd like to gather data on miscarriage frequency, its impact on fetal development, and so on. Naturally, we hope to conduct this research in private. Please get in touch at your earliest convenience. Sender, Dr. Jacob Shipman. Recipient, Biotechnica. I currently have one pregnant patient here, and there should be 3 more in the near future. As we've already discussed, there will be no written record of the trial. I'll be awaiting my compensation. There was far more than just that. Despite promising Biotechnica he wouldn't keep written records, Shipman had meticulously documented all his experiments in that very terminal. They tested the new drug on people of different ages, sexes, and health conditions to gauge how widely it could be used. Moreover, it wasn't just Shipman, the entire Redwood Psychiatric Hospital was a de facto testing facility, treating the patients confined there as lab rats. No visitation and blocked internal comms ensured that no one could leak the truth. V's voice shook with rage. If we just leave now, this place will kill everyone inside, and then kill more in the future, without the outside world ever learning what happened. They could leave at this point and still complete their job. But as V said, if they did, no one would ever discover the horrors in this hospital. The monstrous human experimentation would continue. Hide for now and let me think, Leo said, trying to stay calm. His first thought was Max Jones, the journalist he'd worked with before, an honest, hard-working man who'd gladly cover the story. But Max couldn't possibly handle saving the actual patients, many of whom genuinely needed treatment. Simply throwing them out on the streets was irresponsible to both them and the community. Ideally, they needed a figure both idealistic enough to care and powerful enough to handle the fallout. But who would be that big-hearted fool to shoulder it all? As Leo puzzled over this, a name flashed into his mind, Jefferson Peralez. Right, how had he not thought of Peralez sooner? Leo had read up on him, or at least the info his PR team had put online. A grassroots politician with real compassion, a man who'd relied on scholarships to finish school, who frequently appeared on TV and roamed the city to chat with ordinary folks, always with a cluster of corporate bodyguards, of course. Maybe some of it was staged or image building, but he was still miles ahead of Lucius Rhine or Deputy Mayor Weldon Holt in terms of genuine sympathy. At least for now, Leo couldn't think of anyone more suited to the task than Peralez. Maybe some of it was staged, maybe every last bit of it was carefully sculpted by consultants in glass towers, but that didn't matter. Even a wolf in a borrowed fleece had to bleat like a lamb. Whether Peralez was truly the man he claimed to be or just another puppet dressed in sincerity, his public image was a tool, a shield he couldn't afford to crack. And that meant Leo could use him. At that moment, a cold voice spoke from right in front of him. All done filling in your forms. Leo looked up. The receptionist stood there, her polite mask gone, replaced by an icy stare. Behind her were several armed guards. Could we have a little more time? No, I don't think so. Sir, I'm afraid we'll have to admit you both right now, here at Redwood Psychiatric Hospital. A sinister smile spread across her face. I assure you, we have a very professional team. You'll receive the best possible care. It was a lie. In truth, once you were in, you never left, alive, anyway. She'd grown suspicious of Leo and Lucy long ago, so she'd quietly called in the guards from both the lobby and the outer security booth. Even if Leo and Lucy refused, there was no way out now. Those heavily armed enforcers were her ace in the hole. Leo said nothing, only shifted his gaze to Lucy. Lucy responded with a quick, meaningful look. She had fully hacked their surveillance. Chapter 55. Leo closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again. A faint smile curved his lips. I was trying to blend in like an ordinary person, but forget that, let's lay all our cards on the table. He suddenly threw an uppercut at the unsuspecting receptionist, smashing into her chin. She shot straight up like a rocket, slamming her head into the ceiling and dangling there like a human-shaped fan. Several guards behind the front desk raised their guns. But at that moment, Lucy's eyes flared with a dangerous red glow. Sizzle. A crackling surge of electricity flickered across the guards' weapons. They were horrified to discover that no matter how hard they pulled the triggers, the guns wouldn't fire. Against these guards, whose weapons Lucy had hacked, Leo didn't even bother drawing his sword. He swung a punch at one guard, who reflexively tried to block with his malfunctioning rifle. Leo's blow ripped the gun in half, parts of it flying everywhere like raindrops. The powered gauntlet on his arm carried on, landing heavily on the guard's face with terrifying force. That guard sailed backward, smashing into the metal doors. His face caved in, leaving him slumped and motionless. The other guards hadn't yet grasped what was happening. They roared in anger and rushed forward. One stabbed at Leo's eye with a knife, but he reacted swiftly, reversing his grip to snatch away the blade. With a firm swipe, a flash of steel streaked across two guards' throats, and they collapsed in wide-eyed disbelief, clutching at their necks. Another guard tried sneaking behind him, aiming a rifle butt at Leo's head, but Lucy flicked a monowire that neatly sliced both rifle and arm into pieces. Leo followed up with a forceful elbow to the guard's chest, sending him hurtling into a row of chairs. His chest caved in with a sickening crunch, and he didn't rise again. Having dispatched the hospital staff in the lobby, Leo wasted no time. Resting his left hand on the sheathed sword at his hip, he sprinted toward the corridor leading deeper inside. Lucy, get to that front desk terminal and shut down the alarm system. Make sure the NCPD doesn't catch wind. On it. Lucy nodded and ran over to the terminal, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Jackie, let's do this. Don't hold back, wipe out every last staff member in this place. Been waiting for you to say that, Leo. Inside the first floor, guards poured out from the surveillance room and gathered in a central hallway lined with patient wards. Redwood Psychiatric Hospital was usually so peaceful that no one ever dared to stir up trouble, so the guards were complacent. Either they amused themselves bullying patients or lounged around in the monitoring room playing on their phones. They'd heard odd noises from the lobby and checked the security feeds, but the monitors showed nothing suspicious. What's that noise? Where's it coming from? Could it be a drill? Hell no, it's no drill. No matter how they racked their brains, it never occurred to them that someone might actually attack the place. With no response from the front desk or the guards posted in the lobby, they decided to investigate. They reached the corridor inside, seeing a young man gripping a sword sprinting straight for them. Realizing he was no friend, the guards, no strangers to violence, lifted their weapons with a shout. Kill him. Open fire. Don't let him through. Bullets raked across the corridor like a driving rain, chewing up the floor, walls, and ceiling. Leo planted his right foot hard, veered into a nearby room on the left, and ducked inside. You three, flush him out with grenades, one guard barked. Though lazy, they were ex-military, and their training showed the instant real combat began. But before the assigned guards could even grab grenades, the wall on the left side of the hallway exploded into rubble. Several flashbangs flew out. In that brilliant white glare, a blade flashed. Two guards had their throats cut almost instantly, blood splattering across walls and floor. Then Leo's sword slid into another guard's chest. Dazzled cyber-optics still couldn't see a thing, they had no idea what was happening. But the screams of their dying teammates thundered through the hallway like the footsteps of death, and terror spread like a plague. Panicked, they opened fire blindly toward the screams, not caring if they hit their own men. Leo ducked behind the corner of the corridor, avoiding every shot. The guards ended up killing or injuring more of themselves. He rolled a few shrapnel grenades back into their midst. After several ear-splitting blasts, the shooting ceased. Leo lunged out with his sword again. 10 seconds later, no one else in the hallway was still breathing. Jackie's voice came through on comms. Leo, second floor's clear. Same here, Leo confirmed. All done. What about these patients? The media can't do much except run a story. Don't worry. I've got a plan. He jogged up the stairs while making a call. Regina, do you happen to have Jefferson Peralez's private number? What do you want that for? Weren't you rescuing Bryce? We already got Bryce. But Redwood Psychiatric Hospital turned out to be a bigger nightmare than expected. Leo filled her in on what they had uncovered. Regina immediately grasped Leo's reasoning for wanting Peralez's contact. After considering it, she reached the same conclusion he had and agreed it might work. I don't have Jefferson's direct line, but I do have his wife Elizabeth's number. Hang on, I'll send it to you. Elizabeth Peralez was Jefferson's partner who managed his PR team. Once Regina hung up, Leo called the number. A dignified, elegant woman appeared on the hollow screen. She frowned. Who are you? How did you get this number? Elizabeth Peralez, wife of Jefferson Peralez, right? I'm hanging up. If I were you, I wouldn't. I'm about to deliver a gift you definitely don't want to miss. Chapter 56. Elizabeth's hand trembled around her phone, her face utterly devoid of expression. Go on, I'm listening. Your husband's polling numbers might be higher than Mayor Ryan's right now, and he's got a strong showing with the public, but until the final results are out, even a lead this solid can't be taken for granted. I'm sure you know that without me saying so. I have something that could help you widen that lead, something that would increase public support for your husband and put even more distance between him and Mayor Ryan. What is it? Apologies, but I can only show it to Mr. Jefferson in person. Elizabeth had come from a more privileged background. She didn't share Jefferson's genuine empathy for the city's underclass the way he did. While Jefferson, a true idealist with grassroots origins, sincerely wanted to improve the lives of those at the bottom, Elizabeth simply saw it as a gimmick to secure votes. She didn't truly care about the underprivileged. Leo worried she might use whatever happened at Redwood Psychiatric Hospital to her advantage and then turn on him, burning the bridge once she'd gotten what she wanted. Elizabeth hesitated. This private number wasn't something just anyone could get hold of. If the caller had managed to find it, he was probably telling the truth, and not just making a random call out of boredom. Hold on. Before long, another line connected. A new voice joined in. This is Jefferson Peralez. Elizabeth told me you have something for me. That's right, Mr. Peralez. I know you're extremely busy, so I'll be brief, just have a look. Leo switched his holocall to video sync so that Jefferson and Elizabeth could see exactly what he was seeing. While contacting Regina for Jefferson's number, he had moved into the patient ward, so he now stood in that area. He gave them a clear view of the Warren-like patient rooms. Thanks to Redwood Psychiatric Hospital's devoted care, the people here, far from recovering, had been driven to utter despair. Especially glaring was the damning evidence recorded on the chief physician's and the hospital administrator's terminals. Jefferson looked ready to explode. How could they do something like this? He slammed his fist on a desk, outraged by how severe the situation was at Redwood. Rage won't solve anything, Leo reminded him. Right now, you need calm rationality rather than letting your anger run wild. You're right, but I need time to gather my team and figure out our next move. Whatever you plan, you need to send people here first. I've dealt with the hospital staff, so there's no one left to take care of these patients. They need your help. Jefferson's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he realize that Leo wasn't a hospital employee, he wore no Redwood uniform. Besides, Redwood was a place that wouldn't let outsiders wander in freely, least of all into the wards or the chief physician's office. Yet Leo was roaming at will, pulling up confidential files, and no guards had come to stop him. Jefferson wasn't stupid. He quickly put the pieces together. I'll send someone right away. No, forget that. I'll go myself. Elizabeth, help me make arrangements. After speaking to his wife, he turned back to the screen. By the way, I haven't thanked you yet. Without you, I never would have known how appalling conditions are at Night City's health center. You're a merc, right? Might I ask your name? Leo smiled. Another time. If we ever work together again, I'll tell you then. Hello, Night City. As always, I'm here to take an interest in your business. On today's program, we're going to dig into Biotechnica and dissect what this company is all about. Some of you might not be familiar with Biotechnica. Simply put, it's a corporation specializing in genetic engineering, biotech, pharmaceuticals, and microbiology research. It was in Biotechnica's labs that top global experts made a groundbreaking discovery, pulling the world back from the brink of an energy crisis. What discovery was that? CHOOH2, a synthetic alcohol derived from genetically modified wheat. This patent made Biotechnica a key player in the energy market. Even now, they still hold exclusive rights to this product, giving them complete control over the energy industry. They also have a major presence in food production. Big outfits like All Foods rely on Biotechnica's protection. But all of that is old news now. Because just yesterday, Mr. Jefferson Peralez made a secret visit to Redwood Psychiatric Hospital and discovered some shocking truths. It turns out Redwood colluded shamelessly with Biotechnica, using its experimental drugs on patients. When this story broke, the whole city was stunned. Biotechnica's stock price plummeted 10 percentage points, with experts warning the freefall might continue. My advice: sell, sell, sell. The faster you offload, the less your losses. Of course, you could choose not to sell, maybe even buy up shares while everyone else is dumping them. If Biotechnica manages to salvage its reputation and restore investor confidence, a stock price rebound could be right around the corner. That's all the juicy tidbits for today. Night City, see you next time. Jackie switched off the car radio, unable to hide a grin. 10 points down. I don't play the market, but that sounds like Biotechnica's in deep trouble. With the things they did in Redwood, they deserve to drop by a lot more than 10 points. Even though he wasn't there in person, Leo could imagine the chaos erupting at Biotechnica's tower in Corporate Plaza. Share prices were easy to push down but far harder to bring back up. That was no longer the concern of Leo and the others sitting in the car, though. They were there for something else. 2 days earlier, they had escorted Bryce, traumatized beyond measure, out of Redwood. He had been in a near catatonic daze, so they handed him over to Regina's people in Watson. Regina promised to help him recover. After a long day, the group had gone their separate ways. Leo figured that would be the end of the matter. Yet, earlier this very day, Bryce showed up alongside Regina, trembling as he begged Leo and the others to do one last thing. He was willing to give them his entire life savings to kill the man responsible for murdering his son and having him locked up in that asylum, the culprit named Ichijo Daisho, who lived in North Oak. North Oak was different from anywhere else in Night City. It was the city's newest district and an exclusive residential area for the wealthy. No gangs, no poor folks. 50 years ago, however, it was nothing like this. Back then, aside from some arid hills northeast of the city, it had been a massive refugee camp and slum after Night City's urban center was hit by a tactical nuke in 2023. This situation persisted until the early 50s, when the corporate-backed City Hall launched an armed purge of the area. The corporate PR teams and media they controlled called it a war on crime, but it became a byword for corporate brutality and prejudice. Once the security forces subdued the slums and razed them to the ground, a few years later, North Oak turned into the most coveted real estate in Night City. Initially, many wealthy people refused to buy land that had once housed the homeless, but after years of PR maneuvering, the entire episode was more or less forgotten. Now North Oak was home to corporate CEOs, hedge fund managers, investment bankers, and celebrities of the brain dance, music, and movie industries. Security here was tight, and outsiders weren't welcome. The entire area consisted of sprawling estates, some even boasting their own microecosystems and artificial landscaping. Arasaka's private residence and Carrie Uridine's villa were both located here. Whether you were a corporate owner or a rebellious rock star, all that mattered was how much money and fame you had. Naturally, every citizen of Night City fantasized about living here someday. A Delamain cab drove into North Oak. The roadside security cameras were hacked to register it as a friend. The cab rolled to a stop on a small side road. A few hundred meters away, they could see a brightly lit estate. Hired Arasaka security patrolled the grounds, performing their duties faithfully. Arasaka and Militech didn't just sell weaponry, they also provided private security services, and plenty of clients trusted Arasaka in particular. Damn. They sure have money to burn, Jackie muttered. Guess they've been squeezing the people for a long time. Chapter 57. Jackie sat in the back of the cab, grumbling with pent-up frustration. This time, Leo hadn't driven his own vehicle. After all, that SUV had originally come from the Backer clan, courtesy of McCoy. Its distinctive nomad-style modifications clashed starkly with the opulence of North Oak. If they wanted to avoid attracting attention, bringing that ride here wasn't a good idea. But a Delamain taxi was a different matter entirely. It was Night City's premier cab service and wouldn't look at all out of place in a neighborhood like North Oak. While renting it, Leo had also paid extra for the best possible package, the Excelsior package. That not only made them VIP clients but also gave them access to the taxi's combat mode if things went sideways. Leo turned to Lucy, who was sitting in the back. Have you hacked into the estate's automatic alarm system yet? Lucy shook her head. Their ICE is pretty thick. Remote intrusion isn't easy. ICE, short for Intrusion Countermeasure Electronics, was the firewall protecting a network. To gain control of a building's security and alarms, they first had to crack that ICE. V surveyed the area outside. Leo, we can't stay parked here for too long. The longer we wait, the more likely something unexpected happens. I know, Leo said with a nod. Lucy, if you can't shut down the automatic alarm system, then trigger it. Lucy blinked. Wait, what? V and Jackie both looked confused. Don't ask. Just trust me, Leo said. As V had mentioned, time was critical, and they couldn't waste a second. After a brief hesitation, Lucy gritted her teeth and did as he asked, activating the estate's alarm. Instantly, a shrill klaxon cut through the night. The entire compound's lights switched to emergency red. Security guards in the courtyard snapped to high alert. Moments later, a convoy of NCPD vehicles, lights flashing red and blue, roared up the road and halted at the estate gates. The officers hopped out, only to be barred by the Arasaka security the owner had hired. From inside the taxi, they couldn't hear the confrontation, but they could see the officers and guards exchanging heated words. In the end, the police returned to their cruisers and quickly left. Once the NCPD was gone, the estate security team completed a thorough search of the grounds. Predictably, they found nothing, concluding it was a false alarm. The red alert lights were switched off, and everything went back to normal. Patrols resumed, and the gate sentries returned to their posts. A few minutes passed. That should do it, Leo said. Lucy, set it off again. She triggered the alarms a second time. Again, the NCPD raced over in full force. And just like before, they were turned away at the gate. When the security guards again confirmed northwest threat within the estate, the alert was cancelled, and patrols resumed as though nothing had happened. Now that they've had 2 false alarms, next time we trigger it, the cops won't respond nearly as fast, Leo said. Let's go in and wrap this up. They exited the taxi, each carrying a silenced kinetic firearm. Using the surrounding greenery for cover, they slowly moved in. By 2077, real plants and trees were already quite scarce, yet here in North Oak, wealthy homeowners lavished money on landscaping just to show off. Taking advantage of these manicured hedges and ornamental shrubs, Leo's group crept close enough to strike. Leo gave a quick order over their team channel. Do it. Buffed. 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 3 security guards patrolling the courtyard dropped simultaneously, each with a neat bullet wound to the head. Near the gate, 2 other guards heard the soft thuds of bodies hitting the ground and turned, uncertain whether to open the gate and check inside. They hesitated a moment too long. 2 more silenced shots rang out from the darkness, snapping their necks where they stood. In the span of a heartbeat, the front gate guards and courtyard patrol were all eliminated. Leo and the others rushed from their hiding spots, charging for the estate. Without waiting for orders, Lucy and V started hacking the cameras within the grounds. Meanwhile, Leo and Jackie rifled through the guards' corpses for the access tokens to open the main gate. V and Lucy slipped inside first, while Leo and Jackie hauled the bodies in after them, making sure no one out on the road noticed anything amiss. Then V closed the gate. They hacked every courtyard camera and switched them to friendly mode. Leo activated the scanning function on his tactical goggles, confirming the layout and headcount in the compound. Lucy, Jackie, you 2 take the security room. V, stay here in the courtyard. I'll go inside the villa and deal with the target. Everyone split up to handle their tasks. On the 2nd floor of the luxurious villa, Ichijo Daisho removed a brain dance wreath from his head. Normally, he spent his evenings immersed in black brain dances, relishing his own twisted creations. But for some reason, he felt unusually uneasy tonight. Forget it. I'll head to Cloudtop and find something fun, he muttered. He set down the wreath and stood up to leave, followed by 2 sumo-sized bodyguards constantly at his side. They were nearly at the stairs when they heard footsteps coming from below. The 2 bodyguards reacted instantly, tugging Daisho behind them and shielding him with their bulky frames. Then they spotted a young man in a white coat climbing the stairs. Who are you? How did you get in here? Guards. Guards. Leo rested his hand on the hilt of his blade, wearing a cordial smile. No one's coming. Unless you count these 2 sumo gentlemen, there's no one left alive. Ichijo Daisho's pupils contracted, disbelief and shock spread across his face. The 2 sumo guards, courtesy of Arasaka security, wasted no time. They exchanged glances and attacked. One whipped out a Masamune kinetic assault rifle from his back. Bullets shrieked in a deadly stream toward Leo. He dove sideways, snapping out his leg to flip a decorative table for cover. But he sensed a massive shadow looming overhead and glanced up. The 2nd bodyguard had leapt into the air, bringing down an enormous spiked club, both hands raised above his head. Its steel studs glinted menacingly. Leo rolled away just in time. A split second later, the spiked club smashed into the table, reducing it to kindling and blowing a hole right through the ornate wooden floor. Rat-a-tat-tat. The 1st bodyguard with the Masamune slammed in a fresh magazine and raked the floor with gunfire, forcing Leo to dodge and weave in a relentless storm of bullets. Sometimes he used the powered gauntlet on his arm to deflect, sometimes he twisted aside behind furniture. Eventually, he sprang off a wall, vaulting over the line of fire, and drew his heavy-caliber revolver. While airborne, he squeezed off 5 rounds at the rifle-wielding guard. That guard quickly covered his face with both forearms. Each bullet sparked off his reinforced, gorilla arms, leaving only shallow dents. When he lowered his arms and prepared to retaliate, Leo fired the revolver's 6th shot, timing it perfectly. The bullet slipped past the guard's visor, lodging itself deep into his right eye in a spray of blood. Even then, the huge man only staggered backward several steps before dropping to one knee. His massive body refused to collapse outright. Arasaka's sumo-class enforcers represented the upper tier of corporate security. Besides gorilla arms that boosted raw power, they also came fitted with subdermal armor, pain editor, and biomonitor military-grade implants. Chapter 58. Leo detected that the sumo bodyguard's life signs were flickering like a candle in the wind. His biomonitor kicked in automatically, attempting to repair the damage. Leo swung the Achilles Tech precision rifle off his back. A pale blue laser-like line flashed past, piercing the kneeling sumo bodyguard's chest. It even left a gaping hole in the metal wall behind him. The guard's remaining left eye flew wide. His towering frame at last toppled over with a thunderous crash that shook the floor. The other sumo bodyguard, wielding a massive spiked club, took advantage of the moment Leo fired the shot. He felt no sorrow for his fallen comrade. If anything, he used the man's death as an opening to close in on the intruder. That, indeed, was what it meant to be a professional. Die. He spoke in a clipped tone. The colossal weapon swept across with terrifying momentum. Even a main battle tank, if struck head-on by such a blow, would end up badly dented. The distance was too close, the enemy was already upon him. Leo didn't have time to dodge. He had no choice but to draw Murasame and block. Clang. His blade collided with the spiked club, sparks bursting in all directions. But it didn't stop there. The sumo bodyguard planted both feet and spun like a windmill, swinging the giant weapon in a relentless follow-up. Now both the force and speed were even greater than the first strike. Clang. 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 Leo parried each rapid sweep. He wasn't foolishly standing in place to block but instead used subtle backward steps and angled deflections. By carefully timing his footwork and controlling how he met each strike, he reduced how much stamina he spent on defense. Aside from those defensive maneuvers, he relied on Murasame, his powered arm guards, and the advantages provided by his Physique LV10 and Block LV10 augmentations. Technique only mattered if your power levels were at least close. If the gap was too vast, you would be crushed like an ant before any finesse could come into play. Thanks to all these factors, no matter how much the sumo bodyguard spun like a top, Leo managed to parry every blow. Leo refused to believe anyone could spin indefinitely. Sure enough, after the 8th sweeping strike, the sumo bodyguard staggered like a drunk, revealing a massive opening. Leo seized the moment and switched to offense. He gripped the Achilles tech rifle in his left hand. A normal person couldn't have steadied such a weapon single-handedly, but Leo wore powered gauntlets on both arms. One-handed. No problem. He rammed the muzzle into the guard's chest and pulled the trigger. The sumo bodyguard's body went rigid as a huge fountain of blood spurted from his back. His eyes, open wide, were rapidly losing their light. Yet an implanted blood pump kicked in to keep him alive for a moment longer. Gritting his teeth in fury, the guard ignored his wounds, hefted the gigantic spiked club once more, and brought it down in a ferocious smash. Leo raised his left hand, still holding the Achilles rifle. The monstrous club came crashing down, shattering the tech precision rifle into pieces. Gun parts flew everywhere. Leo then used the powered gauntlet on his left arm to grab hold of the spiked club, his grip producing a teeth-rattling grind of metal on metal. The sumo bodyguard threw every ounce of strength into forcing the weapon downward, but Leo refused to yield. Holding the club fast with his left hand, he set his right hand on the hilt of Murasame. A chill gleamed along the blade as he slashed from the guard's right flank, carving deep into his abdomen, then emerging from the left side of his chest in a burst of hot blood. The guard's upper body slid sideways, separating from his lower half with a wet thud, and fell to the floor. A flood of blood poured out, staining the wood underfoot. No, don't come near me. Ichijo Daisho clutched a Yukimura smart pistol with trembling hands, his face ashen. Only the cold metallic weight gave him any sense of security. You really think waving that piece of junk around is going to scare me? Leo asked with clear contempt. Bang. 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 3 rounds zipped through the air toward Leo. He narrowed his eyes and slashed with Murasame, deflecting 2 of them. He then ducked low to avoid the third. Before Daisho could fire again, Leo planted his foot against the floor and shot forward several meters, closing the distance in a single bound. A heartbeat later, Daisho felt a sudden lightness in his hand. Only then did it register that everything beyond his wrist was gone, neatly severed from the arm, along with the smart pistol that clattered onto the floor. My hand. Ah. My hand. Ah. He fell on his backside, hugging the stump of his arm and howling in anguish. Tears of pain streamed down his cheeks, and snot dribbled from his nose. Once, Daisho had heard countless wails from the city's downtrodden, never imagining he would sink to their level one day. Trembling with pain, he glared at Leo, who was shaking the blood off Murasame onto the floor. Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you do this to me? I'm going to kill you. I swear I'll never, never, let you off. Leo snorted. Should I praise your guts, or mock your stupidity? Did you really think you'd get a chance to take revenge? No sooner had he spoken than the red alert blared through the room and courtyard. The estate system had detected injury to its owner and triggered its highest level alarm. But the flashing red lights died out after only a few pulses, returning to normal. Clearly, Lucy, who had seized control of the security system, had cut it off from the monitoring room. If you were counting on the NCPD, Leo said coldly, give it up. They've shown up here twice already and got turned away by your Arasaka security. Think they'll come running a third time? Daisho's lips quivered. From beyond the estate's walls came nothing but silence. Even if the alarm feed reached the NCPD, they'd probably dismiss it as yet another false alert. After being chased off twice, they wouldn't bother returning. Leo forced the terrified Daisho to lie flat and plugged a jammer chip into the neural port at the back of his head. Instantly, Daisho's body went limp, paralyzed as though under a spell. Leo had spent a significant sum obtaining this gadget from Padre. It was essentially a combination of handcuffs and a signal blocker. Once inserted, the body was jammed, severing the connection between brain and limbs. The victim was unable to move even a finger. At the same time, the jammer chip also cut off any trauma team signals. High-end clients typically carried trauma team insurance cards embedded with a beacon that automatically alerted a medical response team when the user's vitals hit a critical state. With the jammer in place, that signal would never be sent. Chapter 59. Leo figured Ichijo Daisho probably belonged to trauma team's membership plan, either the top-tier platinum or the slightly lower gold. Definitely not the cheapest package. Of course, the jammer chip wasn't omnipotent. Different models offered varying levels of effectiveness, and the newest ones cost a fortune. Plus, every spear eventually meets a shield. If a victim had high-level netrunning skills and potent hacking implants, they could disable the jammer chip. Ichijo Daisho was no netrunner prodigy, though. With the chip now lodged in his neural port, he couldn't even lift a finger. He could also sense that the biochip inside his body was continually failing to send out any rescue signal. Realizing just how dire his predicament was, Ichijo Daisho's face twisted in dread. What do you want? Do you want money? I can pay, please. He swallowed hard and stole a glance at Leo's impassive face. Fighting to stay calm, he pressed on, you're a merc, right? That's all you people care about, money. How much do you want to let me walk away? Leo crouched down in front of Daisho and tapped his face with the sheathed blade. That's the question you should be asking yourself. How much is your life worth? Daisho ventured a tentative figure. $10,000. Then you can die right now. Leo's face darkened as he stood up, blade poised to strike. Daisho squeezed his eyes shut in panic. Wait. Let's not do anything hasty. Just name your price. Whatever it is, I swear I'll pay it, no bargaining. Leo lowered his weapon and resheathed it. I don't want any money from your bank accounts, not a single eddy. But I know scum like you always keep a stash of untraceable cash and gold bars. Tell me where they are, and I'll let you live. The demand clearly rattled Daisho. If he surrendered all his cash and gold, he'd lose the entire fortune he'd scraped together through shady dealings at City Hall. But, after a moment of tortured indecision, survival trumped greed. He finally caved. All right, fine. But can you at least give me an injection first? I'm dying here. Without a word, Leo produced a pneumatic syringe and jammed it into Daisho's chest, pushing the plunger all the way. Almost immediately, Daisho felt relief washing over him, his bleeding slowed, and the pain dulled. In my bedroom, there's a suit of samurai armor. If you lightly twist the little baton on the armor's back, the whole thing moves aside. It's hiding a safe underneath, Daisho explained. Leo took the key he'd found on Daisho and headed for the bedroom, a traditional Japanese-style room with tatami and shoji. He wasn't there to admire the decor. Approaching the armor in the corner, he twisted the baton-like piece. With a hiss of hydraulics, the armor and the piece of floor it stood on slid to the side, revealing a safe set into the floor. Using the key, he opened it to find bundles of cash and neatly stacked gold bars. This guy works for City Hall, but how'd he rake in so much money? He didn't realize that this stash represented nearly all of Daisho's assets. His official bank account held only a pittance. No way could a mere salary from City Hall support a lavish estate in North Oak and a private Arasaka security detail. Leo glanced around and spotted the bed. He yanked the sheets off and used them to bundle up the contents of the safe. When he returned to Daisho, lugging the sheet-wrapped bundle over his shoulder, the man's face contorted with raw anguish. The pain of losing his hand was bad enough, now he felt like his heart was being sliced to ribbons as well. He'd just started to feel the beneficial effects of the injection. The bleeding had stopped, but his relief vanished the moment he saw Leo coming back instead of leaving. What are you doing? Daisho spluttered, terror surging back. He tried to scramble away, but the jammer chip rendered him completely immobile. He could only watch Leo step closer, closer. Stay back. A blood-curdling scream cut off into silence as Murasame ran straight through Daisho's head. His eyes bulged in uncomprehending horror. Leo yanked the blade free, casually flicking the blood away. From the beginning, Leo had never intended to spare Ichijo Daisho. The man was a city hall official, someone who already enjoyed a job better than 95% of Night City's population, yet he had brutally tortured Bryce's son and turned it into a black brain dance. Corrupt and depraved, he was worse than most incompetent officials. Keeping him alive helped no one, killing him at least removed another piece of garbage from Night City. They left the estate, driving out of North Oak and back to Haywood. At a garage near the El Coyote Kojo bar, Leo opened the bundle and split the cash among V, Lucy, and Jackie. The gold bars would be fenced through a network of different fixers. Leo knew better than to put all his eggs in one basket. A few days later, he received a hefty wire transfer from the fixers, every gold bar sold for a total of €700,000. He met up with the others in a private booth at the Afterlife. Leo transferred €175,000 each to V, Lucy, and Jackie. "We're rolling in eddies now," Jackie crowed. He'd been living on the street since his teens. At 30, he was still hustling. But everything had changed once he started running gigs with Leo. Job after job rolled in, and his wallet finally started filling up. V and Lucy were both equally thrilled. Immediately after the money hit their accounts, they asked if they could start repaying the weapons loan Leo had given them. He accepted only €5,000 from each. Confused, the two women exchanged glances. Leo smiled. "I never asked for interest, so there's no need to pay me back in a hurry. Hang on to it, you need it more than I do." To him, that $100K or so was just a few days' worth of building tech weapons for Padre. But for V and Lucy, having that money on hand was life-changing. They had plenty of practical needs to spend it on. Hearing this, both women felt a surge of warmth. "Leo," Jackie grinned, "where should we party tonight?" "Lizzie's. Cloud Top. Or maybe just drink ourselves stupid right here." He pulled down the overhead holo menu, eager to check out the Afterlife specials, particularly the famed drinks. Named after legendary mercs. "You all go ahead," Leo said, waving them off. "I've got stuff to do, so I'll head out. Put tonight's tab on my bill, I'll let Claire know." Leaving them to celebrate, he headed for the bar. There, he nodded in the direction of Jackie and the others' booth. "Put everything on my tab," he told Claire, transferring €10,000 to her account. Chapter 60. The remaining balance, if any, could be used the next time they returned. Bartenders at the Afterlife still had that much integrity. Leo emerged from the Afterlife's underground level and stepped outside. Feeling the chill of the autumn wind, he pulled the collar of his white coat tighter. He happened to spot a homeless person rummaging through trash and casually tossed over a €5 bill. As the men showered him with gratitude, Leo got into the Delamain taxi waiting by the curb and dialed a number. "Rebecca. Are you free right now? I'm ready for that thing I promised you. Where should we meet?" In the northern part of Haywood Vale, there was Concord Park. Sunlight bathed the park, and the grass and trees swayed gracefully in the breeze. On a bench meant for relaxation sat a petite girl in an oversized jacket. Her pale legs peeked out from beneath it, an appealing sight. The girl wore a sullen expression, fidgeting impatiently and looking around in every direction. When she finally caught sight of the young man strolling toward her, the annoyance on her face vanished instantly. Rebecca hopped off the bench. "Leo. Over here." She sprinted over and rattled off questions in a single breath. "Are you tired? Thirsty? Hungry? Want me to get you something to eat or drink? What do you like?" Seeing how eager she was, Leo easily guessed her motive. He smiled, then placed a hand on her head. Rebecca's body stiffened, caught off guard. She hated people touching her head, even her brother risked getting half killed for trying it. She was a fierce, little devil, not some delicate princess. But this time, she let it slide, though it took all her self-control. Thankfully, Leo only gave her hair a brief, gentle ruffle before withdrawing his hand. "No need for all that. Let's get straight to the point." Leo set down the travel bag he was carrying and unzipped it on the bench. He pulled out a sleek handgun. He hadn't even handed it over before Rebecca, eyes glowing, snatched it away. This is the A-22B Shurashiki. Arasaka had once dominated the smart weapon market. Then Kong Tao showed up, changing the game. The Shurashiki smart pistol was Kong Tao's direct counter to Arasaka's Yukimura line. It offered extremely simple handling and reloading. Once you fired the last round, the empty magazine automatically ejected. Convenient, though you might get hit in the foot if you weren't paying attention. Leo hadn't crafted this Shurashiki himself, he could currently only build kinetic and tech weapons, not smart ones. He had paid Wakako for this one. The key difference between smart weapons lay in their real-time tracking system, similar to micromissile technology. To use a smart weapons targeting module, you needed an implant called Smart Link to connect your optics and the gun, feeding you continuous targeting data. Since Leo was giving Rebecca a smart pistol, he had naturally thought about that requirement. Hence, the second thing he pulled from his black travel bag was a third-generation Smart Link implant. He had also bought this from Wakako. Known as the Queen of Westbrook, she could only get her hands on a Gen 3 Smart Link, absolutely no luck on the latest Gen 4, Legendary. Even so, the Gen 3 had cost Leo a pretty penny. If the Shurishiki pistol had already made Rebecca swoon, then seeing the Smart Link left her mind completely blank for a few seconds. This is for me. She stared at Leo with overflowing hope. He smiled and patted her cute head again. What are you thinking? It's not free. The sparkle in Rebecca's eyes instantly dulled. But I don't have any money. Then have a look at this. With that, Leo pulled out the third item from his travel bag, yet another handgun, this time the Kenshin tech pistol. Compared to the implant he'd just shown, the impact was smaller, but it was still too expensive for Rebecca's budget. Life was tough, and she let out a weary sigh. Noticing her predicament, Leo stopped teasing her and spoke seriously. If you don't have the money right now, we'll do installments, 24 payments. Just pay me back little by little. The stars reappeared in Rebecca's eyes. Really? You mean it? She asked the same question repeatedly, afraid Leo would suddenly change his mind. He patted her head again. Of course I mean it. This time, the little hellion didn't explode in anger. Instead, she closed her eyes contentedly, like a purring cat, even leaning her head a bit into Leo's hand. Take them, Leo said, putting the two guns and the implant back into the travel bag and pushing it toward Rebecca. He had tailored these items to suit her strengths and weaknesses. The Kenshin offered strong armor penetration and high firepower, while the Shurishiki excelled in automatic aiming and suppressive fire. Granted, a pistol's damage still couldn't compare to rifles like the Nikomata or Achilles, but they had far heavier recoil than Rebecca could handle. Firing even one shot from those might send her flying. The Kenshin was plenty lethal for its intended purpose. Rebecca tested the Shurishiki in her left hand and the Kenshin in her right, clearly enthralled. She would have happily tried firing a few rounds if not for the crowds in Concord Park. Maine sure is slow, she muttered, rubbing her growling stomach. She hadn't eaten anything decent since the night before. They had finished a job a few days earlier, then partied hard at a bar in Santo Domingo right up until last night. Chapter 61. Rebecca had also been hurling her guts out. If Leo hadn't called, she would have stayed in bed all day, playing dead. The moment she got his call, however, she jumped right up, brushed her teeth 3 times, and took 2 showers, terrified that any lingering alcohol smell might give Leo a bad impression. Then she hopped on the air rail and rushed over. Leo had asked her to contact Maine as well, because he had a present for him. But Maine was still nowhere to be seen. Rebecca had left in such a hurry that she hadn't even grabbed a burger or a breakfast wrap on the way. She was still young and, being in her growth spurt, tended to get hungry easily. The faint aroma of food drifting by made her mouth water even more. Still, she glanced at Leo sitting beside her, feeling a bit awkward about leaving to buy something. Noticing this, Leo stood up on his own. I'm getting a little hungry. Want something? I can pick you up something, too. Yes, please. Rebecca's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Leo told her to wait on the bench and headed for a mobile food cart in the park. He checked the bilingual, Japanese and English, menu on its display. It served only noodles, no burgers or wings. I'll take 2 bowls of curry tempura udon, he said, then added, and could I get 1 fork and 1 pair of chopsticks? The owner bowed efficiently. Sumimasen, we only have chopsticks, no forks. Is that still okay? Leo glanced around. Concord Park was huge, and this was the only food cart in sight. He was unfamiliar with the northern part of Haywood Vale and wasn't sure how far he'd have to go to find another place serving breakfast. All right, chopsticks it is. Carrying 2 steaming bowls of curry tempura udon, Leo returned to Rebecca. This is all they had, hope you don't mind noodles. Think you can handle chopsticks? Rebecca had already been salivating from the smell, but at that question, her face stiffened. I can sorta use them. Kinda. If it's too difficult, I can go somewhere farther to find a burger. No, don't bother. She felt guilty enough already. Leo had gotten her a smart pistol and a tech pistol, plus a brand new 3rd-gen implant. On top of that, he was letting her pay in 24 installments, interest-free. Now he was buying her food. She couldn't possibly ask him to go even further out of his way. "All right," he said. "Give it a try. Careful, though, it's hot." He handed her one of the bowls as gently as possible. "The golden brown stuff on top is tempura, it's got shrimp inside. You can eat seafood, right? If you're not allergic, you can just bite right in, no bones or anything." After explaining, Leo turned to his own bowl and dug in. He was famished, too. He'd gone straight to the afterlife early that morning to split the earnings with the others and hadn't grabbed a bite since waking up. He first sipped some broth, enjoying the rich curry flavor, then slurped up a large portion of noodles. The cart owner's cooking was surprisingly good. Leo figured he could open a proper shop in Japantown and still have lines out the door. "Yeah." A sharp yelp from beside him made Leo look over. He saw a piece of perfectly golden tempura shrimp tumble to the ground. Rebecca, holding her chopsticks awkwardly, hung her head, clearly avoiding his gaze. After a moment, she risked a glance upward, as if afraid he'd be angry over such waste. "You really don't know how to use chopsticks, huh?" I do," she insisted. Rebecca turned down Leo's offer to help and instead tried to imitate the way he was holding his chopsticks, determined to make it work on her own. Seeing her, "I can do this," resolve, Leo said nothing more, simply slowing down his own movements so she could observe. Steam curled up from the noodles as Leo stirred them in the savory broth. He gazed at the towers looming around the park, deep in thought. They'd finally gained a foothold at the afterlife and had good working relationships with 3 top fixers in Night City. They'd established themselves, but it was nowhere near the point of resting easy. At best, they were somewhat well known in Watson, Japantown, and parts of Haywood. They were still far from being names on everyone's lips across the city, never mind becoming legends. Even then, in a megacorporate world, legends like Morgan Blackgund and Andrew Wayland were ultimately nobodies in the eyes of the core. Only a corporation could bring down another corporation. Still, while the goal remained distant, Leo felt confident. He hadn't imagined doing it all in one go. He was ready for a long campaign. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, after all. Right now, they were just a tiny spark, but one day, that spark would become a wildfire. Eek! Her cute, distressed cry shattered Leo's daydream. Another tempura shrimp had plummeted to the ground. For all the hype about everything can be tempura, not everyone enjoyed it, or could manage to eat it gracefully with chopsticks. Then again, it might just be user error. "So, do you not like seafood or fried stuff?" Leo asked. "No, I do, I just think the shrimp might still be alive. It ran off from my mouth, twice." Leo. Each bowl came with only 2 shrimp tempura, and she dropped both. She hadn't gotten a single bite. Leo sighed. "Hand me your chopsticks." He took them from her and picked up one of the shrimp from his own bowl, the one he'd been saving to savor with the curry and soup at the end. He dipped it in broth and curry, then unceremoniously popped it into Rebecca's mouth. She froze, then began chewing instinctively. Seeing her close her eyes as she savored the flavor, Leo couldn't help thinking of a newborn chick that still didn't know how to eat on its own. "See? Not alive after all." Rebecca nodded, then opened her mouth like a little bird. "More." "Nope, I'm eating the rest," he replied. At her disappointed look, he softened a bit. "If you're still hungry later, I'll take you to Japantown once we're done with the whole main situation. You can have all the tempura you want." Chapter 62. Maine also threw up like crazy. Had Leo not called, Rebecca would have stayed in bed the entire day, unmoving. But the moment she got his call, she jumped up, brushed her teeth 3 times, showered twice, terrified the lingering smell of booze might put Leo off. Then she rushed over on the air rail. Leo had asked her to get in touch with Maine, too, since Leo had a gift for him. But Maine hadn't shown up, which left Rebecca grumbling that he was taking forever. She'd been too eager to leave, she hadn't grabbed even a burger or a breakfast wrap, and right now her stomach was growling. Being young and still growing, it didn't take much for her to get hungry. The faint aroma of food carried over on the breeze was making her restless, until Leo noticed and went to buy them noodles. A deep, resonant voice suddenly spoke up from behind them. "Sorry. I'm late." They headed to a certain courtyard in the Haywood Vale district. Outside, traffic flowed endlessly, but the noise was so muffled by walls and buildings that it was barely audible. "What are we doing here?" Maine asked, baffled. Rebecca had only told him Leo wanted to see him, but not why. "You'll find out soon enough," Leo said, standing with legs apart. He beckoned for Maine to come closer. "First, I want you to attack me with everything you've got." What? Maine was confused. Don't ask too many questions. Just hit me. Maine glanced at Leo's seemingly slender frame, then at his own burly arms and legs, as thick as a calf's. If it were anyone else, he might have swung without hesitation. But he and Leo had worked together before. Besides, at the afterlife, he'd nearly caused a disaster, which Leo had helped avert. He didn't like the idea of hurting someone who'd done him a good turn. And truth be told, he worried he might injure Leo. Seeing Maine refuse to strike, Leo tried goading him. Come on, man, why so fussy? I'm telling you to hit me. If you break a bone, I won't make you pay the hospital bills. What are you scared of? All right, fine. You asked for it, don't say I didn't warn you. Maine balled up his mechanical fist and swung it at Leo's shoulder. He only used half his strength, aiming for the shoulder so that, even if Leo didn't dodge, it wouldn't be too serious. Yet before Maine's punch landed, Leo sidestepped, slipping away from the blow. That was weak, haven't you eaten? Again. Maine paused. He whipped his right fist sideways, this time putting real power behind it. Ah, crap, he blurted, realizing too late he'd gone overboard. But there was no reining in that punch now. Unexpectedly, Leo simply ducked, letting the whoosh of Maine's punch pass harmlessly overhead. 2 whiffs in a row. Maine's expression turned serious, he stopped holding back. Even so, he couldn't land a single hit. After a brief flurry, really just Maine attacking while Leo dodged, Leo called a halt. All right, that's enough. He looked at Maine, who was breathing a bit harder. Know why you couldn't touch me? Maine hesitated, then said, because you're too fast at dodging. Leo shook his head and tapped a knuckle on Maine's mechanical arm. Not just that. Part of the problem is in you. Your mechanical arms aren't compatible with your body. You've probably felt it, there's a delay of almost a fraction of a second whenever you swing. He continued, against a regular opponent, that might not matter, but a skilled fighter at close range will see a fatal opening. Back at the afterlife, Rebecca had mentioned that the pair of arms Maine had taken from the animal's boss just wasn't working out, he'd barely installed it before issues started popping up. Still, Maine refused to replace it, because even with the glitches, it was the best cyberware he currently had. That was why Leo had asked Rebecca to bring Maine today. Maine liked quality gear, so Leo wanted to show him something better, his powered gauntlets. Sure enough, Maine was tempted. How much? Leo held up several fingers. That high. Maine's immediate excitement deflated, as if doused in cold water. The price far exceeded what he could comfortably afford. While he had guessed the powered gauntlets wouldn't be cheap, hearing the actual figure still stung. Seeing his troubled expression, Leo clapped him on the shoulder. You don't have to pay it all at once. You can pay me back in 24 installments, no interest. If any month you don't have the cash, that's fine. Pay me double the next month. If it had been anyone else, Leo wouldn't be so generous. But Maine was special, like Jackie, he had a trustworthiness about him that Leo appreciated. Something that this city sorely lacked. So he felt safe letting Maine buy on credit, convinced Maine wouldn't bail on the debt. Grateful for the lifeline, Maine agreed. He decided he'd find a good ripperdoc to do a limb replacement surgery, reattach his original arms, then equip Leo's powered gauntlets. The only downside was that he wouldn't be able to install his prized projectile launch system in them. You couldn't have it all, and compared to glitchy mechanical arms, the powered gauntlets were still a huge upgrade. With that in mind, Maine took the opportunity to ask for a second pair. He wanted one for Dorio, a former Animals gang member who fought alongside him. Over the next 3 weeks, Leo holed up in his weapon workshop at his Vale district apartment, working around the clock to craft. It took him that long to complete 3 sets of powered gauntlets. 2 sets were for Maine and Dorio. The remaining one was a surprise gift for Jackie. Originally, he planned on making gauntlets for V and Lucy, too. But when he asked them about it, both said it didn't suit their style. So he only made 3. After calling Rebecca to pick up the sets for Maine and Dorio, Leo headed back to his apartment, took a satisfying hot shower, and collapsed into bed. He slept for a full day and night. When he woke, it was barely 4 in the morning, still dark outside. He lay there a while, contemplating sleeping until dawn, but he was too rested to doze off again. Just then, his phone buzzed. Beep, 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 beep. His tactical visor ID showed it was Jackie calling. Hey, Leo, you awake yet? It's past daybreak. It's only a bit past 4 in the morning, Leo grumbled. It's barely light out, and the street lamps are still on. Jackie chuckled. Hurry up and get down here, chum. I'm already waiting outside your building. You do know I gave you resident access, right? You could just come up. Yeah, but I'm being considerate. What if I walked in on you, handcrafting a tactical nuke, and you had to kill me to keep it secret? Jackie sounded like he was in a chipper mood. Anyway, come on. I'm taking you to see Old Vic. Old Vic. Leo tried to place the name. It sounded familiar yet somewhat distant, like he'd heard it before but couldn't recall exactly where. Dude, I've mentioned him a bunch of times. The best ripperdoc in Watson. I've been meaning to take you there, but we've been so busy. I kept forgetting. Fine, fine. Let me brush my teeth, wash my face, and grab a coat. Chapter 63. Then hurry up, move, move. Dawn had yet to break, yet the road leading to city center was already jam-packed. Every car belonged to a corporate wage slave. Among the megacore running Night City, only Biotechnica offered 6 days of paid leave per year. All the others expected their people to work year-round, with super-long weekly hours. Folks had to head in before daybreak, and they often couldn't clock out until after midnight. Jackie had originally planned to cut straight from city center to Watson, the shortest distance between 2 points and all. But seeing how choked with traffic it was, with no idea how long the line of idling cars stretched, he just yanked the wheel and changed course. Watson bordered city center and Westbrook, so if the first route was too congested, going around through the other district was more practical. Fuel in 2077 Night City was cheaper than it had been 55 years ago, so a little detour wouldn't break the bank. Westbrook was the most economically vibrant area in Night City, a place where wealth generated in all other districts found its way to be spent. North Oak, the elite enclave brimming with high-end estates, was also located there. But North Oak wasn't open for casual visits. If you weren't a resident or invited, simply appearing there could get you shot on sight as an intruder. That was why last time, Leo and the others used a Delamain taxi for their op, instead of driving around in their Nomad-styled SUV. Some homeless folks had once snuck into North Oak, rummaging through trash. They could often find decent goodies in the dumpsters, enough to get a taste for it, and ended up unwilling to leave, even setting up makeshift camps under the nearby overpass. The clever ones knew better than to linger too long. Others weren't so lucky, believing those trash heaps were literal gold mines, and that every other homeless person in the city was too stupid to realize it. They refused to leave, and soon disappeared without a trace. Towering signs and holographic ads whizzed by as they drove past Japantown. Watching the scenery, Leo asked curiously, "Why are we going to Old Vic's this early? Does he only open at night?" "No, it's just..." Jackie chuckled sheepishly, keeping one hand on the steering wheel as he scratched the back of his head with the other. "To be honest, I couldn't sleep. I tried sneaking some booze, but Mama Wells caught me and threw me out. I had nowhere else to go, so I figured I'd come bug you." "Hey, don't give me that look." All right, to make it up to you, I'll take you to Little China for some good grub. This spot I know is legit, the owner won't cater to local tastes, so the food's as authentic as it gets." "Sound good?" "That works." They entered Watson and sat down at a breakfast stall in Little China. Before long, steaming bowls of ramen, soup dumplings, pot stickers, and wontons arrived. Leo picked up a soup dumpling and took a bite. It tasted almost the same as back in his old life. "You never did say why we're going to see Old Vic. Is it just to introduce me to him?" "That's part of it," Jackie answered, using the blunt end of his chopsticks to scratch his temple. "But mainly, chum, I saved up some cash and figured it's time to upgrade my old implants. You know how it is, even though cyberware is nothing new in 2077, there's a huge difference in quality. Like, decades ago, you had dirt cheap phones, mid-tier phones, flagship phones, all that." Leo finished off his dumpling in a few bites. "So which implant are you looking to get?" Jackie downed a mouthful of wontons. "Ideally, I'd replace everything, but that'd just make me a cyberpsycho. Gotta pace myself. Anyway, I'm aiming for Sandevistan. That's mil-spec, military specification, isn't it? Old Vic's just a ripperdoc, how's he gonna get you something like that?" Jackie grinned. "Vic's got some serious connections, at least on par with a fixer. I can't say for sure if he can get me the top-of-the-line Sandevistan, but a basic model shouldn't be out of reach." They ate their fill and wandered around for a bit, waiting for full daylight. Then they drove over to Vic's clinic. Pulling up on the corner of Bradbury and Buran, they parked properly within the lines. Jackie led the way down a narrow alley. In the alley, a ragged man dressed like a vagrant was rambling, "Your memories aren't just your own, or maybe they never were. Do you trust the people who sold you those eyes not to watch everything? Cameras everywhere, even inside us. Your joys and sorrows, your worries, your entire life, just someone else's twisted entertainment. You're all chess pieces, playing out hidden agendas without even knowing. He was quite a sight, so random passers-by stopped to take pictures and post them online. Jackie shook his head. Just another whack job. Come on, let's go. Leo took one glance at the man in the garbage bag poncho and paid him no further heed. Together, they stepped inside a small shop at the alley's entrance. The shelves were crammed with oddities, dragon-shaped brassware, skulls, waving lucky cats, lanterns, and mysterious trinkets Leo couldn't identify. The lighting was dim, but not pitch black, thanks to candles spaced around the room that gave it an air of mystique. He had to admit, it was quite cozy. "Misty, my lady, you look even more beautiful than yesterday," Jackie called out as he headed straight for the back. The woman in question had been sitting before a Buddha statue, seemingly meditating or performing some sort of ritual. At Jackie's voice, she turned and noticed the two men. Misty patted Jackie's arm. "You didn't come by yesterday, so how would you know I'm prettier today?" Jackie, burly and broad, instantly melted like a lovesick puppy at Misty's presence, grinning foolishly. "I just know." After the two of them flirted for a bit, Jackie finally remembered Leo. He cleared his throat awkwardly. "I should introduce you. This is Leo, my partner in crime. We've been through life and death together. Leo, meet my girlfriend Misty. She's also a fortune teller. If you ever need a reading, she'll cut you a discount for my sake, maybe 20%. He looked at Misty for confirmation as he spoke the last sentence. "If he's your partner," Misty said, "make it half price." She walked over to the counter and picked up a deck of tarot cards, eyes settling on Leo. "How about it? Want to try now?" Jackie clamped a hand on Leo's shoulder. "Don't worry about the time, chum. If you're curious, go for it. We can see old Vic afterward." Since Jackie was fine with it, Leo agreed to let Misty do a quick reading for him. She pulled several cards from the deck, laying them out on the counter. The world, reversed. You're at the start of a journey, one that'll differ from what you imagine, and it'll be a longer road than you think. The sun, reversed. You'll face some obstacles, but they're only temporary. As long as you trust your own judgment and don't stray from your chosen path. Strength. Tenacity, self-control, and courage will be rewarded, but perhaps not exactly at your destination. Like this reversed magician. Maybe the process itself is more important, and it'll help you conquer fear. Misty gathered up the cards. Leo and Jackie exchanged looks. Only 4 cards had been revealed, and 3 of them were reversed. That didn't sound like a good omen. Sensing their concern, Misty smiled. Reverse doesn't always mean bad, often it points to opposites, endings, unfulfilled conditions, or lack of progress. In tarot, each card contains both positive and negative readings. Reversed isn't automatically bad. Jackie scratched his head. "All right, well, I guess we'll go see old Vic. Catch you later, Misty." "Later," she said, her tone bright. After all, it wasn't every day a paying client dropped in for a reading. They walked out the back door of Misty's esoterica shop, and Jackie looked hesitant. Hey, Leo." Since his girlfriend worked in that line of business, Jackie had picked up a bit of tarot knowledge himself. Even though Misty had explained, reversed cards still sounded ominous. But Leo just looked unruffled. After all, back in his homeland there was a saying, when your palms itch, wealth's coming your way, when your ears ring, ignore the old wives' tales, no big deal. Chapter 64. Iron bars, an operating table used for implant surgeries, plus a myriad of strange devices that Leo couldn't identify, pretty much standard fare in Night City come 2077. Any legitimate hospital or Ripperdoc clinic would have the same. The difference might be that their place was bigger or better lit. Unless, that is, you woke up on a scavenger's black market table, then you were in deep trouble. The scavs would happily strip every implant and organ from your body. If you ended up in their clutches, your only option was escape or suicide. At least suicide would spare you further torment. And if neither was possible, your last hope was to pray they remembered the anesthetic. "Hey, Vic, up already, watching boxing this early?" Victor shut off the screen he was watching and turned around. "At my age, what else is there? Not much interest in all the stuff you young folks go for." His gaze fell on Leo. "So this your friend?" "Not just a friend," Jackie said seriously. "He's my partner, the real deal." Jackie was always meticulous about word choice, friend, brother, partner. He never misused them. "A partner, huh? Well, so long as it's paying business, I'm all ears. What brings you both here?" Victor's tone was casual, like a diner waiter asking for your order. Jackie rolled his shoulders, producing a series of pops and cracks. Turning his back to Vic, he traced a line down his spine with a finger. I'm thinking of swapping in a Sandevistan. How's that sound? Victor nearly dropped his shades. You serious, Jackie? That implant ain't something you just slap on. Here, I'll give you an example you'll get. He set aside his glasses. Right now, folks can replace eyeballs like it's nothing. If your optics malfunction, you just get a new pair. But back in 2022, before eye implants became common, if your vision got worse, you'd use glasses or get laser surgery. Even then, you had to go through extensive exams first, to see if you qualified. Sandevistan requires even more pre-op tests, and if you skip those, you could die. Jackie's jaw dropped. He thought you could just tack a Sandevistan onto the spine, or maybe swap out the entire spinal column in one go. Didn't expect so many hoops. Is it that bad? This ain't 2-Point Hospital, Jackie. But I heard some people yank Sandevistan from dead cyberpsychos and slap it on themselves, no problem. Though they are just built different and tend to not be the brightest bunch. Victor took off his shades and carefully wiped them with a cloth. Every body is different. Some folks have better anti-rejection than others. Some don't. The wildest example I've seen is Adam Smasher, who's practically sold his soul to Arasaka. The guy's basically a walking machine packed with electronics, even his brain has implants. If someone else tried what he's done, they'd have gone cyberpsycho ages ago. You really think you're on his level? Jackie mulled it over, then shook his head. Exactly, Victor said, sliding the shades back on. Besides, what do you need that for, planning a raid on Arasaka? Come on, Vic, Jackie grunted. Night City's basically Arasaka's turf. I'd have to be suicidal to target them. Then, quieter, though, if the gig's worth it. Victor chuckled. All right, no jokes. So what are you really after? I'm not kidding, I want a Sandevistan. If that's no good, how about a Kerenzikov? That might be more realistic, Victor said, stroking his chin. It's not as powerful as Sandevistan, but the side effects aren't as intense either. Problem is, I don't have any in stock at the moment. If you're set on it, I can make some calls and let you know if I track one down. Jackie grinned widely. I knew I could count on you, old Vic. Victor nodded and turned to Leo. And you're, Leo, right? Anything for you. While Jackie and Victor were chatting, Leo had noticed the clinic's layout, quite spacious for a basement operation. The front part was used by Victor as a Ripperdocs workspace. But there was a large, unused area deeper inside. Mind if we talk over there? Leo asked, pointing. Jackie blinked. What's with the secrecy, chum? Victor glanced between the two. All right, I don't see why not. He was baffled, but he'd seen all sorts in Night City, nearly becoming a legend himself. Add to that, Jackie had personally brought Leo here, calling him a partner, something Victor had never heard him say about anyone else. Trusting Jackie's judgment, Victor led Leo toward the rear of the clinic, a big open space that might once have been a repair garage. All right, say what you need to, Victor prompted. Leo gave no explanation. He simply transferred €50,000 to Victor on the spot. Behind his shades, Victor's eyes nearly bulged. That was enough eddies for some primo military-grade implants. Yet the shock didn't end there. That's not for me, Leo explained. I want you to use it to give Jackie and 2 other friends of mine the best possible cyberware. I'll bring them here another day. If it's not enough, let me know, I'll cover the difference. An implant goes inside your body, so installing a subpar one is a recipe for disaster. Best to go with top quality or not at all. Otherwise, you risk side effects, complications, anything from scarring, chronic pain, and inflammation around the circuits to mental or psychological problems. Shoddy or bootleg neural implants could warp your mind, causing depression, emotional numbness, hallucinations, or addiction issues. Used or counterfeit parts. Double the risk. And the absolute worst is ripping implants off a corpse. If you jam a dead person's cyberware into your body and something goes wrong, you might revert to a lesser implant or seek proper medical treatment, often still curable to a normal life. But if it leads to cyberpsychosis, you're done. As of now, no known full cure exists. Jackie, for instance, wanted to install Kerenzikov, like a downgraded Sandevistan. It still boosted reflexes, just for a shorter time and with weaker effect. Many mercs and even boxing pros used it. Corporate security teams, on the other hand, went straight to top-shelf Sandevistan. But that approach was all harm, no good. Implants are best done step by step, like going from grade school to high school to college. If you skip straight to the advanced stuff, no matter how legitimate, it might overload your system. A safer route is to start smaller, gradually raise the load, and if there's trouble, revert to a weaker implant before it's too late. But truth was, not many in Night City had Leo's kind of resources. Most were like Maine, scraping by with whatever they could find, be it from corpses, back alley secondhand, or knockoffs. They lacked the luxury to be choosy. If it worked, that was enough. Chapter 65. Ripper docs generally didn't follow best practices either. Losing customers meant losing income, and few people in Night City could afford that kind of principle. If a client demanded a certain implant, well, money talked. After a good while, Victor shook off his shock and removed his shades, gazing at Leo with new intensity. I have a question, why are you doing this? Though it was their first meeting, Jackie had already mentioned Leo before. Victor knew enough to see that covering Jackie's and two other friends' implants would cost an obscene amount of money. Are you guys really that tight? Tight enough that you'd throw around this many eddies, he asked. Leo just smiled. It's worth it. No hesitation. Victor took a breath of admiration. You're a hell of a friend, kiddo. Jackie's lucky to have you. Leo smirked. Then maybe it's time you drop the prices for good friends, doc. Victor chuckled. A real comedian, huh? Don't be so formal, though, just call me Old Vic like Jackie does. As for the best implants currently out there, you're looking at the new 4th gen, Legendary. But getting your hands on 4th gen is tough. If you need more money, just say so, Leo offered. Victor shook his head. Not about the money, not entirely. Plenty of top-tier implants, like the highest-grade Sandevistan models, never leave the Corp labs. You won't find them on the black market. If Jackie just wants Korenzikov, I'll do my best. I might be able to source one. But if that doesn't work out, you'd probably have to hire a fixer. You know how it is, I'm just a ripper doc. After they finished talking, Leo and Victor walked back toward the operating area. Jackie, bored out of his mind, had started fiddling with some of the surgical tools. He accidentally dropped a scalpel, hurriedly picked it up and stashed it, then tried to look nonchalant. You guys took your sweet time, Jackie joked. What's with the big secret? Leo and Old Vic exchanged a smile. Nothing too exciting, Leo said. Just asking Vic about some implant details. Jackie's eyes widened. You were never interested in chrome before. Changed your mind? Nope, just curiosity. Victor nodded at the chair in the center. Jackie, lie down. I'll run some scans. Jackie obeyed like a grade school kid, flopping onto the exam chair. He'd been here many times, so he instinctively pulled out the data cable from his wrist and slotted it into Victor's device. Victor dragged a seat over and looked up at Leo. Need a chair too? Leo shook his head. No thanks. I'll stand. So Victor began studying the display as it scanned Jackie's body, numbers and data flickering across the screen. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper. You've been hitting the booze pretty hard lately, haven't you? Your liver's about to file for resignation, he chided. Jackie scratched his head, abashed. I had no choice, chum. If it's shot, I can just get a new cyber liver, right? Victor sighed. Sure, if you feel like throwing wads of cash down the drain. Booze ain't exactly healthy. Moderate yourself, it's cheaper than surgery. Jackie made a face, but Victor waved him off. Hold on. I'm not done yet. At least you're not a smoker, so your lungs and heart are okay. Your kidneys are in decent shape too, like a 30-year-old's. Better than those corporate suits half your age who come in here with the bodies of 60-year-olds. Jackie was surprised. Company folk come to you for treatment. Don't they have insurance? Some do, like those at Kong Tao who get the trauma team's gold plan, and Arasaka employees usually have comprehensive coverage as well. But not all megacorp are that generous, most just make employees pay out of pocket. And remember, not everyone in this city works for a megacorp, smaller companies give folks even worse deals. More work, less pay, no overtime compensation, plus the boss wants you to serve the company with all you've got. It's a mess. Jackie shuddered, feeling phantom pains in his stomach. God, that's grim. Victor looked ready to continue his rant, so Jackie quickly raised both hands. Okay, teacher, please don't start nagging me to death. Vic just smiled. All right, we will continue our lesson next time. All right, we're good here. Up you go. Victor pulled out a sealed box. Opening it, he removed a small inhaler and handed it to Jackie, who was just sliding off the chair. Use this now, then once every 6 hours, 3 times a day. When it's empty, come back. Jackie gave it a quick puff, then asked, so, what's this for? You want that Korenzikov implant, right? This'll help your body adjust in advance, cut down on rejection or side effects. Jackie grinned. You're the best, old Vic. Thanks. Victor noticed Jackie raising it to his mouth for a second puff and quickly stopped him. Follow the directions. Over or underusing it will do more harm than good. Now get out of here, you and your chum probably got business. I'll call when I track one down. Leo and Jackie bid him goodbye, climbing out of the basement clinic. A mother and daughter were on their way down, both bowing politely when they met at the stairs, probably Japanese. Leo and Jackie returned the gesture out of courtesy. As the two brushed past and descended into the gloom of the clinic, the little girl clung to her mother's leg, nervous about the unsettling ambience. Victor glanced up from the boxing match he'd just resumed watching. Another patient. He stood, approached, then recognized something familiar. You are. He squinted slightly. The woman gave a deep bow. Victor-san, it's been a while. He took off his glasses and wiped them carefully before putting them back on. Indeed, quite a while. His gaze shifted to the girl peering around her mother's hip. This must be your daughter. Yes. Ryoko, come say hello, the woman urged softly. Ryoko still looked scared, half hidden behind her mother. Victor turned on every overhead light, brightening the once dreary clinic. Then he half knelt before the child, fishing a lollipop from his pocket. The candy quickly captured her attention, though she remained wary. Only under her mother's encouraging gaze did she shyly step forward and accept it. Thank you, mister. Victor ruffled her hair, stood up, and turned to the woman. Miss Chihiro, I hear you're with the Tiger Claws these days. You haven't come just for a friendly catch-up, right? Doesn't the Tiger Claws have its own Ripperdoc? She shook her head. That's exactly why I'm here, Victor-san. I want you to remove the trackers they've implanted in us. 1 week later. Inside Victor's clinic again, the man himself shoved aside his monitor and stepped back. All done. How do you feel? V swung her legs off the operating table, blinking around the dim room in mild confusion. It took a moment for her to acclimate to her new enhancements. It feels incredible, Vic. She batted her eyes, marveling at how sharp her vision now seemed, like someone who'd worn the wrong prescription for ages, suddenly swapping to perfect lenses. Victor chuckled. Enjoy it. Chapter 66. V felt truly satisfied, and Victor, as her Ripperdoc, also felt a surge of pride. Of course you are, it's a Kiroshi I Type 3, top of the line, he explained with a smile. This latest Kiroshi system is designed for the most demanding user. It incorporates cutting-edge breakthroughs in neural connection technology, giving you unprecedented visual support. It's also got the strongest scanning algorithms on the market. In plain English, you'll see farther, sharper, and you get a 10-year warranty. A few days earlier, after Leo and Jackie left the clinic, V had returned later that same afternoon to talk with Victor about upgrading her optics, ideally to the latest model from Kiroshi. Old Vic had the connections to make it happen. After all, Kiroshi Optics was a company renowned for high-quality eyeball implants and scanners, leading the field in optical design and manufacturing. They'd love the entire world to buy their eye mods. So, after a routine eye exam, Victor had told V to rest for a few days, avoid taking merc jobs, computer use, or phone use if possible, and wait for an update from him. Then, this morning, V got the call. Victor had successfully obtained Kiroshi's best product currently on the market. So she grabbed Leo, who in turn called Lucy, and the three of them had come to Victor's clinic. How much do I owe you? V asked. I can wire it over right now. No need, Victor replied. Leo already paid for it. At that exact moment, Leo began making frantic eye gestures at Victor, hoping he'd realize his slip and change the subject. Victor cleared his throat awkwardly. Can I take that back? If not, maybe, V, you can just pretend you didn't hear anything. But V had definitely heard. She stared at Leo. How much? I'll pay you back. It's fine, Leo said simply. Biting her lip, V tried force transferring 100,000 eddies to Leo right then, but was immediately met with an auto-rejection notice. Her face froze, she hadn't realized he'd already blocked that approach. It's really all right, Leo told her. You're part of my team. This is what I should do. That doesn't mean. No buts. V bit her lip once more, gazing down. I'll repay you eventually. Sure. Thank you. No need. Watching this exchange from his stool, Victor couldn't help shaking his head. Kids these days. Then his gaze fell on the other young woman Leo had brought, Lucy. Your turn, miss. Ever since they arrived, Lucy had kept her distance, hugging her arms around her torso. Maybe it was the clinic's gloom that unsettled her, or just a natural distrust of letting someone operate on her body, but from the moment they walked in, she'd worn a subdued and distant expression. At Leo's gentle prodding, Lucy shifted uncomfortably. Her short, white hair swayed with the movement. She shook her head. I don't need it. I'm not planning on installing any new Chrome. Leo countered, then at least let old Vic do a checkup. Lucy ran a hand over the back of her head, her face clouded with a look of reluctant resignation. Sensing her unease, Victor spoke calmly. Kid, you know that implants are like potted plants on a balcony, they need proper care. You wouldn't want your gear to fail during a critical job, would you? Lucy bowed her head, silent for a few moments before giving a faint nod. All right. With a grim sort of resolve, like someone off to an execution, she walked to the operating chair and jacked her personal link into the device. Victor studied the scan data as it filled the screen, and soon his brow creased. Yuanfan, Xingyu Jishu, Military Tech Science. Girl, you're practically built of knockoffs. Alarmed, Leo rushed over to see the holographic display of Lucy's body. Nearly half of it was marked in red, indicating unlicensed, bootleg cyberware. What the hell? Lucy, you. She turned away, letting her hair hide her face, too ashamed to meet anyone's eyes. Lucy had grown up in an Arasaka facility. Beyond hacking skills, Arasaka hadn't taught her much about surviving in the outside world. She'd been just a teenager, no money whatsoever, when she fled. And it cost a lot to evade Arasaka's pursuit as she drifted across various countries. With no savings, she had little choice but to sell off her original Arasaka implants piece by piece. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have made it out at the start. Seeing Lucy withdrawn, Leo and Victor chose not to push further. The rest of the checkup proceeded in suffocating silence. The moment it was done, Lucy yanked out her cable, didn't say a word, and bolted out, head down, heading up the stairs. You're not gonna follow her? Victor asked, noticing that Leo stayed put, brow furrowed in deep thought. Vic, Leo said, if we wanted to replace all that knockoff junk with legitimate gear, even if not top of the line, maybe just a tier below, how much would that cost? Well. Victor rubbed his chin. If you're not insisting on absolute peak gear, then the money you fronted might do it. But it's not just about eddies. A lot of these implants can't be sourced through normal channels. Not even you. Victor gave a crooked smile. I'm just a ripperdoc, not some omnipotent fixer. I can try to secure a small chunk, but for the rest, you'll have to hire someone well-connected. He paused, then added, a top-tier fixer, in fact. Leo sighed. All right, then. He decided he'd reach out to Regina, Wakako, and Padre, the three top fixers he knew in Watson, Westbrook, and Haywood, respectively. If anyone had the best chance at hooking him up with high-grade stock, it would be them. Right then, footsteps clattered down the stairs. The three left in the clinic glanced over, half hoping to see Lucy returning, but instead in stepped a group of biker jacket punks, all dressed in an aggressively flashy style. These newcomers spread out as soon as they entered, forming a line that blocked the exit. They brandished katanas or spiked baseball bats, their biker jackets emblazoned with 4 Japanese characters, unrivaled under heaven. Only one gang in Night City had this kind of aesthetic. The Tiger Claws. The leader, sporting a sideswept fringe and a striking blue Hanya mask, stepped forward and swept his gaze around, sizing up Leo, V, and Victor. His thickly accented voice asked, which of you is the ripperdoc here? That'd be me, Victor answered, giving them a calm once-over. Why come all the way out to Watson? Doesn't the Tiger Claws have their own ripperdocs? One of the gang members behind the masked man barked, less backtalk. When we ask, you answer, got it. The masked leader raised a hand to silence his subordinate. Then he turned his eerie mask back toward Victor. A few days ago, a woman came here with a little girl. She asked you to remove something. Am I right? Chapter 67. Victor folded his arms across his chest. Yeah, that did happen. Why? The woman was part of the Tiger Claws, but now she's run off, get it? Nope. Victor stared at them coolly, showing zero deference to the gang's numbers. She was a client, and I'm a ripperdoc. If a customer needs something, I'm not gonna turn them away. Baka. She's a Tiger Claws woman, the masked man roared. That outburst seemed to be a cue. Behind him, his underlings started advancing, as if ready to teach Victor a lesson. But Victor wasn't remotely intimidated. In his younger days, he'd nearly earned legend status. There was no way a few Tiger Claws punks would scare him off. The Tiger Claws hadn't even reached Victor when another figure stepped in, blocking their way. "Move it. This isn't your..." One of the gang members' words died on his lips as a flash of cold steel glinted. He reflexively dropped back, landing hard on his backside. Glancing down, he saw that his biker jacket now sported a slit across the chest, along with a thin red line on his skin, just starting to bleed. "Move one step closer," Leo warned, "and next time I'll aim for your necks." He flicked the blood from Murasame's blade, then sheathed it. V stepped forward to stand alongside him. The masked man caught sight of the weapon in V's hands, line incense, a tech submachine gun. Unlike a Kenshin, that SMG could charge up and unleash a burst volley. Combined with that near-invisible slash Leo had just pulled off, it was obvious if real fighting broke out, the Tiger Claws might lose most of their men in seconds. Sweat broke out on the masked man's forehead and trickled down his neck. He hastily signaled his goons to stand down. Victor, meanwhile, refused to leave it to the younger folks to handle. He calmly slipped off the exoskeleton covering his right arm, a specialized contraption meant for surgeries, not combat, and set it on the table. Then he pulled a pair of knuckle-like gloves from a drawer and slid them on. These weren't smooth boxing gloves, the surface bristled with rows of tiny, serrated chain links. Once activated, those links spun at high speed, producing a sharp, grating whir. The masked man and his lackeys blanched at the mental image of what those chain-knuckle gloves might do to their flesh if things turned violent. Victor merely gave a genial smile, looking almost grandfatherly. How would I have known she was a Tiger Claws woman? She came dressed like any other citizen, didn't swagger around in your gaudy gear like you lot. Facing 3 opponents all geared for battle was far beyond the gang's usual experience. Usually, their mere presence sent civilians scurrying in terror. Not these 3 troublemakers. The Tiger Claws found themselves at a loss, unsure how to handle this. All eyes turned to the masked men, who hesitated, torn between backing down and saving their reputation. The air crackled with tension, ready to spark into chaos at the slightest provocation. Right then, something new happened. Lucy barreled back down the stairs from outside, caught sight of the Tiger Claws, and raised a hand with an icy glare. A golden monowire flashed out. With a single snap of her wrist, she sliced the metal bars at the clinic's entrance clean in half, leaving a neat, sheer cut. Victor twitched inwardly, fixing those bars was going to cost money. The masked man grimaced at the sight of monowire, well aware that using such a weapon required skill. Controlling a flexible blade was notoriously difficult. Most fighters stuck to more straightforward tools, like tactical knives, katanas, mantis blades, baseball bats, or hammers. If someone mastered monowire, though, they were extremely deadly. Now the Tiger Claws were surrounded on both ends, and all 4 of these defenders looked formidable. The masked man realized things might turn grim if a real fight broke out. Although Tiger Claws had a fearsome reputation, he wasn't stupid. You had to be alive to keep your rep, no point dying in a basement. He'd regroup, bring more muscle, and come back later. For now, time to retreat. He forced a sneer, voice hollow with bravado. Lucky break for you. Next time you see us Tiger Claws on the street, better watch yourselves. It was clearly a parting shot meant to save face. Leo, however, refused to give them even that. Which means, right now, you're scared and running with your tails between your legs, and that little threat is just to save face. The masked man's expression twitched, and he glared at Leo. I'll be watching you, punk. Better not wander off alone. So in other words, the Tiger Claws are all cowards who only fight when they have the numbers. Leo's taunting reply nearly made the guy cough up blood. For a moment, rage contorted his face. But he managed to swallow it. Let's go. One underling, clueless about the situation, angrily shouted, "We're leaving." That guy insulted the Tiger Claws. Aren't we gonna teach him a lesson first? Where's our pride? But before Leo could teach him a lesson, the masked man slapped him hard across the face. Who's in charge here, huh? You or me? Under his murderous stare, the underling fell silent, trembling. The rest of the group said nothing and followed him out, tail between their legs. Lucy, at Leo's nod, stepped aside so they could file out without further trouble. Once they were gone, Leo turned to Victor. Doc, who the hell were they after? Victor hesitated, then sighed, deciding to explain. I figured something like this might happen eventually, from the moment I helped them out. What happened exactly? A few days ago, a client came to me with her daughter. She wanted me to remove trackers from their bodies. A few days ago. Leo frowned, remembering. Wait. That must have been the mother and daughter we passed on our way out last week, the day Jackie first brought me here. Victor nodded. Correct. You're asking if I knew they were tiger claws? I did. Or at least, I knew the mother. She's an old friend, someone I met a long time ago. Name's Chihiro. She and her husband both served in the new United States Army, in the Japanese Descent Mobile Infantry Division. After they left service, her husband came down with severe PTSD. You know how veterans are treated. Once the Corps or government doesn't need you, they throw you away. Raise a fuss, and they'll crush you like MacArthur did the World War I vets. Chihiro burned through all their savings and went deep into debt trying to get him treatment, but his condition only improved temporarily, never fully cured. Eventually, not wanting to be any more of a burden on his wife and daughter, he swallowed a bullet. But that left Chihiro with all that massive debt. Plus, she had a child to raise. Chapter 68. There was no other way, Victor continued. In the end, Chihiro, who was once a soldier, had no choice but to do dirty work for the tiger claws to pay off her debts. She spent years doing it, finally managed to clear what she owed, but because she turned out to be such a useful tool, they wouldn't let her leave. When threats and bribes failed, they tried using her daughter, Ryoko, as leverage. That was the last straw. Chihiro decided she'd had enough and came to me so I could remove the trackers the gang implanted in them. After listening to all this, Leo couldn't help massaging his temples with a sigh. So that's why the tiger claws showed up here. Honestly, old Vic, what am I supposed to say to you? In Night City, there was an unwritten rule: everyone minded their own business and didn't poke their nose into others' troubles. Yet Victor seemed to be an exception. Then again, so was Leo himself, so he decided he had no right to judge. Victor simply chuckled and leisurely removed the serrated gloves he'd slipped on, placing them back where they belonged. He reattached the specialized exoskeleton arm he used for surgery. From his calm, unhurried demeanor, no one would guess he'd just riled up the tiger claws. Watson isn't Westbrook, Victor remarked. They won't go too far here. Still, I'm more worried about Chihiro and Ryoko's safety than my own. I've got no clue where they are now. It's been a few days since I helped them, and only now the gang comes calling. Maybe they've already left Night City. Leo nodded. Let's hope so. The Tiger Claws were a Yakuza syndicate from Japan and among the largest criminal organizations in Night City. Most of its members were of Asian descent. They aimed to maintain control of their territory, and occasionally swallowed other gangs or took over their businesses. Their trademarks included glow-in-the-dark tattoos, roaring motorcycles, blades like katanas or wakizashi, and flashy jackets. The Night City branch was only one division, their headquarters was in Tokyo. Even so, here in NC they dominated some of the city's biggest nightlife areas: bars, restaurants, brain dance clubs, sex establishments, and casinos. They had more dens than any other gang and maintained ties to various corporate bigshots, who liked to frequent their establishments for fun or to blow off steam. Their connection to Arasaka ran especially deep. Everyone knew Arasaka preferred to outsource its dirty work to street gangs, paying them in cutting-edge gear and military weapons. What outsiders didn't realize was that the Tiger Claws weren't a monolith. Like a parent company with many subsidiaries, the gang was subdivided into numerous groups under the Tiger Claws umbrella. The ones who had just gone to Victor's clinic belonged to the Masafusa Gumi as in group, led by Masafusa Jotaro. Walking down the street outside, pedestrians spotted the Tiger Claws and instinctively avoided eye contact, hurrying away. Normally, such fear would gratify them. But now, after slinking away from Victor's clinic like whipped dogs, the Masafusa Gumi members were inwardly seething. One of the underlings couldn't restrain himself. Why didn't we just fight? If word spreads that we chickened out against a single Ripperdoc, how are we supposed to keep face in the gang? Hearing his minion's accusation, the masked leader snapped, "You blind or what? That Doc's Northwest ordinary street sawbones. Didn't you see the trophies for boxing matches on his tables and walls? And those punks with him? All looked vicious as hell." He recalled the scene at the clinic. Normally, civilians trembled the moment Tiger Claws showed up, but Leo's group had stayed calm, like they couldn't care less. "We'll go report to Jotaro-sama first," the masked man said. "See what he wants to do after that." "Wait, I'm getting a call." He frowned. The incoming number was unknown. The masked man hesitated, then took the call. "Who the hell is this? Spit it out if you've got something to say." Whoever was on the other end didn't waste time. "I have the woman and child you Tiger Claws are looking for." He stiffened and lowered his voice menacingly. "Who are you?" "That doesn't matter. I'm just a nobody who doesn't want trouble with the Tiger Claws or Masafusa Jotaro-sama." The masked man immediately heard the toadying tone. His hostility eased somewhat. "So what do you want?" "The gang's gratitude." A personal friendship with Jotaro-sama. Making friends with the Tiger Claws would be wonderful. But if I could get something more tangible, Eurodollars, for instance, that'd be even better. No problem, I'll speak for Jotaro-sama. 1,000 eddies. 1,000. Not enough. This intel's worth at least 10,000. 10,000. You've got a death wish. The masked man's voice bristled. Yet the informant just snorted, clearly sure the Tiger Claws would fold. TCH. Fine, I can only promise 3,000 on my own. And if Jotaro-sama hears about it, he's definitely not paying more than that for a lead. Unexpectedly, the stranger agreed right away. All right. 3,000 is fine. Wire the money to this account. A text popped up on the masked man's display, containing bank details. I'm just supposed to pay up when you say so. What if you run off after I transfer the money? I'd never dare cross the Tiger Claws, everybody knows your reputation. Once the money arrives, I'll hand over everything I know. You have my word. Gritting his teeth, the masked man finally transferred 1,000 Eurodollars. We agreed on 3,000, not 1. When I have the info, I'll pay the rest. We're Japan's premier Yakuza, expanding to Night City, you can trust the Tiger Claw's honor. Now the ball was in the informant's court, the masked man felt a flicker of apprehension. If the caller hung up here, that 1,000 eddies was lost. It was a gamble. Luckily, the masked man gambled right. That woman's full name is Chihiro Kakioin, a former soldier in the new United States Army. That checks out with what you know, yeah. She and I go way back. A few days ago, she came to me with her daughter, asked for 2 tickets to Europe, plus the paperwork so they wouldn't get deported as illegals once they arrived. Ever since Chihiro deserted the Tiger Claws, the gang's higher-ups had worried she'd flee Night City. Now this call confirmed their fear. And then, the masked man pressed. I stalled them under the excuse that it'd take time to get everything ready. Right now, they're holed up in an old apartment building in Watson's Kabuki area. I'll send you the address. Beep, beep, another text arrived, showing a map and a photo of a rundown apartment. Got it. I'll send the remaining 2,000 soon. The Tiger Claws always repay their debts. For now, keep your head down, don't you dare go near that woman. Understood. No need to tell me twice. After hanging up, the masked man transferred the remaining 2,000 eddies, then immediately called Jotaro. Jotaro-sama, we found them. They're holed up in an old apartment in Kabuki. That Ripper Doc's doing. No, a smuggler reached out to us. Looks like she's planning to run off to Europe. Europe, is it? Well, if she wants to go that far, we should give her a fitting send-off. I'll have Nanto Masayuki lead a crew over. We'll make sure neither Chihiro nor her kid gets away. Hearing that, the masked man brightened up. Nanto-san's joining us. Nanto Masayuki was the top enforcer in Masafusagumi, known as the Dragon of Masafusa. Word had it even the gang's Japanese HQ had heard of him. Rumor said the Tiger Claw's main boss had once tried luring Nanto with promises of power and wealth, but Nanto refused. The boss supposedly praised him, Nanto-kun is truly this era's Katakura Kagetsuna. One more thing, Jotaro-sama, the masked man ventured carefully. That Ripper Doc not only removed the trackers from Chihiro and Ryoko but showed open defiance when we visited him. Should we punish him? Teach him a lesson. As Yakuza traditionalists, the Tiger Claws believed any slight toward even their lowest members demanded swift vengeance. The gang's leadership knew that in the long run, profitable business was better than all-out war, and sly intimidation masked as principles worked better than raw violence. But many middle and lower-ranked members were hardened criminals who revered brutality above all else. They wouldn't lightly overlook such insults. Chapter 69. Kidnapping, torture, and murder were nothing more than small pleasures in their depraved lives. There were always some young, hot-headed, and reckless Tiger Claws, especially those who got drunk, who liked to bully others on the streets. They never cared about any so-called gang principles. Although most of the Tiger Claws higher-ups despised such behavior, they would still protect their own whenever someone fought back. Take Lizzie's Bar as a living example. Back when Lizzie's Bar wasn't yet under the mocks, its owner, Lizzie, took great care of her employees. But one day, a certain Tiger Claws member beat one of her girls half to death. In retaliation, Lizzie castrated him. Even though this incident started with the Tiger Claws, and the blame lay entirely on them, any other gang in Night City would have settled for demanding Lizzie pay more eddies and then let the matter drop. Instead, the Tiger Claws stormed in the next day, destroyed Lizzie's bar, and brutally killed Lizzie. Because the Tiger Claws were so brash and protective of their own, and served as Arasakas. Black-gloved enforcers, most people who faced their provocation knew better than to fight back. Yet when the masked man and his companions went to visit Victor's clinic, they were coldly turned away. So the masked man asked Masafusa Jotaro, the leader of the Masafusagumi, how to handle the situation. To the masked man's surprise, Masafusa Jotaro seemed unusually calm. Watson isn't entirely under our control, he said. Don't go overboard. As for that Ripper Doc, once things settle, give him some money. If any Tiger Claws women try to run to him again, have him let us know first. In a small, unremarkable apartment building in Kabuki, Watson, a little girl named Ryoko was sitting obediently on a chair. Her short legs dangled, unable to touch the floor. After a while, Ryoko hopped down, held up her workbook, and proudly waved it in front of her mother. Mom, look. I finished this entire page. Chihiro took the notebook and looked through it carefully, then nodded. Great job, Ryoko. Take a little break, and then you can keep going. Yay. Ryoko cheered, her face full of excitement. Can I watch cartoons? You can, but don't turn up the volume. Ryoko switched on the TV in the room. A short while later, she suddenly said, Mom. Yes. Why do you want me to study? Keiko said her mom never makes her do any of this. She said as long as we grow up, we just need to find a man and get married. Chihiro sat down beside Ryoko and gently patted her little head. Ryoko closed her eyes, enjoying the gentle touch. Because studying hard is the only way you can get into college. That's how you can change your fate. My fate. Ryoko blinked in confusion, her big eyes filled with questions. If you don't study, you'll always be stuck doing the hardest, most exhausting jobs for the least pay, Chihiro explained. She picked Ryoko up and carried her over to the window. Pointing at the looming corporate towers in the distance, she said, you can only work in those buildings if you have the right education. Ryoko tilted her head slightly in her mother's arms. But, Mom, I've heard people say that working for a corp is like selling your soul. It's not really any better than being out on the streets. Chihiro wasn't angered by her daughter's objection. She gently stroked Ryoko's hair and placed a loving kiss on her forehead. People who say that usually can't get into any corporation and have to scrap by on the street. If a corp offered them a chance, they'd push anyone aside to get in. They'd leap at the opportunity like moths to a flame. Ryoko responded with a vague, oh, still not entirely convinced. Chihiro put her down. All right, back to your homework. Ryoko puffed out her cheeks like a hamster with its mouth full. But, Mom, I just turned on the TV. I haven't even watched anything yet. I know, sweetie. But when you're older, you can watch as much TV as you want. Right now, you need to study. If you miss this opportunity, you'll regret it later. Ryoko didn't fully understand why she would regret it, but she still nodded sensibly. Okay. She returned to her desk, and seeing her daughter so well behaved warmed Chihiro's heart. At least her efforts weren't going to waste. All she needed now was to get to Europe. Then, using her skill set, she could find a suitable job and support her daughter through college. Chihiro knew corporations were far from paradise, but it was still better than doing dirty work for a gang. She had spent years risking her life for the Tiger Claws and wanted to ensure her daughter wouldn't fall into the same pit. Besides, compared to Night City, the European corporations were a bit more restrained. In this rotten world, expecting true goodness was a pipe dream, but at least a corporate job offered a higher baseline than running the streets. If Ryoko could finish her studies and join one of the big corporations, then find a dependable boyfriend and split the mortgage and car payments, Chihiro could die happy. Just then, a sudden knock on the door echoed through the small apartment. Ryoko startled like a frightened animal. Chihiro motioned for her to keep quiet, and Ryoko nodded quickly, pressing her tiny hands over her mouth. Chihiro stepped lightly, making no sound as she approached the door and flattened herself against the wall. The person outside knocked for a while longer before their footsteps retreated down the hallway, as though giving up. Chihiro exhaled in relief, but a chill of foreboding ran through her. She was an ex-military soldier and had worked as an assassin for the Tiger Claws, performing countless dirty jobs. Her body was covered in scars, which was why she always wore a trench coat, to hide them. She quickly signaled Ryoko to grab their emergency bag. Once her daughter had it, Chihiro slammed her elbow into the door with all her might. The flimsy wooden door burst into shards, pelting the three Masafusagumi members standing outside with splintered debris. Shocked, they could only watch as steel glinted in the air. Chihiro pulled a tactical knife from a sheath strapped to her thigh. The blade flashed like a butterfly in flight, swift, beautiful, and deadly. When that deadly dance ended, the three members of the Masafusagumi collapsed. Each had wounds at the throat or heart, slit or stabbed, with no hope of survival. Out in the stairwell, more Masafuzugumi members saw her and opened fire. Bullets riddled the doorway as Chihiro ducked back inside. With the door destroyed, she yanked a storage cabinet onto its side and pushed it against the entrance for cover. Then she scooped Ryoko into her arms. "Ryoko, hold on tight," she whispered. "Okay," Ryoko replied, burying her face in her mother's chest, clutching her clothes with trembling fingers. Chihiro raced across the room and crashed right through the window. She used the outdoor AC units of the apartments below to slow their fall before landing on the ground. Pedestrians on the street panicked, screaming and fleeing in every direction. What the? A small group of Masafuzugumi members was already waiting outside the apartment. They startled for a moment, but quickly recovered when they saw who it was, and the frightened little girl in her arms. "That's the one. Move in." Masafusa Jotaro said there's a big bounty on her, dead or alive. They closed in from all sides, leaving Chihiro seemingly with no options. At that moment, the back of her trench coat suddenly tore open. Several metallic arms, glinting under the sunlight, extended outward. At the tip of each arm gleamed a razor-sharp blade. Chapter 70. She had installed not just one pair of mantis blades, but more than two. Chihiro held her daughter in one arm and used her other hand to shield her daughter's eyes. Squish. 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 Bursts of blood sprayed through the crowd, every drop belonged to the tiger claws. Screams rang out non-stop. When it came to reach, her modified mantis blades were longer than any bat or katana wielded by the Masafuzugumi. Her speed was equally astonishing. In just a few short moments, she slaughtered nearly all of the 10-odd Masafuzugumi members gathered there. Only 3 remained, and those 3 had initially been standing on the perimeter. By the time they realized what was happening and rushed in, they lagged behind the others, ironically sparing their lives. Assassins preferred to stay hidden, never showing their faces. Though Chihiro had worked for the Tiger Claws for a few years, only the top brass had witnessed her skills in person. Most ordinary Tiger Claws had never even heard of her. This time, when the Masafuzugumi was sent to eliminate her, the typical foot soldiers were merely told their target had once worked as a killer for the Tiger Claws. Most didn't think much of it. A lone assassin, and a woman at that, how formidable could she be? Now they knew exactly how formidable. The 3 surviving members exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes the terrified quiver of a cornered animal. Is she some kind of monster? Where's our backup? Is it here yet? Damn it. One of them drew his handgun. Before he could take aim, a mantis blade impaled his arm, the blade skewering both flesh and weapon. Another mantis blade immediately pierced his chest, lifting him clean off the ground. Ah. Ah. The final 2 lost all will to fight. They couldn't even muster the courage to run, they collapsed to the ground, scrambling to crawl away from Chihiro as fast as possible. Seeing that the last 2 had completely given up, Chihiro ended them with quick, merciless strikes. Just then, several vehicles screeched onto the scene, each sporting a Tiger Claws emblem. Bang. 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 More Masafuzugumi members opened fire. At that moment, there were only Masafuzugumi operatives in the area. Bystanders had already fled or hidden themselves, so they shot without hesitation, not that they would have cared if there were still civilians present. The mantis blades mounted on Chihiro's back moved with lightning speed, skewering several corpses on the ground and using them as cover. The volley of bullets pounded into the bodies, turning them into shredded remains. Suddenly, a searing pain flared in Chihiro's right arm. A stray round had grazed her, and blood spurted out in a crimson spray. Mom. Ryoko stifled her scream, burying her head against Chihiro's chest. She tried desperately not to cry aloud, afraid it would distract her mother. Clutching Ryoko tightly with one arm, Chihiro reached down with her other hand and drew a Saratoga SMG from her thigh holster. She broke into a sprint toward a nearby alley, firing a full magazine at the Masafuzugumi vehicles as she ran. By the time she emptied the clip, she had reached the alley entrance. Then she flicked the bullet-riddled corpses off her mantis blades, letting them drop to the ground. The alley was narrow enough that cars couldn't follow, but 2 of the attackers revved their bikes and zoomed in. Moments later, an explosive blast roared to life, fire and debris surging upward. They had ridden straight into a laser trip mine Chihiro had planted. With Ryoko pressed close in one arm, Chihiro cradled her daughter's head in the other, racing through the grimy backstreets lit by flickering neon. The alleyway was lined with street vendors, drunks leaning against walls to vomit, and chain-smoking burnouts griping about this trash heap of a city. Seeing Chihiro rush in like a crazed beast, most people scrambled aside in fear, clearing her path. She had no idea how many alleys she barreled through. Each was cramped and winding, as though she and her daughter were trudging through the belly of some massive beast. Finally, they burst from an alley into a small market where a cluster of stalls had been set up. Chihiro's momentum carried her straight into a clothing rack, toppling it and the dozen or so garments hanging from it. Hearing the commotion, the stall owner stormed over in anger. Yet the moment she saw the flash of multiple mantis blades protruding from Chihiro's back, all curses died in her throat, replaced by a shrill scream. Cyberpsycho. The entire market descended into chaos with that remark. Terrified vendors and shoppers stampeded away, with nobody daring to verify the accusation. Anyone who glimpsed those glinting mantis blades did the same thing, run as fast as they could. Within seconds, this small, bustling bazaar lay empty. Chihiro's expression only grew more grim. She had noticed a man seated calmly at a makeshift table. Unlike everyone else, he hadn't fled. Instead, he remained in his chair as though nothing in the world troubled him. He looked like a preacher, dressed in a black cassock with a cross around his neck. Chihiro's face fell. Holding Ryoko close, she dove behind a dining table and kicked it upright. Almost instantly, a dagger-like projectile streaked through the air, embedding itself right where she had been standing. Chihiro Kakyoin, the man intoned. A former soldier of the new United States Army who defected to the Tiger Claws as an assassin. He rose from his chair and turned to face her, holding 3 more gleaming throwing blades, black keys, between the fingers of each hand. Chihiro narrowed her eyes. The Dragon of Masafusa, Nanto Masayuki. So they sent you too. The Tiger Claws must really think highly of me. Masayuki's expression was cold. The Tiger Claws do not tolerate betrayal. Once you join, you owe them your lifelong loyalty. Anyone who quits is marked a traitor, and traitors are shown no mercy. He glanced at Ryoko. Still, since you have your daughter with you, I'll be kind and grant you both a painless death. You can keep each other company on the other side. Chihiro suddenly raised the Saratoga in her hand. The one who's going to the other side is you. She opened fire, bullets raining down on Masayuki like a sudden storm. He stamped his left foot on the pavement, and blue flames erupted under him. In the next instant, his body launched into the air like a bird taking flight. Chapter 71. Chihiro tracked Nanto Masayuki with the muzzle of her kinetic SMG, but he disappeared behind the rooftop, slipping out of sight. Mum. Ryoko, go hide over there. Chihiro set Ryoko down and pointed to a small booth nearby, which looked like an old-fashioned phone box from the previous century, except it had no phone inside. Ryoko didn't cry or scream. Though tears were already streaming down her face, she quietly ran to the booth and crouched inside, freeing her hands from Chihiro's grasp. Meanwhile, Chihiro ejected the spent magazine from her SMG and loaded a new one. Several of the mantis blades on her back fanned out in different directions, ready to meet any incoming attack. Suddenly, she sensed danger and looked up, just in time to see Nanto Masayuki dropping from above. Chihiro instantly swung the SMG around and fired a burst. Nanto Masayuki, anticipating the attack, raised both arms to shield his head. The bullets struck him with flashes of sparks but failed to injure him at all, bouncing harmlessly off his bulletproof vestments. As Nanto plummeted closer, Chihiro tried to dive out of the way. A heartbeat later, he crashed into the ground with enough force to trigger an explosion-like impact. The pavement caved in, and from the center of that crater, spiderweb cracks spread in every direction. An invisible shockwave, swirling with fragments of concrete, swept outward like a raging storm. Caught off guard, Chihiro crossed her arms and raised her mantis blades to shield herself, but shards of concrete still tore into her. The blast flung her backward, slamming her into a wall before she bounced to the ground. She struggled upright, tasting blood at the back of her throat. A split second later, she coughed up a mouthful of it. Glaring warily at Nanto, who stood in the center of the crater, she said, "You even got yourself a berserk implant. Which corp did you get it from, More Tech, Biodyne, Zeta Tech, or Melee Tech? Only a berserk implant could unleash that kind of shockwave when dropping from such a height." Chihiro had heard of the Dragon of Masafusa, but assumed he would rely on a Sandevistan, not a berserk. "It's a Biodyne Berserk 3, one of their most highly rated lines," Nanto replied in a matter-of-fact tone. He wasn't finished explaining when Chihiro, still on all fours, suddenly lunged at him like a sprinting cheetah. Clang! Mantis blades crashed against his black key-throwing blades, sparks raining down like steady droplets of fire. Several more mantis blades at Chihiro's back tore through the air, jabbing at Nanto from multiple angles. Realizing her advantage in close combat, Nanto fell back into a defensive stance. Chihiro had taken internal injuries from his shockwave, so his plan was to wait her out. Sooner or later, she would falter. She had more reason to rush, not him. They clashed repeatedly, neither gaining the upper hand. Still, it was clear Chihiro's skill edged out Nanto Masayuki's. Seizing a window, she flipped her tactical knife from a standard grip to a reverse grip and slashed upward. Nantoy's black keys were still blocking a set of mantis blades and couldn't defend in time. But he reacted quickly, arching his upper body back. Her knife grazed his chin so close that if he'd hesitated for an instant more, he'd be visiting a ripperdoc for a metal jaw. Unfazed by her mist-killing blow, Chihiro followed with a kick to Nanto's midsection, knocking him flat. She then dropped her tactical knife and drew 2 Saratoga SMGs, one in each hand. Twin streams of metal rained on him where he lay, pummeling his bulletproof attire so hard that even if the rounds couldn't penetrate, the kinetic impact still rattled him. When the magazines ran dry, Chihiro rushed forward, intending to finish him off. The Masafusagumi enforcer was on his knees, wheezing in pain. Suddenly, an agonizing jolt tore through her leg. At some point, one of his black keys had skewered her thigh. Without even blinking, Chihiro ignored the blade sticking out of her leg and slapped a fresh magazine into one of her SMGs. She lifted it to aim at Nanto Masayuki's head. And at that exact moment, bright sparks exploded from the neural port at the back of her neck. It was as though an invisible sledgehammer slammed into her mind. Chihiro went flying backward, hitting the ground hard. Her vision flickered like an old TV set, static popping across her augmented eyes, while countless fragments of junk data flooded her brain. The overwhelming surge battered her neural network. Nanto, clutching his stomach, got to his feet and calmly approached. He kicked aside the discarded Saratoga before pulling out a pneumatic injector and pressing it to his own neck, healing some of his injuries. Had Chihiro looked more closely, she would have noticed crimson lines of code glowing across the blade embedded in her thigh. The black keys Nanto Masayuki used weren't merely bladed weapons, they also infected an opponent's cyberware with junk data, causing short circuits through the nervous system. "Stop resisting, Chihiro," he said softly. "This will all be over soon. Considering the service you once gave the Tiger Claws, I'll make your death painless, and you can meet your daughter on the other side." He lifted his right foot slowly. Just as he was about to stomp down, Chihiro's right hand opened, revealing a flash grenade she had been clutching since the moment she fell. A burst of blinding light and a deafening shockwave ripped through the air. Instinctively, Nanto squeezed his eyes shut, but he still stomped his foot where he remembered Chihiro lying. He felt nothing but concrete under his boot, no sign of a body. When the grenade's effects subsided and his vision returned, Nanto saw only an empty patch of ground. The mother and child were nowhere to be found. "Mom. Mom." Ryoko's voice seemed to come from a great distance. Chihiro felt a crushing wave of fatigue. She tried to open her eyes, but her lids felt like they weighed a ton. A deep, overpowering drowsiness engulfed her, pulling her under like a rip current. All she wanted in that moment was to sleep, truly sleep, and leave everything behind. Perhaps never wake up again. "Mom." Ryoko called out again, more urgently, tears coloring her voice. This time, Chihiro heard it more clearly. With a desperate shake of her head, she snapped back to herself and forced her eyes open. She found her daughter clinging to her, sobbing as though letting go would mean losing her mother forever. Chihiro gently stroked Ryoko's head, then looked around. Memories of what had happened before she passed out began to resurface. She had used the flash grenade to blind Nanto Masayuki just long enough to escape. She and Ryoko fled the small market and took refuge in a rundown apartment building nearby. Chapter 72. Because of the cyber black key Nanto Masayuki had struck her with earlier, the virus it carried was still battling the self-ICE installed in Chihiro's body. On top of that, her severe blood loss had caused her to briefly lose consciousness. "I'm fine. Don't cry, Ryoko. You have to be strong." Chihiro wiped the tears from her daughter's face, but her hands were covered in blood and grime, smearing it across Ryoko's cheeks. "Can you stand?" Ryoko nodded. She released her hold on her mother, and when she saw Chihiro sway unsteadily, she hurried to prop her up. Chihiro patted Ryoko's head affectionately. "Ryoko, remember what I'm about to tell you. Right now, I need you to climb down the fire escape outside the balcony. There's an alley at the bottom, run through it and go to Uncle Victor's. You remember where that is, right? I took you there once before." Ryoko bit her lip, tears flooding her eyes again. "Mom, no. I don't want to leave you. Listen to me," Chihiro said gently. "I'll be right behind you." But no matter what, Ryoko refused to leave. Chihiro's face hardened, and she barked, "Go." Ryoko jumped at her sudden harshness. Seeing her normally gentle mother so angry for the first time, she trembled and climbed down the fire escape as instructed, planning to find Uncle Victor for help. Chihiro watched Ryoko disappear into the alley before finally letting out a long breath. Her daughter was her weakness, and as long as Ryoko was safe, nothing else mattered. She couldn't take Ryoko herself because the tiger claws would follow the trail of her blood. She couldn't risk leading them straight to Victor. Chihiro pulled out her last pneumatic injector, bit off the cap, and jammed the needle into her arm. A wave of coolness rushed through her body, dulling the searing pain of her wounds. Unsteady on her feet, she staggered into one of the apartment's rooms. She shut the door and placed a laser trip mine behind it, ready to explode if anyone from the Masafuzagumi forced their way in. She then dragged a wardrobe in front of her as cover and took out the rest of her weapons and magazines, preparing for a fight. Footsteps echoed from below, drawing closer by the second until they stopped outside the door. They searched for a moment, spotted the blood trail, and followed it right to the room where Chihiro waited. One Masafuzagumi member lost his patience and kicked the door hard. Boom. The explosion was so loud that people on the street outside the apartment heard it clearly. Some of the braver onlookers gathered at the alley entrance and saw the apartment's windows shatter. Brief flashes of light lit the interior, followed by bursts of gunfire. Ryoko tore through the alley and dashed onto the main street, sprinting toward Victor's clinic. She crashed into pedestrians, drawing curses in her wake. After a while, she ground to a halt, looking around in confusion. She realized she couldn't remember exactly where the clinic was. Her mother had indeed taken her there once, but fear and panic had chased away all clarity. It was like those students who scored well in practice but performed poorly on the final exam. Her mind went completely blank. She tried to recall the location of Victor's clinic, but all she could see in her mind was her mother lying in a pool of blood, dying alone. Tears filled her eyes, blurring her vision. She staggered up to passing strangers, reaching out a trembling hand. "Please, help me," she begged. "My mom, please save her. She's going to die." But the pedestrians either looked annoyed or afraid of the trouble, stepping around her without so much as a second glance. No one stopped to listen, no one reached out for her hand. Feeling as though the entire city had abandoned her, Ryoko couldn't hold back her sobs any longer. "Mom. Mom." She wailed hopelessly. As if by some twisted stroke of fate, a raspy voice sounded close by. "Hey there, kid. What are you doing alone out here? Where's your family?" Ryoko wiped away her tears and looked up to see a group of men and women dressed in a way that immediately set her on edge. One of them gave her a smile that felt wrong, full of hidden malice. The others made no effort to mask their hunger, their eyes glinted like starving wolves. Across the street, a couple noticed the scene. The men spat on the ground and growled, "These scabs deserve to be strung up. Can't they see that kid's already terrified?" His girlfriend tugged on his arm. "Shoo. Keep it down. If they notice you, we're in trouble." The scavengers ignored the couple, too focused on the better prize in front of them. The man who had spoken first tried his best to sound kind. "Don't be scared, kid. We're not bad people, we're here to help. Now, tell me, where's your family? Your mom or dad? Any siblings, maybe an uncle or aunt?" Ryoko had a strong feeling these people weren't trustworthy, but she was too young and desperate to fully understand the danger. Her mother's life hung in the balance, so even though alarm bells rang in her head, a spark of hope made her stay. "Please help my mom," she pleaded. "Some bad people are trying to kill us. She stayed behind to keep me safe." "I see." The scavengers exchanged significant glances. They didn't know the exact story, but it looked like the girl was all alone, with no family coming for her anytime soon. "Then come with us. We'll help save your mom." Greedy light shone in their eyes, their faces were masks of rapacious intent. They'd noticed Ryoko was fitted with third-generation, epic-grade, implants. Though not quite as rare as fourth-generation, legendary, models, a third-gen upgrade still surpassed what most Night City residents possessed. To them, Ryoko looked like a child from a corporate middle-class family in Charter Hill, whose parents had gone into debt to ensure she had the best implants. Scavengers normally dealt in first- or second-generation implants. Third-gen finds were rare and brought in a fortune. So, with coaxing and promises, they tricked Ryoko into climbing into the back of a van. Once the doors slammed shut, they dropped all pretense. They tied her down to a stretcher, ignoring her terrified struggles. "Let me go. Let me go. Mom. Mom, help me." One of the scabs, annoyed by the noise, raised a hand to slap her. Another caught his arm and reached for a roll of tape. He tore off a strip and pressed it over Ryoko's mouth, stifling her shrieks. Then, tapping the cold scissors against her tear-streaked cheeks, he said, "Don't be scared. You're just a kid, so we'll give you plenty of anesthetic. I promise you won't feel a thing when you die." Another scav looked confused. "Hey, boss, since when do we give anesthetic? That just increases our costs." Don't you get it? The boss retorted. Don't you have any sympathy? She's only a kid. What, you want to watch her die in agony? Where's your sense of decency? Chapter 73. The scavenger who spoke stroked Ryoko's face in a gentle tone. It won't hurt, sweetie. Don't cry now. Realizing she had truly fallen into the abyss, Ryoko's eyes showed nothing but despair. Tears traced silently down her cheeks, overwhelmed by fear, panic, regret, and helplessness. It felt like an endless darkness pressing down on her, making it almost impossible to breathe. Boom. Suddenly, the van lurched violently. Something slammed into the rear with enough force to spin the entire vehicle around 180 degrees. Everyone inside was thrown off balance. Boss, I think, someone just rammed us. Drop the I think. They definitely did. That wasn't some random collision, it was a pit maneuver. There's an SUV behind us trying to force us off the road. Reverse. Hurry, back up. The driver threw the van into reverse, trying to put some distance between them. He attempted to swing the vehicle around again, but the momentum shifted and the van lost its center of gravity, rolling over onto its side at the edge of the street. The rear doors popped open. Tossed around inside, the scavengers were banged up in the crash, though Ryoko, still strapped to the stretcher, remained miraculously unhurt. God damn it, one of them muttered, clambering out the open back door with a weapon in hand. I've got to see which bastard dared to ram us. The rest stumbled out after him, but almost immediately, the air was filled with guttural screams and the sickening sound of blades slicing into flesh. Panicked shrieks rose from bystanders who had witnessed the ambush. The noise of fighting didn't last long. Before Ryoko could fully grasp what was happening, a young man appeared and undid her restraints. The moment she was free, she shrieked and tried to scramble away, too terrified to think straight. The men grabbed her shoulders, turning her so she could see him, and spoke in a soothing voice. Hey, don't be scared. Remember me? We met outside Victor's clinic a few days ago. Victor's clinic? The terror on Ryoko's face eased slightly. She did recall seeing him before, Leo, that one time outside Victor's place. Confronted with a familiar face, no matter how brief their previous encounter had been, Ryoko promptly burst into tears. Mister, please help my mom. I'm begging you. She stayed behind, she's, Mom. Leo, who had only planned to intervene because a little girl was being dragged off by scavengers, realized there was more to the story. All right, let's get in my car first. You can tell me the rest on the way. Inside the apartment, the room looked like a slaughterhouse. Corpses of Masafuzugumi members lay strewn in every direction, and blood spattered the walls and floor like gruesome graffiti. Chihiro knelt on the ground, covered in injuries. She had bled so much that a dark pool was spreading around her. Her vision kept fading in and out, while the virus from Nanto Masayuki's cyber black key continued its assault on her neural network, locked in a final standoff with her self-ICE. Every breath felt agonizing, yet a strange sense of relief washed over her. At least Ryoko had gotten away. Roughly a dozen Masafuzugumi members stood around her at a cautious distance. Even though they were sure Chihiro was gravely injured, likely too weak to lift a weapon now, the floor was littered with more than 20 of their slain comrades. Nobody was eager to be the next victim. What a terrifying woman, someone muttered. She managed to kill this many of us, even after her neural network was compromised by the virus. That's the power of a mother fighting to protect her child. Enough with the commentary, another snapped. NCPD will be here in a few minutes. Cut off her head so we can bring it back to Masayuki-sama. Hey, what about the kid who got away? Forget her. She's just a little brat. An adult can barely survive in Night City, what chance does a kid have? Scavs, Maelstrom, Wraiths. She'll run into one of them sooner or later. All that matters now is who's gonna finish this woman. Their gazes darted around, each man hesitant. Finally, they shoved forward a newcomer with a mohawk. He approached Chihiro, trembling from head to toe. Don't blame me, he muttered shakily. I'm just following orders. Just then, a bullet tore through the battered wall, sending a spray of hot blood up to the ceiling. The mohawked man froze, staring in disbelief at the mangled stump where his hand, still clutching a pistol, had been mere seconds before. It took him several moments to realize what had happened, and only then did he release a belated scream. At last, the deafening crack of a tech sniper rifle thundered from afar. Everyone in the room looked on in stunned horror at the mohawked man's ruin of a hand. The pieces of his pistol clattered like scattered shrapnel. Their minds went blank, only snapping back when the sound of the shot reached them. What the hell? There's a sniper. Damn it, who's shooting at us? Hide. Hurry. Hiding won't help. They're using tech rounds that can punch through walls. The only way to survive is to get the hell downstairs, find Nanto-sama, and... His head exploded like a balloon lit by a match, spraying the wall with fresh gore. The others stood in stunned silence. Someone finally shouted, "Run," and the survivors bolted for the stairs, leaving Chihiro behind. In their panic, no one even bothered to finish her off. They dashed around the corner and nearly collided with a pale-haired girl standing on the landing. "Get out of my way." A red glint flickered in Lucy's eyes. Crackle. Sparks flashed from the neural ports at the backs of 3 of the Masafusagumi's necks. All 3 collapsed, the acrid scent of burned flesh seeping into the air. Shit. Kill her. 2 remaining men fixed Lucy with savage glares. They dared not raise their guns, sheer distance would make them easy prey for the sniper outside, so they charged in with a bat and a katana. They had to kill her and use her body as a shield if they wanted any chance to escape. Lucy, however, looked utterly calm. She backed away a few steps to maintain distance. Then she locked eyes on the katana-wielding man. Without warning, flames erupted across his body as though he were drenched in gasoline, turning him into a screaming, stumbling torch rolling down the stairwell. Lucy sidestepped his burning form, simultaneously flicking out a monowire that coiled around the swinging bat. She braced both hands on the cable, and the Masafusagumi member gripping the bat did the same, each straining for control. The 2 were locked in a deadlock. Chapter 74. The Masafusagumi member's face was twisted with effort as he strained against Lucy's monowire. Suddenly, his thigh exploded in a burst of blood. Off balance, he tumbled down the stairs. Lucy retracted the monowire, then flicked it out again, the golden filament coiling around his neck like a serpent. He looked horrified and fought frantically to free himself. But even if it had only been a simple cable, he still wouldn't have been able to break loose, let alone something far sharper than any standard wire. Lucy gave her wrist the slightest tug. The man's desperate struggle froze on his face, his arms dropping weakly to his sides. His head rolled away, bouncing down the stairs, while a geyser of blood sprayed across everything nearby. Target eliminated. V's voice came through over the team channel. "I don't see any more enemies on my side. Hurry upstairs and check on Ryoko's mom." Lucy wasted no time. She dashed over the blood-slick floor to the room above. When she saw the scene inside, especially Chihiro kneeling on the ground, so still she seemed lifeless, Lucy's expression darkened. She rushed to Chihiro's side and gently shook her. "Chihiro. Chihiro, can you hear me? Ryoko asked me to save you." Chihiro's eyelids fluttered, but she didn't wake. Lucy glanced around briefly. She decided to drag Chihiro away from the heap of bodies first. Once outside, she found a table and carefully laid Chihiro on it. Then she pulled out a pneumatic injector. It was a Recover All 3, the best model on the market, actually impossible to buy from regular vendors. Leo had provided them, and its healing effects were far superior to types 1 and 2. Given how bad Chihiro's condition looked, Lucy used 2 doses just to be safe, tossing the empty injectors aside. She then extended a personal link from her wrist and plugged it into the neural port at the back of Chihiro's neck. She wanted to check Chihiro's physical state. This was the fastest and most accurate way to diagnose her. But the moment Lucy connected, the virus rampaging through Chihiro's system lashed out at her as well. Anyone else would have been caught off guard, quite possibly in deep trouble. But Lucy was an exceptionally skilled netrunner who had survived the Blackwell and evaded lethal AIs more times than she could count. She also had a Kong Tao custom net interface, albeit a bootleg overclocked version, performing at about 3rd generation specs. The neural virus slammed into her defenses like a wave hitting solid rock, shattering on impact. Even so, Lucy's brow furrowed in concern. "V, do you read me?" "I read you," V said. "I see you found Chihiro. What's wrong?" "She's in really bad shape. I managed to stop her bleeding, but the virus inside her nearly destroyed her self-ICE. Her neural network is almost completely compromised." V instantly realized how dire that was. "Then bring her down here right now, we'll get her to Vix." Lucy shook her head. "I'm afraid there's no time. V, cover me. I'm going to try purging the virus from her system." "Wait, Lucy, hold." Lucy cut off the comm channel before V could finish. She closed her eyes and focused on clearing Chihiro's neural network. Listening to V's worried tone, Leo gripped the sheathed sword at his waist and broke into a run. The Masafusagumi guard stationed outside the apartment barely had time to shout, "Who goes?" before Leo drove a kick into his chest, sending him crashing backward through the large glass window. "I heard you, V," he said into comms. "You protect Lucy. Leave the rest of the tiger claws to me." He ended the call and stepped through the crackling shards of broken glass into the apartment's first-floor lobby. There, Nanto Masayuki stood with his remaining men. "Who the hell are you? Bastard." The men around Nanto Masayuki were startled and furious. "You must be that woman's backup." Nanto spared not even a glance at the guard who had just been kicked in. He focused entirely on Leo, then waved his hand. His gang members lunged with bats and katanas. They didn't bother with guns because they assumed numbers alone would overwhelm a single swordsman. Leo merely let a hint of a grin show. He planted his right foot firmly on the ground and launched himself upward like a bird. With his left thumb, he nudged the tsuba of his blade loose, then gripped the handle tight in his right hand. A cold flash of steel lit up the face of the nearest attacker, causing him to squint reflexively. By the time his eyes opened, he saw the world tilting. It felt like he was spinning in the air. Leo's blade had already taken his head. Turning quickly, Leo twisted aside from the next katana strike and raised his sword, an IAI stance reminiscent of the Shirhan style. The Masayuki foot soldier facing him had a horrible premonition and hurried to raise his own sword overhead. Slash. Leo's blade cut effortlessly through the katana meant to block him, cleaving deep into the man's left shoulder and straight across to the right flank. Blood erupted in a crimson torrent, more like a grotesque fountain than any normal wound. Without pausing, Leo slid sideways to dodge a bat swinging for his back, then flicked his sword arm. The Masafuzugumi thug's throat split open in a fatal arc. Gurgling, he collapsed to his knees, blood pouring from between his fingers as he made a final, futile attempt to stop the flow. The rest of the Masafuzugumi froze in horror. In less than 5 seconds since Nanto had given the order, Leo had killed 3 of their men, without so much as a scratch on himself. Fear stripped them of their bravado. "Ah, Aya." Terrified, one soldier wearing a demon mask threw down his katana and snatched a kinetic pistol from his belt. He tried to aim, but Leo was already closing in, moving like a skater gliding past. A flash of steel, and the demon mask split in two. The man's skullcap flew upward, painting the ceiling with blood. He stumbled drunkenly for a moment before collapsing. "Everyone, back off," Nanto barked. "I'll handle this." Chapter 75. Nanto's shout made the remaining Masafuzugumi members feel as if they had received a royal pardon. They quickly backed away, clearing a space around him. He fixed Leo with a blade-sharp gaze. The gospel book he held in his right hand whirred and shifted, unfolding into a gigantic nodachi over 2 meters in length. Gripping the hilt with one hand, Nanto pointed the tip at Leo. "Those who dare oppose the tiger claws can only atone with death." Leo caught the base of his sword, Muramasa, against his left forearm, slowly drawing it out and wiping away the blood. "No point talking." Leo's curt response drew a faint flicker of respect in Nanto Masayuki's eyes. It was too bad they were enemies rather than allies. As foes, the greatest tribute he could offer was to claim his opponent's head with the most decisive swordsmanship. In the next instant, cold light flashed in Nanto Masayuki's gaze. He moved his left hand with lightning speed, hurling 3 cyber-black keys in a feint, none of which posed real danger. His true kill shot was something else entirely. With a ripping sound, his trousers tore open at the crotch, revealing a compact Gatling gun gleaming with silvery metal. A blinding muzzle flash spewed from it, unleashing a barrage of bullets like a sudden, violent spray. But at the same moment Nanto threw his cyber-black keys, Leo also moved, drawing a large-caliber revolver from the quick-draw holster at his waist and firing repeatedly at Nanto's head. Realizing their intentions mirrored each other's, both men narrowed their eyes. Nanto Masayuki raised both arms to shield his face. "You sneaky out-of-towner." Leo vaulted aside and took cover behind the counter. "You cosplaying samurai." The ammo in Nanto Masayuki's crotch-mounted Gatling emptied quickly. The moment the gunfire ceased, a figure sprang out from behind the counter. Clang! Sparks flew as 2 blades clashed in midair, releasing a burst of blinding firelight. Nanto gripped his nodachi in his right hand, straining against Leo. Then his left arm deformed with a harsh mechanical scrape, and a mantis blade thrust out from his elbow, sweeping horizontally toward Leo's neck. Leo held his own sword in his right hand, locking against the nodachi. With his left hand balled into a fist, he slammed it forward. The mantis blade scraped across Leo's powered gauntlet in a shower of sparks before being smashed into a heap of twisted metal. At the same time, Leo sidestepped to the right, forcing Nanto's momentum to carry him forward. Nanto Masayuki lurched, nearly falling. Seizing the chance, Leo swung his blade at the man's back. Rip. Suddenly, a metal shield popped out of Nanto Masayuki's back like an umbrella, blocking the fatal blow. He stomped his foot hard, steadying himself, then swept his nodachi horizontally at Leo's chest. Instead of dodging away, Leo moved inward, plunging into the path of the Nodachi. At that moment, he sheathed Muramasa, then pulled the trigger on the scabbard. Boom. The blade shot from the sheath at terrifying speed, slicing clean through Nanto Masayuki's waist. Crash. The top half of Nanto Masayuki's body fell to the floor, still clutching his Nodachi. He was somehow still alive, and with the last of his strength, he pulled out 3 more cyber black keys and flung them at Leo's head. Leo easily dodged, then tucked Muramasa away and grabbed Nanto Masayuki by the hair. Without mercy, he slammed the man's head against the ground, once, twice, 3 times. By the time he stopped, Nanto Masayuki's face was a shredded mess, unrecognizable even to his own mother. Watching their dragon reduced to a bloody ruin, the remaining Masafusagumi members recoiled in shock and alarm. That's impossible. Nanto-sama, dead. Incredible. Nanto Masayuki was supposed to be the Tiger Claw's trump card, yet this unknown mercenary had just killed him. When Leo turned his gaze on them, all doubt vanished from their minds. They looked at him as if he were a demon from some forgotten legend, any thought of resistance gone. They bolted in terror, cursing the fact they had only 2 legs. Leo had no intention of letting them escape. Each Masafusagumi member was worth 0.1 potential point, and he wasn't about to pass up free gains. They offered him their backs, and he showed no mercy. He whipped out a Tech SMG and raked them with gunfire. Moments later, the apartment echoed with screams and shots until all fell silent. Leo blew away the smoke drifting from the gun's muzzle and glanced at the status screen in his mind, feeling the same satisfaction as a farmer harvesting ripe crops. He still hadn't decided how to spend these newfound points when Lucy's weary voice crackled over the team channel. Leo. How is everything on your end? I've purged all the viruses infecting her neural network, Lucy said, sounding exhausted. I'm carrying her now. No, stay put. I'll come up. Lucy was petite and didn't have a bulky cyber frame, so hauling Chihiro downstairs would be difficult. Leo raced upstairs in a few long strides, soon finding Lucy with an unconscious Chihiro. How is she? He asked. Not great, Lucy replied grimly. I gave her 2 doses of Recover-All 3, but her injuries are too severe, and she's lost a lot of blood. Then let's get her to Vic V. I hear you, V called over the channel. I'm on my way to meet you now. They had parked their vehicles nearby, and in 2077, cars and bikes could be summoned from any location. Leo carried Chihiro out of the apartment. As soon as the car arrived, Lucy flung the door open southwest. Leo could carefully place Chihiro inside. Right then, V showed up with Ryoko in tow. They hadn't found time to bring Ryoko to a safe place, so she had stayed with V, who was covering them with sniper support. Chapter 76. Ryoko almost fainted at the sight of her mother's terrible condition. V set the sobbing girl on her lap and gently tried to calm her. Hey, I promise you, your mom's going to be okay. Now sit tight. Once everyone was in the SUV, Leo floored the gas pedal, sending the vehicle roaring off like an unbridled stallion. Meanwhile, the sirens of the NCPD patrol cars rang out behind them. They passed a squad car by inches, even a 30-second delay would have seen them blocked at the scene. Leo screeched to a stop in front of Misty's Esoterica and rushed inside, carrying Chihiro. Misty saw them, all covered in blood, and let out an involuntary gasp. Oh my god, what on earth happened? No time to explain. Where's Vic? He's downstairs, right? Leo asked in a hurry, not pausing his frantic pace. Having grown up on the streets, Misty wasn't some sheltered flower, she'd seen her fair share of firefights and chaos. Quickly grasping the urgency, she nodded. He's in. Go on down, I'll let him know you're here. After Leo carried Chihiro down, Misty prepared a cup of hot chocolate for Ryoko. Then she stood at the door, scanning the area. Only when she was sure everything was clear did she lock up and flip the sign to close. Returning inside, she approached V. How's the girl? She fell asleep, V replied softly, brushing Ryoko's bangs aside. Then she looked up at Misty. Thanks for the hot chocolate. Misty nodded politely. You're welcome. Would you like anything to drink? 2 voices answered at once, raising their hands. I'll take a beer. Tequila. Misty rolled her eyes at both V and Lucy. All I've got is ice water. A moment later, each of them gulped down a disposable cup of ice water as though it were a stiff drink, crushing the empty cups in their hands. V spoke as if reassuring them or perhaps convincing herself. Vic's the best Ripperdoc in Watson, no question. She'll be fine. Lucy nodded in agreement. I believe in Dr. Victor, and I believe Chihiro will pull through. It was a strange feeling. V and Lucy had met Chihiro only once, but after seeing Ryoko cry her heart out, they both genuinely hoped Chihiro would survive. Perhaps that was simply human empathy. Just then, the back door of the shop opened and Leo emerged, covered in blood. It was mostly from the massive Fusagumi he'd fought, as well as from carrying Chihiro. "How is she?" "Vic's doing everything he can," Leo replied. "Want something to drink?" Misty offered. "A cola would be, actually, never mind. Water's fine." Sure enough, Misty brought him another cup of ice water. Leo glanced at her, and Misty shrugged. "Sorry, that's all I've got." He drained it in one go, then noticed how exhausted V and Lucy looked. "You two are covered in blood. Why don't you go clean up while we have a moment?" V shook her head and glanced over at Lucy. "I'm good, you two go." Lucy hesitated. "Then, maybe I don't need to either." Misty came over to take Ryoko from V's lap, cradling the sleeping girl carefully. "V, look at you. Go get cleaned up. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her." That settled it. "Thanks, Misty," V said, finally agreeing. Leo turned to Lucy. "Come on, Lucy, you too." Behind Misty's shop, near Victor's clinic, there was a small hotel. The three of them knocked on the door and rented a room with a single bathroom. Leo let V and Lucy shower first, and only after they were done did he take his turn. They returned to Misty's esoterica in fresh clothes, each wrapped in a heavy silence. No one spoke. After a while, Ryoko woke up. Everyone expected her to start crying again, but she only asked where her mother was. When she learned Chihiro was still undergoing emergency treatment in Doc Vic's basement, she stopped speaking, didn't cry, and just sat there listlessly, her eyes dull, like a puppet with the strings cut. That wouldn't do at all. They started chatting with her about anything and everything, hoping to distract her from her worries. Gradually, the sparkle returned to Ryoko's pretty eyes. They couldn't say how much time had passed when the sound of the metal basement gate echoed up the stairs. Victor emerged through the back door, looking utterly spent. "Could somebody get me a glass of water?" "I got it." Misty hurried over to hand Vic a cup of ice water. He downed half of it in a single gulp, then dumped the rest over his head. Misty took the now empty cup, concern in her eyes. "One glass won't be enough, right? Want more?" Vic shook his head. Leo angled a small electric fan to blow on him, while V grabbed a chair. "Here, Doc, have a seat." Everyone watched Victor anxiously. He wasn't one to drag things out on purpose, but he was genuinely wiped. Age and fatigue from a long, grueling operation had clearly taken their toll. After he caught his breath, he finally looked around and said, "She's out of danger." Relief swept through the room. Faces that had been grim with despair broke into smiles. Only Ryoko seemed at a loss, blinking her big, watery eyes in disbelief. "Mom. Mom's going to live." V patted her head gently. "Yeah, she is." That was when Ryoko finally allowed herself to cry again. A few days later, Chihiro, bandaged head to toe, held Ryoko close. When Leo and the others came to visit, she bowed deeply, then looked at them, visibly puzzled. "Why did you save me?" V, Lucy, and Jackie remained silent, all eyes shifting toward Leo. He gave just a single, straightforward answer. Chapter 77. Do good deeds and never ask about the outcome. Indeed, Chihiro was no saint. She had killed plenty of people back when she served in the new United States Army. Later, after leaving the military, she did dirty, grueling work for the Tiger Claws. Her hands were stained with blood, far from clean. But at the moment they decided to save her, Leo and the others hadn't spared much thought about any of that. If anyone asked why, it might have been as simple as Night City already had enough orphans, there was no need for Ryoko to become one more. Leo's answer didn't clear up Chihiro's confusion. If anything, it only raised more questions for her. But since she couldn't figure it out right then, she could only vow to remember their kindness. "I'll never forget this debt. I'll repay you all one day." "All right, you're still a patient, don't stand too long. Take a seat. We can talk after you sit down." Once everyone settled, Leo glanced at Ryoko, who was clinging tightly to her mother. "Have you two thought about what comes next?" Chihiro's expression darkened. "I originally planned to have someone I knew get me and Ryoko out of the city, but then, if not for the smuggler's betrayal, they might already have fled Night City, possibly on a plane to Europe." Leo thought it over for a moment and spoke. "If you still want to leave the city, you can ask a fixer for help. I know a few fixers who are a lot more reliable than that smuggler you used. Don't worry, they won't sell you out. And you know how fixers can pull strings. Just leaving Night City is no problem at all. But if you also want legitimate documents so you can live legally in Europe, well, that's probably beyond what a fixer can do. After all, no matter how resourceful they might be, they're still just Night City fixers. Leo suspected that the smuggler Chihiro had hired might never have been able to secure those legal documents in the first place. It wasn't simply a question of how resourceful one was, obtaining real immigration paperwork implied entire supply chains behind it. He believed the smuggler could have gotten Chihiro and her daughter out of Night City, sure. But as for getting them genuine papers, Leo didn't buy it. That smuggler was most likely planning to deceive Chihiro and her daughter from the start. Even if he hadn't sold them out, at best he might have sent them out of the city, and that was all. Clearly, the smuggler had counted on Chihiro being in no position to come back and settle accounts once she realized the scam. A neat little plan, indeed. And, as Chihiro had mentioned, she actually knew that smuggler personally. Proof enough that sometimes, the people closest to you landed the harshest betrayal. What would happen if they went to Europe without proper documents or permits? They would be illegals. In every country, illegal immigrants were unwelcome and all but unprotected by local law. Forget about policies or benefits, those were out of the question. And as undocumented immigrants, they wouldn't dare seek help from the police. They'd have to hide. If the police asked for ID and they couldn't produce it, they'd be deported on the spot. No papers meant no matter how educated or refined they were, they'd only be able to work illegally, under the table. And in the grim reality of 2077, even the corporate giants ran as they pleased. So imagine what an illegal sweatshop might be like. Forget the 18th level of hell, a black market factory would be far worse. Seeing Chihiro and her daughter fall silent, Leo had a sudden idea. Actually, if you truly have nowhere else to go, I have a thought. Maybe you don't have to leave Night City at all. Stay in Night City. Chihiro repeated, looking stunned. But then she shook her head. We've already offended the Tiger Claws. As long as we stay in Night City, Jotaro will never let us off. No one forgot the atrocities the Tiger Claws had committed. Back when Lizzie's bar wasn't yet under the mocks, its owner, Elizabeth "Lizzie" Borden, castrated a Tiger Claws member and paid for it with her life. The gang wiped out her entire bar as revenge. Now Chihiro had openly betrayed them, killed many of their men, and even caused the death of the Dragon of Masafusa, Nanto, during the attempted capture. There was no way the Tiger Claws would let them go. Leo had long considered all that. The only reason he still proposed an alternative was because he had prepared for it. The Tiger Claws are only one of many gangs in Night City. Their main turf is Japantown in Westbrook and Kabuki in Watson. They don't control the entire city. Even though Arasaka is behind them, Arasaka isn't the only big name in Night City. At the very least, Militech wouldn't stand by and let Arasaka run everything. So all you need to do is hide somewhere the Tiger Claws can't reach. Problem solved, right? His words left Chihiro silent. Seeing she was deep in thought, he went on. Sure, Europe might look good, no Tiger Claws, relatively decent social benefits, at least compared to Night City. But those benefits only apply to citizens. As undocumented immigrants, you'd never be treated like the locals. Think of 20th century America, when countless Eastern Europeans sold everything for a boat ticket there, believing the streets were paved with gold and that they'd become the upper class. Reality hit them hard. No skills, no degrees, nowhere to go but manual labor, living in neighborhoods plagued by crime. The gap between dream and reality drove many to drink themselves senseless. Of course the 20th century US was strong, a developed country, untouched by both world wars. But did that mean anyone could achieve the American dream? Hardly. The same logic applies to you. Europe might be great, but without the right paperwork, it has nothing to do with you. You're not from there, and you don't have legal status. Chihiro looked visibly shaken by what Leo said. Indeed, without legal documents, she and Ryoko would remain illegals forever, forced into black market labor. Even slaves of old were arguably treated better by their masters, who at least considered them property worth preserving. Illegal workers in a hidden sweatshop wouldn't even merit that much humanity, they'd be used like disposable machines until they dropped and were replaced. Yet although her faith in the European plan had wavered, she seemed even more lost than before. But if we don't go to Europe, where do we go instead? All this time, she had single-mindedly pinned her hopes on escaping Night City and heading to Europe. Now that Leo had poked a hole in her dream, she realized she had no idea how to protect herself or her daughter. Leo wasn't the sort to raise problems without offering solutions. If he was going to help, he planned to see it through. Counting on his fingers, he laid out her options. Ignoring Watson, there's still Haywood, Santo Domingo, and Pacifica is out of the question. Word is the mayor, to bring down the crime rate, basically wrote it off altogether. Jackie touched the bun tied at the top of his head, clearly perplexed. How does cutting off Pacifica lower crime? That doesn't make any sense. Jackie was a Haywood native, but he didn't really follow politics and didn't get how these backroom deals worked. Leo explained patiently, if an area's crime rate is too high, you can either invest massive resources into wiping out the criminals there, which might not even solve the problem for good, or you can declare that area no longer under your jurisdiction. Which do you think costs less, Jackie? Jackie was speechless. Cut it off. Leo clapped his hands. Exactly. You nailed it. Want a job as a press secretary? Pacifica was off the list, far too chaotic, practically a city of its own. That left only a handful of options. Chapter 78. There really weren't many options left. First off, Westbrook was out of the question. The Tiger Claws had their main base of operations there, and the Westbrook fixer, Wakako Okada, had deep ties to them. She'd had multiple husbands who were high-ranking Tiger Claws, and her 9 sons were all part of the gang. Heading to Westbrook would be like a Kennedy cruising around in a convertible, suicide. That left just 2 realistic choices, Santo Domingo and Haywood. In Santo Domingo, there were 2 top fixers. One was Faraday, a veteran who had been in the business for years. Leo had never worked with him personally but had heard from mercs in Santo Domingo that Faraday had a less than stellar reputation. Sure, he could get you high-paying jobs, but unlike other fixers, he hid critical intel and often used bottom-rung mercs as disposable fodder. He'd let them die without a second thought. By contrast, the other fixer, Muammar Reyes, had a much better name in the community. He had only recently started working as a fixer. Supposedly, he used to be a corp drone but left for reasons unknown. Folks in Santo Domingo preferred calling him El Capitan rather than using his real name. If Chihiro still wanted to earn a decent living, working for El Capitan was certainly an option. Aside from Santo Domingo, the other possibility was Haywood. That was where Leo and Jackie lived. The fixer there, Padre, stuck to old-school principles. If you worked for him, he had your back. He'd even been willing to go to war with the 6th Street Gang for the sake of one of his own. That alone said plenty about how he operated. Leo laid out these considerations for Chihiro. A fixer, huh? She murmured. I don't know, I'm just so tired of living like this. I get it, Leo said, nodding sympathetically. Hey, I've got an idea. Jackie suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. He turned to Chihiro. If you don't want to live by the gun anymore, how about working at El Coyote Kojo? Leo blinked. El Coyote Kojo. Jackie, isn't that your mom's bar? Jackie slapped his thigh. Exactly. Mama Wells is always complaining that it's just her and Pepe running things. When the place gets busy, they can't keep up. But you know how it is in Night City, finding someone reliable is tough. Jackie shook his head dramatically. Sure, it won't pay as much as working jobs through Padre or El Capitan, and you'd be giving up the chance to make a real name for yourself. But at least you'd get away from this constant kill or be killed lifestyle. He looked at Chihiro. So, what do you think? V, who had been quiet, chimed in. I think Jackie's onto something. Haywood is Valentino territory, and even though they're fighting with the 6th Street Gang these days, no matter how arrogant the Tiger Claws or Masafusa Jotaro get, they're not about to pick a fight with the Valentinos. Besides, Mama Wells is well respected. If anything big went down, she could make one call, and a whole bunch of Valentinos would come rolling in. Chihiro thought it over. If she really wanted to leave that violent life behind, she couldn't think of a better option than working at El Coyote Kojo. Mama Wells had a reputation for taking good care of her own. Chihiro wouldn't have to worry about getting stiffed on wages. As for Ryoko's schooling and her future career, if going to Europe was off the table, then those other concerns would just have to be tackled one step at a time. They talked it through and decided to head to El Coyote Kojo right away. But just as they were leaving, Leo asked. Oh, one more thing. About that smuggler who sold you out, how much do you know about him? He didn't plan to let the scumbag who gave Chihiro's information to the Tiger Claws get away with it. Even if the betrayal hadn't been against Leo personally, taking down a traitor was always good for Night City. Chihiro frowned. I know what you want to do, but I don't think I can help much. I don't have any more info than you do. She, too, wanted to see that smuggler pay. If not for Leo and the others, his betrayal could have spelled an unspeakable fate for her. Unfortunately, she had no idea where he was. He might have already left the city by now. Figures, Leo said with a sigh. Lucky bastard. Jackie snorted in disgust. Traitors were universally despised, no matter where you went. Right then, Leo's phone rang, and a familiar face appeared on his tactical display. Leo, how've you been? Everything going okay these days? McCoy. Leo's eyes lit up. Man, what's this about? Didn't expect to hear from you. On the other end, McCoy sounded energetic, which made Leo breathe a little easier. What, I can't call you just because. You know I didn't mean it like that. Of course I do, McCoy chuckled. So you made it to Night City, huh? Yeah, I've been here for a while now, doing pretty well. I've made some new friends, real ones I can count on, not just bar buddies. That's good to hear. Any era you live in, you always need friends, especially these days. What about you, McCoy? How's it going over there? Not great. McCoy sighed before adding, you guessed it, snakes are pushing us ex-backers out. Leo's eyes widened. Then why keep working for them? McCoy sighed again. The backers are gone. If we bail on the Ald Caldo, sorry, I mean the snakes, no other nomad clan will take us in. Plus, we can't bring everyone to Night City like you did. At least the snakes haven't forced us into total cannon fodder duty, otherwise, we could turn our guns on them at any time, and they know it. Leo nodded, understanding the predicament. If things get really unbearable, you know you can call me. Thanks, man. I won't cling to false pride if it comes down to that, McCoy said, sounding touched. But yeah, there is one reason I'm calling. Like I said, the snakes aren't treating us right, so. We returned the favor. We swiped a shipment during a recent job. Now we need your help moving it. That's all. Sounds simple enough. Why not use the old backers' connections? After the snakes swallowed the backers, they took control of all our old channels. Using those would immediately tip them off. And as you know, we're not ready to leave the snakes yet. Got it. All right, I'll ask around. What kind of goods are we talking about? A bunch of cyberware, mostly second-gen models, with a handful of third-gen sprinkled in. Second and third-gen? How'd you even manage to hijack a convoy like that? Weren't the guards worth a damn? Leo sounded incredulous. Usually, shipments of that grade came with tight security. It seemed unlikely a ragtag nomad band could take them so easily. Not everyone's unified, even in a giant corp. There are always insiders and traitors. We had someone inside the convoy, an old plant of ours. The profit from selling these implants once is worth more than he'd earn running 100 routes. Leo nodded. I see. Hang on a sec. He dialed Padre's number. Soon, the older man's kind face appeared on the overlay. God bless you, my child. What can I do for you? Hey, Padre, I've got a batch of cyberware, second gen, some third gen, interested. All brand new. Leo arched an eyebrow. Do I look like a scav? I don't pull things off corpses. Fair enough. I'll send someone to meet you. He can make a deal on my behalf. He'll be in touch soon. Chapter 79. Thanks, Padre. Ending his call with Padre, Leo reconnected with McCoy. I've found a fixer who's willing to take the goods. You name the time and place, and I'll have people pick them up. McCoy's eyebrows rose in surprise. That was fast. Looks like you're doing well in Night City. Nothing special, third best in the world. Leo waved a hand modestly, then recalled something. By the way, McCoy, among those implants you have, is there a net interface module for netrunning? A netrunning interface? I'm not sure. I'll have to check. Hang on. McCoy turned to one of the nomads standing behind him and gave some quick instructions. That person ran off at once. You planning to become a netrunner now? McCoy teased. No, it's for a friend. McCoy narrowed his eyes, sounding amused. A lady friend. Stop messing around. She's just a friend. So, a girlfriend. Leo decided not to bicker about it. If you don't have that module, forget I asked. He had barely finished speaking when the nomad who ran off returned. Leaning in, the nomad whispered something to McCoy. McCoy's expression shifted, then became oddly intrigued. Leo, guess what we just found? What? You wanted a netrunning interface, right? Well, it turns out we looked inside one of the second-gen implant cases and stumbled on a Tetratronic Rippler 4 model. Leo's eyes widened. A Tetratronic Rippler MK.4. That's a 4th gen, legendary, net interface. McCoy let out a short laugh. Looks like there were more moles in that corp convoy than just ours. Interesting. It's like a distillery out there, too many people taking sips. Leo didn't care who else was involved, all that mattered was the net interface. You really found a Tetratronic Rippler 4. I want it. But McCoy hesitated, as if struggling over how to phrase his reply. Leo, we've known each other for a while, but this thing is, well, it's worth a lot. I have to take care of our brothers, what's left of the backers, and I can't just hand it over for free. Leo only nodded in understanding. Wrap it up for me. Whatever price you found online, I'll pay it when I come pick up the goods. Visibly relieved, McCoy grinned again. Big spender. Great, then come by tomorrow afternoon. That soon? Leo asked, surprised. These implants are hot. Better to sell them off before trouble comes looking for us, right? Leo couldn't argue with that. Where? Sunset Motel. You know the spot, right? Yeah, out east in the Badlands. Why that side, though? I figured you'd pick somewhere closer. The backers usually stayed in the southern Badlands, but heading all the way east meant traveling a big loop. That's confidential. All right, I won't pry, Leo said. He could guess they had other business to handle along the way, typical of nomads trying to support their clan however they could. But since you used to be part of the backers and helped us with a big favor, I guess there's no harm in telling you. We picked the Sunset Motel so we can meet another client there. Leo paused. A client? Wait, what client? Leo felt his instincts flaring up on that information. Without much concern, McCoy explained, someone desperate to leave the city. He won't say why, but that's hardly unusual in Night City. People get themselves into trouble all the time and end up running. I've handled plenty of folks like that back when the backers were still around. Leo's mind jumped to a particular possibility. Send me a picture of that client. Now. McCoy frowned in confusion. Why? Just do it. Let me see if it's who I think it is. Moments later, Leo received the image and immediately shared it with Chihiro. This the smuggler who sold you out? At first, Chihiro stared blankly, then her face lit up. That's him. Leo turned back to McCoy. Your prospective client is an enemy of a friend of mine. Name your price, I want him. What did he do to you? He sold my friend's location to the Tiger Claws, almost killing her and her daughter. Bastard, McCoy spat. Never mind the money, he's yours. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll personally hand him over. Thanks, McCoy. At 4 a.m, Night City was still brightly lit by neon signs and towering hologram ads. Though the sun had yet to rise, corporate employees were already on the move, and the roads were packed with traffic. It was a hustle that had little to do with the street-level folks, who at that hour were still fast asleep. A man in a long coat, duckbill cap, and face mask exited one of the mega buildings in Little Chinatown, shielding his features as much as possible. He was none other than the smuggler who had betrayed Chihiro and Ryoko. He stood anxiously by the roadside until, a few minutes later, a Delamain taxi pulled up. Welcome to Delamain's professional transport service. Choose Delamain, leave your troubles behind. The door barely slid open before he dove inside and slammed it shut, as if scared something might follow him in. You sure took your sweet time. Couldn't you show up a bit earlier? Client feedback recorded. Thank you for the compliment. Delamain always strives. Yeah, enough of that. You damn AI can't even tell I'm insulting you. People say machines will replace humankind, but I call bull. Peering out the taxi window at the neon blur of the city, the smuggler tried in vain to figure out how Chihiro could still be alive, and why the Tiger Claws had taken such heavy losses. As far as he knew, every single Masafuzugumi soldier on the scene had been wiped out, leaving no survivors to confirm what happened. Nor did they have cameras all over that part of the city. Neither Masafusa Jotaro nor the smuggler had any clue that Chihiro had found allies. They assumed it had been her alone all along. Damn it all. If he'd known Chihiro was that powerful, he wouldn't have sold her out, even if threatened. But it was too late now. She'd obviously figure out who betrayed her. Staying in Night City meant a death sentence. Chihiro wasn't the type who'd forgive being double-crossed. As if that weren't enough, he also had the Tiger Claws to worry about. The Masafuzugumi had been devastated, lost so many men, and failed to catch Chihiro. They'd come after him next just to release some of their anger. He'd always known this day might come. Every rat hole eventually runs out of space. Now he had to run as far as possible and never look back. Chapter 80. He had set up multiple hideouts throughout Night City, and this place was one of them. Still, staying hidden forever wasn't an option. He might dodge trouble for a while, but not for life. As long as he remained in Night City, it was only a matter of time before the tiger claws found him. So he had no choice but to run, leave Night City behind. Several hours later, the Delamain cab rolled out of the city and crossed the border. The same endless desert stretched outside his window. When the Sunset Motel finally came into view, the smuggler let out a long breath. Ever cautious, he didn't jump out right away. He stayed in the taxi for a good while, watching for any sign of an ambush. Only after satisfying himself that no one was lying in wait did he climb out, head into the motel, and make his way to the specified room. He knocked. The door opened to reveal a double room where the nomads from the Snakes were already waiting. Their leader wore an old set of exoskeleton armor. None of the others spoke. McCoy got straight to business. Got the money? The smuggler took out a cred chip. Here's half, like we agreed. You'll get the rest once I'm certain I'm safe. He hesitated, then added, no offense, friend, it's just how things work, right? No rules, no standards. That's how your line of work goes, isn't it? McCoy accepted the cred chip and checked the balance. Sure enough, it matched half of what they had agreed upon. Hauling runs like these typically required half payment up front, with the remainder paid afterward. McCoy gave him a nod that almost seemed like approval. Makes sense. No standards, no deal. The smuggler relaxed and allowed himself a small smile, only for that smile to freeze at McCoy's next words. If you're such a stickler for rules, why'd you sell out Miss Chihiro? The smuggler stood there, stunned. You all. He whirled, ready to bolt, but the nomads were already blocking the doorway. Desperate, he went for his gun, but he didn't even manage to touch the handle before McCoy's fist slammed into him, knocking him flat. By the time Leo and his friends arrived at the Sunset Motel, they found the smuggler tied up like a package in one of the rooms. Well done, Leo remarked. Of course, McCoy said with a grin. And now, let me introduce someone. Leo stepped aside, gesturing to a middle-aged man with slick back hair and glasses. This is Padre's representative. That man stepped forward with a warm smile, offering McCoy a handshake. So you're Mr. McCoy, correct? Mr. Sebastian Ibarra asked me to send his regards. Normally, when dealing with nomads, we'd haggle on the price. But Mr. McCoy, you're a friend of Mr. Leo's, so Mr. Ibarra instructed us to buy at full market value, no questions asked. McCoy's face lit up. He had expected some hard bargaining, but instead they were getting the best possible price. Padre was handing them extra profit out of respect for Leo. McCoy couldn't help thinking back to when he'd rescued that young man from a Raffenshiv attack, never imagining it would someday bring them all this goodwill. McCoy nudged the bound smuggler with his foot. So, want us to handle this scumbag for you, or do you want him yourselves? We'll take care of him, Leo replied. With that, Jackie hefted the bound smuggler onto his shoulder and headed outside. Oh, right, here's what you asked for, McCoy said, handing over a black plastic bag, sealed tight so you couldn't tell what was inside. Leo didn't bother checking, he simply transferred the agreed-upon amount through his tactical display. He knew that for McCoy and the other ex-backers, stuck under the snake's thumb, this money was more than a mere transaction, it could be life-changing. With their business wrapped up, Leo had no interest in lingering. Everyone clearly wanted to wrap up their own affairs without onlookers around. Leo gave McCoy a friendly wave. All right, take your time. We'll get going. Keep in touch. They left the Sunset Motel, driving for about half an hour before stopping in a desolate patch of wasteland. This spot should be good enough, someone said as they parked. Chihiro got out, halting anyone else who tried to follow her. I can handle this alone. She hauled the smuggler out of the trunk. Ignoring his pleas for mercy, she dragged him off into the barren distance. A few minutes later, she returned. All done. Chihiro wiped some blood from her cheek. Yes. It's handled. No one asked further questions. Let's head back, then. I'll drop you at El Coyote Kojo, Leo said. V, hearing the implication, turned to him. What about you? I have somewhere else to go, some business to take care of. Jackie flexed his fists. You're going without your brother. That's cold. Nah, it's just business talk. Don't worry about it, I'll fill you in later. Seeing he didn't want to explain in detail, the others let it go. Leo started up the SUV and began driving them back. Jackie, you've got an important job, talk your mom into taking Chihiro and Ryoko in, he said. Jackie thumped his chest. No problem. Mama's going to love them. Better not get cocky, Leo teased. You might regret it. Jackie just cackled. Ha 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 ha. They arrived at El Coyote Kojo and dropped Jackie and the others off. Leo left the SUV with them, too, so they'd have a vehicle if they needed one. Then he hailed a Delamain taxi to Little Chinatown in Watson, heading straight for the Afterlife Club. Emmerich still stood guard at the entrance, nodding politely and stepping aside when he recognized Leo. A group of rough-looking thugs, who'd been blocked from entering, grew disgruntled at being left out. Why's that guy get to go in while we can't? One complained. Emmerich shot them a withering glare but otherwise didn't budge. Leo caught their griping, but it took more than a few random punks to spoil his mood. Claire was tending bar. Seeing Leo, she paused as if searching her memory. Leo, right. Leo gave her a friendly grin. That's me. Your memory's as sharp as ever. Chapter 81. Leo walked up to the bar counter. Claire gave him a quick once-over and asked, "So, want a drink?" "No need. I'm here to see Rogue. Rogue usually stays in her private booth. It's just, I'm not sure if she'll be willing." Claire trailed off, but Leo understood perfectly. "It's fine. Doesn't hurt to try, right?" He said goodbye to Claire and headed straight for the booth opposite the bar. A mercenary stood at the entrance. Anyone who'd hung around the afterlife for a while recognized him, Crispin Squama Wayland. Yeah, the son of the legendary Andrew Boa Boa Wayland. As soon as Leo approached, Crispin moved to block him. "Stop right there. This is a private area. No invitation, no entry. If you're looking for fun, talk to Claire, she's got all the drinks you need." Leo glanced past Crispin and then fixed his gaze on him. "I'm here to see Rogue." A woman's voice echoed from inside the booth. "Let him in." Crispin stepped aside. Inside, a woman in a yellow outfit sat on the couch. She looked like someone who had weathered countless storms, yet the passage of time had left no mark on her figure. Though she'd been famous as a merc back over 50 years ago, now pushing her 70s or even more, she still had the body of a woman in her 30s. Rogue lounged there with her legs crossed, calmly sizing up Leo as he walked in. "Have a seat." Leo didn't hesitate. He sat on the sofa to Rogue's left. Rogue draped an arm across the back, turning slightly, eyes locked on him. "Do I know you?" "I doubt it. But I know who you are, Night City's top fixer, owner of the afterlife, legendary ex-merc." Rogue inclined her head. "I appreciate the praise, but if you came here just to butter me up, you can leave now. I'm hoping you can help me purchase something." Victor had mentioned that if Leo wanted to replace all the red flag implant areas on Lucy's body with top-grade, genuine tech, only a fixer with real pull could secure that kind of gear. And right here before him sat the most well-connected fixer in Night City, bar none. Regina, Wakako Okada, Padre, Faraday, or El Capitan might rule their own districts, but Rogue reigned supreme over the entire city. Owning the legendary afterlife was proof of that. Guns or cyberware? Cyberware. What kind of cyberware? Two golden lights flickered in Leo's tactical display. He sent Rogue the item list. Her eyes glowed with the reflection of the data. Huh. She skimmed it, showing no particular reaction. Leo couldn't guess what might be going through the mind of this woman who held immense sway in the city's merc and fixer scenes. She didn't respond immediately, just snapped her fingers in the direction of the bar. "2 tequilas here." "Thanks, but I don't drink." "Then what do you want?" "I'll take a cola on ice." Rogue arched a brow. "Cola on ice? You come to my place to watch your health." Sarcasm aside, Rogue still gave the order. 1 tequila, 1 cola on ice. Claire served them soon enough, setting the glasses on the table. She started to leave but paused when Rogue said, "Leave the bottle." Claire left a bottle of tequila on the table. Leo picked up the cola. "To your health." Rogue raised her tequila, saluting him back. "And yours, kid. Doesn't matter if you're young or old, health's always good to have." Leo emptied his cola in one go and set the glass down. "I'll be blunt, can you get me what's on that list?" Rogue lit a cigarette and took a slow drag before putting it out. She uncrossed her legs and sat up, meeting Leo's eyes with a serious gaze. "Are you serious about all that gear? It's all 4th gen. Even the biggest corporations only give 4th gen implants to their elite field ops and soldiers." She paused. "I have to be direct, kid. The money for implants like that could rent you a nice villa in North Oak for a long, carefree vacation. Are you sure you can afford something like this?" Rogue's measured tone showed exactly why she was the queen of fixers. Had this been Wakako Okada, there would have been plenty of mockery. But Rogue merely laid out the facts. Even if she thought Leo had no idea how big he was aiming, she showed no outward contempt. Leo dispelled her concerns by transferring the funds right then and there. Rogue glanced at the figure, her face shifting slightly even as her mind reeled. Where had this kid gotten so much money? Robbed Arasaka's vaults. What she didn't know was how Leo had partnered with Padre, selling high-grade tech weapons at a massive profit, combined with the fact that he never wasted money on flash, parties, or drugs. He'd saved up a hefty sum. Seeing the payment, Rogue had no more reason to doubt him. Yes, I can get you what you want, but it'll take time. Leo visibly relaxed. If Rogue had accepted, it meant there was nothing she couldn't acquire. If possible, I need it soon. I'm in a hurry. Leo left the afterlife. The Delamain taxi he had called was still waiting outside. He opened the door, about to climb in, when someone shouted behind him, "Stop right there." He heard chaotic footsteps. The handful of punks who'd been glaring at him when he first entered the club had followed him all the way out. Onlookers scattered, no one wanting to get involved. The punks gawked at the gleaming Delamain cab, then exchanged greedy looks. Two of them flanked Leo from either side, cutting off any escape. "Damn, you're riding Delamain. Where'd a punk like you get that kind of money?" Leo's face darkened. But he'd had a good day, his deal with Rogue had gone smoothly, so he decided to give them one final chance. "I'm in a decent mood today, so I'll let you walk away. Now scram. Kid, looks like you don't get who's in char." His words were cut short by a gunshot. If Leo did anything, he did it clean. In a blur, he squeezed both triggers, each hand gripping a big-caliber revolver. Muzzle flashes lit his cold expression. Passers-by screamed and fled, or ducked to the ground covering their heads. When the gunfire ceased, the would-be ambushers lay dead around him. Leo spun each revolver smoothly and slid them back into their holsters, as though nothing had happened. Then he got in the taxi. A moment later, the Delamain vehicle pulled away, leaving only the corpses, their faces frozen in shock. Chapter 82, Chapter 82. A veil of fog shrouded the sky, and a light drizzle was falling. Neon signs and holographic ads dyed the raindrops in rainbow hues. In the corporate plaza, skyscrapers built by the megacore towered like the grand palaces of Norse gods, lined up one after another. Water pooled on the slick pavement, reflecting the dazzling neon lights in a riot of colors. Before anyone could fully take in the view, a Delamain taxi sped through the puddles with a loud splash. Leo, sitting inside, paid no attention to the city's nighttime spectacle. His focus was on his own status screen. Name * Leo. Potential points * 60. Skills *. Firearm Maintenance LV5. Blade Mastery LV5. Firearm Mastery LV5. Fitness LV5. Evasion/Dodge LV5. Blocking LV5. Throwing LV5. Vehicle Handling LV5. Eureka LV. From level 5 onward, each skill level required 10 potential points to advance. For a while, Leo had been saving all the points he'd earned from recent jobs. After some thought, he decided to spend 30 points all at once, pouring them into evasion. Evasion LV5, Evasion LV8. A warm surge started in his heart and coursed through his limbs. "Delamain," Leo said abruptly, "pull over." "But sir, we haven't arrived at your destination." "Pull over." "Understood. Wait for me right here. I'll be right back." He left the taxi in a quick spring, vanishing from the spot. When he reappeared a few steps away, his body felt so light it was almost weightless. Leo wasn't using any cyberware at all, yet his new movement speed matched that of a third-generation Kerenzikov at full blast. More than just foot speed, his reaction time and dynamic vision had sharpened, too. He tested it out a bit. It wasn't as broken as a Sandevistan might be, yet. But the enhanced nerve response and field of view made a world of difference. If he were to fight Nanto again, who was already dead, there was no way it would take so long this time. After savoring the rush of his upgraded skills, Leo climbed back into the Delamain taxi. "Welcome back. Let's go." He was more than satisfied with the results of his skill upgrade. In Night City, personal power mattered. If you wanted to get anywhere, you needed strength. But that wasn't all he had in store tonight. Reaching under the seat, he pulled out a case and set it beside him. Opening it, the glow of street lamps and neon signs revealed its contents, a carefully cleaned, neatly folded preacher's cassock, Nanto's attire. After killing Nanto, Leo hadn't had time to loot the body, and the city mortuary vans had hauled away the tiger claws corpses. He'd later paid a small bribe to acquire this particular outfit, which he'd already noticed wasn't ordinary. Holding it now, he felt even more certain. This wasn't just a normal piece of clothing. He ran his fingers over it, scrutinizing every inch, then came to a realization. Ah. So that's how it is. This bulletproof cassock, unlike the typical approach using polycarbonate or aramid fibers, had third-gen subdermal armor integrated directly into its fabric. No wonder it stopped bullets so well. Subdermal plating was sold by the fingernail-sized piece, and Nanto had managed to get enough to cover an entire outfit. The tiger claws must have had deep pockets, though in truth, Nanto himself had likely gone into debt for this extravagance. Suddenly, Leo's system window popped up with a prompt. From examining this bulletproof cassock, you've gained insight. Subdermal armor, usually implanted under the skin, has here been attached to clothing. This idea isn't advanced. Megacore once considered it, then discarded it due to high cost. However, Nanto's self-made bulletproof outfit is far from perfect. It can be improved further. Would you like to spend 30 potential points to acquire the improved schematics? Leo's eyes lit up. He answered without hesitation. Yes. You have spent 30 potential points and acquired the custom combat armor schematics. In her private booth at the Afterlife, Rogue was in the middle of using her channels to source the gear Leo needed. Suddenly, her hollow screen signaled an incoming call from him. Annoyance flickered over her features, but she took the call anyway. She spoke bluntly. Kid, don't tell me you're regretting paying up so quickly. I can give back some money if you want to back out, but by the rules I can only return about 80%. It wasn't that Rogue was greedy, it was just how Night City deals worked. Whether you were buying guns, cyberware, meds, or intel from a fixer, once you sealed the contract and paid the deposit, you couldn't just yank it all back. With Leo having paid in full upfront, she could only return maybe 80%, the rest would be considered the deposit. That's not it. I'd like to add more items to my purchase. Her reply surprised Rogue slightly. She raised an eyebrow. All right. Let's hear it. Leo rattled off the materials required for building his newly discovered, custom combat armor. Sure, Rogue said once he finished. Give me some time. Once I have everything, I'll deliver it in one batch to wherever you want. That efficiency was part of why she reigned as Night City's top fixer. One more thing, Leo added. What is it? For these new materials, can I pay on an installment plan? I'm short on eddies. Silence. Rogue didn't speak, and neither did Leo. They simply stared at each other through the holocall for a moment. You realize what you're asking for isn't cheap, right? I know. And you also know you're not quite famous enough for me to trust you on that level. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Rogue's mouth. Her voice wasn't the cold monotone of a typical deal, it felt more like a senior figure testing an upstart. You don't have to trust me, Leo said calmly. Oh. Chapter 83. Rogue's tone took on a more intriguing edge. She was even more curious now, wondering just how Leo would convince her. Sure, the total cost is more than I can pay in one lump sum right now, Leo said. But for the Queen of Fixers in Night City, it's a drop in the bucket. All I need is a bit more than a month, and I can cover the shortfall. It's not just a deal, it's an act of faith. You may not trust me, but considering I've already wired you hundreds of thousands, I think you could at least try. Rogue nodded slowly. You're pretty persuasive. So, what do you say? All right. I'll give you 2 months to repay the rest. Thank you. No need for thanks, Rogue said, her expression softening into a more genuine smile than before. I nearly forgot to tell you, I might not trust you personally, but I do trust my old friends, Padre, and Regina. I've known her since before she started digging up corporate scandals. They speak highly of you. Don't disappoint them, more importantly, don't disappoint me. She leaned back. Keep at it, rookie. Once I track down everything you asked for, I'll have it delivered. A few days later, an unremarkable van pulled up at the base of Leo's apartment in the Glen. The vehicle bore a local home renovation company's logo. Several workers hopped out, hauling heavy bags and crates inside. Leading the group was Emmerich, the same bouncer who always guarded the entrance of the Afterlife. Because there were so many supplies, they took 2 trips on the elevator to carry it all upstairs. 30 minutes later, they returned empty-handed, got in the van, and drove away. After seeing them off, Leo made calls to the people he knew, letting them know that he'd be holed up in his apartment for a while, closed-door training, so to speak. If they absolutely needed him, they could call, otherwise, he'd prefer not to be disturbed. He switched his apartment's panoramic windows to solid steel mode and locked down the elevator's access. Then he headed into his weapons mod shop. Glancing at the stash of materials Emmerich's crew had delivered, Leo took a moment to roll his stiff shoulders and massage his cheeks. All right. Time to get to work. Half a month passed. The door to the weapons mod shop opened for the first time in 2 weeks. Leo emerged, carrying 4 custom-made combat outfits, 2 in each hand. He hung them all on a rack in the living space and snapped his fingers. A voice-activated light flicked on, banishing the darkness. He frowned slightly and cycled through various colors until the system switched to a warm, storybook-like glow. Only then did Leo step back with hands on his hips, admiring the fruits of his labor. On the rack from left to right. 1. A white trench coat and work pants, made for himself. 2. A leather jacket and jeans, made for Jackie. 3. An off-shoulder white jacket, black high-cut bodysuit, and white shorts, made for Lucy. 4. A long red dress, made for V. These 4 custom bulletproof outfits had occupied him day and night for the entire half-month, aside from the few hours he stole for sleep. Now they were finally done. They weren't just knockoffs of Nanto's bulletproof cassock. Although Leo had used a similar principle, melding subdermal armor onto fabric, he'd opted for 4th-generation subdermal plating rather than Nanto's 3rd-gen lighter weight, better durability, and it didn't impede the wearer's movements. More importantly, the interior of each combat outfit was lined with a prototype, thickening fluid a new material Leo had conceptualized when he acquired the custom combat armor blueprint. It was unique in Night City, no one else had it. Under normal conditions, the fluid remained liquid, keeping the fabric comfortable and flexible. But when struck, be it a slash from a blade or the impact of a speeding bullet, the fluid would instantly harden, drastically increasing the outfit's toughness. At the same time, it would disperse force across the material, reducing pressure on any single point. Once the impact ceased, the fluid would revert to liquid form, returning the outfit to a soft, pliable state. Rather than invest in trauma team memberships for everyone, paying tens of thousands of Eurodollars each month, Leo felt it was better to upgrade their gear and skills. After all, even a platinum plan could fail if trauma team's response time was too slow, and safety guaranteed in Night City was never truly guaranteed. These 4 outfits, on the other hand, would see them safely through many a mercenary contract. Leo was eager to see how Jackie and the others would react to such a gift. He quickly called Jackie. Within seconds, Jackie picked up, his loud voice ringing across the holo display. Leo. You're out. Yeah. Where are you guys? I've got something for you. Me, V, and Lucy, we're all at El Coyote Kojo. Hurry up and get here. I'm on my way. 10 minutes later, Leo pushed open the door to El Coyote Kojo. He exchanged greetings with Chihiro, who was wiping down a table. Hey, Miss Chihiro. Chihiro no longer looked like a former soldier or assassin. Had he not known her history, even Leo would have mistaken her for just another polite waitress. Don't be so formal, Mr. Leo, she said, flustered. Just call me Chihiro. Would you like a drink on the house? Leo gave a small wave. Then please, just call me Leo. And don't worry about the drink, you look busy. By the way, where are Jackie and the others? After scanning the bar and not spotting them, Leo asked, they said they'd be here. Chihiro nodded. They're in the alley out back. Jackie said if you arrive, just head straight over. Leo thanked her and slipped through the bar's rear door. Checking left, then right, he soon spotted Jackie, Lucy, and V gathered in a narrow side alley. Jackie waved him over, looking excited. Hey, Leo, over here. What are you 3 doing? Leo asked, noting the large shape behind them, hidden under a dust sheet. And what's that? Jackie's tone was all smug secrecy. It's a present for you. For me? Leo frowned in surprise. What prompted that? Jackie smirked. We'll explain later. First, why not guess what's under here? Leo feigned deep thought, but with his tactical optics, it would have been easy to skim the object directly. Is it a motorbike? Jackie's eyes went wide. How'd you guess right away? Lucy and V exchanged a glance and chuckled. Lucy brushed her white hair behind one ear. Jackie, next time you want Leo to guess something, remember to ask him to take off his tactical optics first. Jackie smacked his forehead, feigning outrage. Damn it, you were cheating, Leo. You sly little. The men clowned around, the women laughed so hard they were nearly in tears. All right, quit messing around, Lucy teased. Jackie huffed. Should be me telling him that. He mock-sulked, as though complaining about how Leo kept slipping his grasp. It almost seemed he'd tried to grab Leo, only to find Leo moving as if he had ice skates on his feet. Chapter 84. Leo always managed to slip away from what Jackie considered a perfect trap. During that time, he never once took the initiative against Jackie, which only made Jackie feel more frustrated. Still, he quickly perked up again, striking an exaggerated pose like a TV shopping host. Ta-da! Don't blink, Leo, check this out. With a dramatic flourish, Jackie yanked off the dust cover, revealing a motorcycle underneath. Its sleek design gleamed in black and gold, with hefty brass exhaust pipes on either side, classic steampunk style. Leo froze in place. His tactical goggles could only scan rough outlines, not true X-ray views, so when Jackie lifted the dust cover, Leo finally saw the bike's real appearance. He couldn't hold back an odd gasp. Wow. Awesome. Jackie looked extremely satisfied with Leo's reaction. Though he had felt slightly deflated when Leo guessed the surprise, seeing the genuine look of wonder on Leo's face gave Jackie a sense of triumph. You like it, right? I knew you would. Grinning ear to ear, Jackie drew a circle in the air, as if to include everyone present. All three of us chipped in, but the idea came from V and Lucy. V wore a faint smile. To be precise, I was the one who suggested getting you a gift, but Lucy picked out this particular bike. Jackie let out a hearty laugh. Originally, we planned to give it to you on your birthday, but we didn't know when that was. And when Lucy, V, and I were hunting around on eBay for a gift, we saw this and jumped on it before someone else could. Leo ran his hand fondly over the black and gold chassis, feeling deeply touched. The smooth surface exuded quality, and the bold design definitely didn't come cheap. He suddenly remembered that stretch of time when Jackie, V, and Lucy had all gone off on other business. Apparently, they had secretly taken on extra jobs to raise money for his present. Warmth filled his heart. Looking at the three of them with genuine sincerity, he said, "Thank you." "Don't mention it," Jackie replied hastily, waving a hand to dispel the serious mood. Clearly uncomfortable with displays of emotion, he continued, "You seem to like it, which means V and Lucy chose well. If you really want to thank someone, thank them. I was originally thinking of picking between the Kusanagi CT-3X, the Arch Nazer, and the Brennan Apollo, but Lucy insisted on this one." V shook her head. "Don't listen to Jackie. You don't need to thank us for anything. We owe you so much already. This bike is just a small token. If you really want to be grateful, direct it at Lucy." Leaning against the wall, Lucy pulled out a cigarette but seemed to think better of it, tucking it away instead. "I only gave a reference opinion. Fenrir was made for the Japanese market, they don't sell it in the West. Even though we bought it on eBay, I checked it out, this bike is brand new. The previous owner got it just to collect and never used it. So don't worry about riding somebody else's wife." Leo wore a playful expression. "I wasn't thinking that at all, but now that you mention it, it does feel a bit weird." Lucy froze for a second, about to explain herself, but Leo changed his tone with a grin. "Kidding, I love it." He glanced at the three of them, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Since you all insist, I won't keep thanking you." Jackie gave him a thumbs up. "Now that's what I'm talking about. We're partners, right? Partners back each other up. And once you're on this bike, you'll be the coolest dude in Night City." Leo nodded. "Perfect timing, because I also have something for all of you." "Wait, you got us gifts too?" Jackie's jaw nearly dropped. V and Lucy both looked surprised, finally noticing the metal case Leo had been carrying when he arrived. Leo placed the metal case on Fenrir's seat and popped it open. A hiss sounded as white vapor escaped from the narrow gap. The sight alone exuded a high-tech vibe, leaving the trio momentarily stunned. Once fully opened, the case resembled a three-tiered storage box, each tier holding the custom bulletproof combat uniforms Leo wanted to give them. "Leo, what's this?" Jackie asked, baffled. V and Lucy also looked puzzled, as if wondering why Leo would bother gifting them ordinary clothes. "Don't get me wrong, these aren't just clothes." Leo drew a large-caliber revolver from his waist and, without warning, fired a shot into his own arm. The thunderous crack of the gun made passers-by outside the alley jump, and Jackie, V, and Lucy all flinched in alarm. "Leo, are you nuts?" Leo raised a hand, signaling them to stay calm, then showed them his arm. There was no blood, and the bullet hadn't penetrated the sleeve. A shallow dent marked the spot, which gradually returned to its original shape. If Leo hadn't still been holding the smoking revolver, the others might have thought they had imagined the entire thing. "Holy crap." Jackie lunged forward, running a hand over the sleeve. It was as if the shot had never happened, and the fabric looked completely unscathed. Jackie, who had been part of the Valentinos when he was just a teenager, knew better than anyone how precious armor with that level of bullet resistance could be. Years ago, he had nearly been killed after taking 3 bullets near his heart, which led him to leave the gang. Even so, he continued living a risky life as a merc. A piece of armor that could stop a large-caliber revolver was worth a fortune, maybe worth even more than the luxury sports car they had lifted on their first job in Night City. Thank you. A moment ago, Jackie had waved off Leo's gratitude, but now he was on the verge of tears. He pulled Leo into a fierce bear hug. Don't mention it, big guy, Leo said, patting Jackie on the back. When they separated, V stepped forward and planted a soft kiss on Leo's cheek, while Lucy gave him a quick, almost skittish hug before springing away as if shocked. Leo didn't mind, he chalked it up to Lucy being shy. After all, she was of mixed Japanese heritage and had grown up in an Arasaka facility. It made sense that she was less openly affectionate than people from the West. Clapping his hands, Leo broke the tension. Anyone up for a drink? My treat. They headed back to the bar and enjoyed a round of celebratory drinks. Chapter 85. In the end, only Leo, who never drank, and Lucy, who only sipped lightly, remained standing. As the last two who were still sober, Leo volunteered to take V and Lucy home. Originally, he had planned to test out the new motorcycle they had bought for him, to see if it really lived up to the hype. But since the bike couldn't safely seat 3 people, especially when one of them was already out cold, he decided to send the motorcycle back to his apartment and drive his SUV instead. He opened both the windows and the sunroof so Lucy and V would feel more comfortable, then cruised first to her apartment in Japantown. After Lucy headed upstairs, he parked in the mega-building lot in Little China and carried a very drunk V into the elevator. The elevator's TV was playing tonight's talk. The guest that evening was Jefferson Peralez, who had become a hot topic since the Redwood Psychiatric Hospital incident. He faced the camera without the slightest hint of nervousness, speaking eloquently and revealing that, apart from those who had been misdiagnosed and were now reunited with their families, the patients who truly needed care had been transferred to a medical center. He also announced a crowdfunding campaign, urging citizens to donate to help these psychiatric patients. Jefferson and his wife, Elizabeth, had each taken the lead with a pledge of €1 million. Leo smiled to himself. No doubt this was another one of Elizabeth's ideas. She was the kind of calculating woman who could turn burdens that most people would avoid at all costs into political capital for Jefferson. The old saying held true, behind every successful man stood a woman who quietly supported him. Without Elizabeth's shrewd assistance, Jefferson would likely still be just another broke, unremarkable councilman in City Hall, an honest councilman, but still nowhere near as confident and influential as he was now. Still, Leo didn't mind. In the adult world, nothing was simple. It wasn't purely a matter of black or white. Yes, Elizabeth was using those vulnerable psychiatric patients. And yes, Jefferson, the idealist, wasn't so naive either. But in an era where everything was falling apart, especially in a city that was even worse, they were doing more than most. At least their so-called publicity stunt was genuinely helping people who needed it, which already put them ahead of 95% of the city's upper crust. Ding. The elevator doors slid open. Using V's key, Leo opened the door to her apartment, nudged it shut with his foot, and gently laid her on the bed. He took off her shoes, wiped a thin layer of sweat from his forehead, and glanced at V, who smelled strongly of both alcohol and her natural scent. He couldn't help wondering, was alcohol really that enjoyable? In both his past life and this one, Leo had never touched a drop. He didn't smoke either. No matter who tried to convince him, it was a line he didn't cross. If someone felt you had to drink to be considered a friend, well, then that friendship simply wasn't worth it. He poured a glass of water and left it on V's nightstand. He had heard that drunk people often woke up parched in the middle of the night, and this way she could just reach for it. After a moment's thought, he also set a small trash bin by the bed, just in case. It would be better for her to throw up there than on the floor, saving her a messy cleanup the next day. Certain he hadn't forgotten anything, Leo prepared to leave. Suddenly, he felt someone tug on his clothes. Startled, he turned to see V kneeling on the bed, looking at him. At some point, she had woken up enough to sit upright. Her eyes were hazy, unfocused, but still locked onto him. Before he could say anything, she leaned forward, draping her arms over his shoulders and pressing herself against his back in a loose, sleepy hug. Her warmth sank into him, her breath soft against his neck. "Don't go," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Leo's hands hovered over hers for a moment before gently holding them in place. "All right, I won't." He sat on the edge of the bed, and V didn't move, just stayed wrapped around him, her arms slackening ever so slightly as exhaustion took over. He could feel her weight shifting, her hold becoming looser, and when he turned his head slightly, he noticed her eyelids fluttering. Slowly, her grip melted, her body tilting, and before she could completely slide off, Leo caught her. She had finally passed out, her head resting against his shoulder. With a soft sigh, he adjusted her in his arms, brushing a few strands of hair away from her face. "You're really something, you know that," he murmured, but she was too far gone to hear. Smiling just a little, Leo laid her down properly and pulled the blanket over her. He left the lights off. What little glow there was came from the neon ads outside, flickering around the clock. In the dimness, V's earlier words echoed in his mind, mingling with the sweet, boozy scent rising from her skin. A sudden impulse shot through him, urging him to do something. In the bathroom, Leo balanced upside down, not on both hands, but on the fingertips of his right hand alone, supporting his entire body weight. 997, 998, 999, 1000. He finished and dropped back onto his feet, grabbing a towel to wipe off his sweat. Then, with a subtle shift in his senses, he picked up a faint sound of someone outside the apartment door. The footsteps halted right there, then stopped completely. Leo frowned. What was going on? A thief? A burglar? By ordinary standards, V's apartment was pretty decent, and there were even a few NCPD officers living in the same mega-building. Break-ins were far less common here than in other parts of Night City, though less common didn't mean impossible. Maybe the intruder thought nobody was home because the lights were out. If that was the case, Leo planned to give them a little surprise, to teach them you didn't just waltz into the wrong place at the wrong time. He picked up his large-caliber revolver and crept silently to the front door. In one swift move, he yanked it open and pressed the barrel under the intruder's chin. 2 seconds later, he lowered his gun. "What are you doing here?" "Couldn't sleep." Standing outside the door was Lucy. "Want to come in?" "Actually, no. Let's go out." Leo stepped into the hallway and locked up behind him. The overhead lighting flickered and crackled, casting a horror movie vibe over everything. "Can't sleep? Or is something on your mind?" Lucy kept her hands behind her back and her head down, short white hair covering her face. She seemed subdued, obviously worried about something. Gently placing a hand on her right shoulder, Leo said, "Come with me, I'll take you somewhere." Ding. The maintenance elevator doors opened. "What is this place?" Lucy's eyes widened as she looked around curiously. "The rooftop of Mega Building H10. There aren't many taller buildings in Night City. I've never actually been up here before, but I had a feeling it'd be worth seeing." "Not bad, right?" Leo stepped out of the maintenance elevator and was instantly greeted by a gust of wind. He handled it fine, but Lucy shivered and sneezed. "It's pretty chilly up here." "Wait a sec." He slipped off his coat and draped it over Lucy's shoulders. "Better." She shook her head in reply, meaning she wasn't cold anymore, and felt the residual warmth still clinging to his jacket. Then she turned to look at Leo again. Chapter 86. "You gave me your coat, won't you be cold?" Lucy asked. Leo offered a small smile. "Don't worry about me. I'm built tough, I don't feel the chill." His fitness LV5 perk wasn't a joke. With that skill, he was practically immune to colds and fevers. A little breeze like this wasn't nearly enough to make him sick. "Follow me. Watch your step." Leo led Lucy toward the edge of the rooftop, and they sat on a raised step overlooking Night City. A gentle breeze rustled their clothes as they gazed upon the neon glow of Japantown, the most profitable district in Westbrook. Billboards and neon signs flashed endlessly, creating a dazzling, kaleidoscopic aura. Even though it was late, the crowds hadn't diminished. If anything, the nightlife was in full swing. By day, Japantown brimmed with tourists enthralled by its bars, upscale restaurants, arcades, the Sakura department store, and Shinto shrines, a must-see corner of Night City conveniently close to Corpo Plaza. The hotels near Corpo Plaza offered a comfortable place for them to rest, and in broad daylight, Japantown felt safe and tidy. At night, however, it became a playground for visitors and the city's wealthier classes. Exhausted office workers blew off steam here, indulging in every kind of vice, from risque entertainment to high-stakes gambling, before staggering away, completely wasted. The crown jewel of this neon spectacle was the Clouds Club, famous for its brain dances and exclusive services. You could fulfill nearly any desire there, provided your wallet was thick enough. Otherwise, you risked losing more than just your money if you made a foolish mistake. Even after dark, Trauma Team AVs whirled busily through the sky. Leo noticed one, its thrusters spitting blue flames as it zoomed toward the Pacifica area. That sight was unusual, considering how few people in Pacifica could afford a trauma team policy. Leo and Lucy sat quietly on the step at the rooftop's edge, letting the wind and the vibrant cityscape below speak for them. Despite the bustle of the streets, the constant noise of the Kabuki district, and the torrent of tourists across the bridge in Japantown, the rooftop itself was calm, like the eye of a storm. It felt as though the world's troubles were momentarily left behind, at least for Leo. Lucy, on the other hand, was wrapped in her own turmoil. She kept reaching up to touch the back of her head, where her deep dive port was located. Every professional netrunner had a high-capacity neural connector directly wired into their cerebral cortex, allowing deeper, faster entry into networks. For Lucy, that port represented more than just an advanced piece of hacking tech, it carried memories of a horrific past she wanted to forget. She had followed Leo here not because she was jealous of V or frightened about what might happen between them. What truly scared her was the growing sense of isolation she'd been feeling, an unshakable distance from the others. It hadn't been too noticeable while running missions with Leo, V, and Jackie, but tonight, seeing the three of them present Leo with a gift they'd carefully chosen brought everything to the surface. Watching the bond Leo, V, and Jackie shared, trusting each other like family, only made Lucy feel a quiet ache. They were like siblings, true partners who would always guard each other's backs. What about her? Lucy remembered that, unlike V and Jackie, she had lied to Leo by keeping her past hidden. That lingering fear gnawed at her. If Leo found out the truth, would he still welcome her the same way? This was why she had followed him instead of going straight home. She was done pretending nothing was wrong. Maybe it was the alcohol emboldening her, maybe it was simply that she couldn't bear the loneliness anymore. Yet when Leo opened V's apartment door and found Lucy outside, all the words she'd planned to say vanished. She wanted to keep hiding, pretend life was normal. The warmth Leo had shown her felt too precious, she dreaded the possibility that confessing would shatter it all. She was jolted from her thoughts by a sudden warmth against her cheek. Startled, she turned to see Leo holding out a cup of hot liquid. Take it. Thanks, Lucy said blankly. It's still hot. How'd you manage that? There's a vending machine in the corner over there, no idea how they lugged it all the way up here, but I bought 2 cups. It's pretty windy up here, so something warm helps. Lucy took a tentative sip, feeling a surge of comfort as the warmth spread through her. Gripping the cup with both hands, she let out an anxious breath. Finally, she made up her mind. Can I ask you something? Sure. Hypothetically, just hypothetically. Lucy bit her lip, searching for the right words. If, in your team, one person turned out to be a wanted fugitive hunted by Interpol, what would you do? Leo chuckled, as though it was obvious. That's easy, I'd hand them over to Interpol. Crime fighting is everyone's duty, right? Lucy's heart lurched, as though a knife had pierced it. The pain felt overwhelming. She turned her face away so he wouldn't see the disappointment and sadness she couldn't hide. I figured you'd say that. The cold reality pressed in on her like the night wind. Despair washed over her, and she felt as though she'd fallen through thin ice. She couldn't blame anyone but herself. She began to make an excuse to leave, not just this rooftop, but possibly everything, when Leo spoke again, surprising her. But we're talking about someone chased by Interpol, right? He continued. If you swapped Interpol for a giant corporation, that'd be a whole different story. Huh? Lucy froze. Still looking at the polluted sky, where neither stars nor moonlight were visible, Leo went on. Anyone I bring into the team is someone I trust. I like to think I'm a good judge of character. If they were some world-class fugitive, I'd probably have noticed from the start. So if they're on my team, that means Interpol's not after them. And if I trust them, then I don't care if it's Arasaka or Militech or whoever, they can step aside. Nobody touches my people. Period. Tears began to spill from Lucy's eyes like pearls from a broken string, hitting the ground one after another. She wiped at them, her voice catching in her throat. Aren't you scared it could put you in danger? Leo kept his gaze steady on the horizon. I'm not afraid of any corporate threat. The only thing that scares me is watching a teammate hide something that ends up costing them their life. I've witnessed too many tragedies, situations that could have been avoided if people had just opened up sooner instead of hiding in fear. If someone's on my team, I want them to share whatever's weighing them down. Many hands make light work, right? We can find a solution together instead of letting them carry it alone. Lucy stood, pressing both hands to her face. Tears continued to fall, reflecting the muted neon glow of the sleeping city. Chapter 87. Sorry. Lucy hurried off, seeming to know exactly what she needed to do. Leo handed her a box of tissues, which he had bought earlier along with the drinks. Here. Lucy took the tissues and ran off. About 10 minutes later, she returned. Her eyes looked puffy, as if she had cried some more, but she seemed calmer. She sat beside Leo once again, curling her legs up and hugging her knees. My full name is Lucina Kushinada. I'm half Japanese and half Polish. Ever since I was little, I was raised in an Arasaka facility in another country. She spoke, and he listened. Even the ceaseless nighttime wind on that rooftop seemed to grow still, silently lending its ear. Lucy had never had anyone to confide in, having spent her life on the run, always fleeing those who hunted her. With no one to trust, her secrets had tormented her, weighing her down. Now, letting it all out in one go felt like a huge relief, but it also meant entrusting her fate to the young man in front of her. If he reported her to Arasaka, she would be done for. This time, Leo made sure she didn't feel any further sense of isolation within the team. He pulled her into his arms. We're a team, he said softly. Your problems are my problems. Your secret, I'll keep. And if Arasaka comes, I'll handle them. Something inside Lucy shifted at those words. She clung to Leo's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. In that moment, her perspective changed. The moon had always felt distant, something she had longed for but could never reach. But now, she realized, she didn't need to. Because right here, in his arms, she had found her light. Leo woke to the enticing smell of food. In the kitchen, two women were busy cooking. V emerged with a plate in hand and set it on the table. Seeing him awake, she flashed a grin. Hey, you're up. Perfect timing, breakfast is almost ready. Did you two talk things over? Leo's expression turned a little awkward. Last night, on a whim, he had taken Lucy to the rooftop for some air. Afterward, when they came back down, it was so late that he decided, without really asking V, to let Lucy crash here in V's apartment. V's place only had one bed, but there were also two couches. Leo told Lucy to pick whichever she wanted, then he would take the other. Now he saw Lucy and V cooking together and figured they must have worked everything out. Ah, right, sorry about that, Leo said. I didn't get your permission before letting Lucy stay. Don't sweat it, V replied, waving a hand dismissively. No need for all that formality. She paused. Oh, by the way, Leo, you should call Jackie. See if he's awake and wants to come over for breakfast, or if we should meet at Vic's place and bring him something. Vic. Meet up. Leo scratched his head, suddenly feeling like he'd missed something important. From the kitchen, Lucy chimed in, V, Leo was locked away training for half a month. He probably doesn't know what's going on yet. Right. My bad, I forgot. In a few words, V explained the situation. That day was the day Victor would be operating on her and Jackie, installing the 4th-generation Kerenzikov. Vic believed in tackling urgent cases first. He had already spent 10 days helping Lucy recover enough for the big procedure Leo had arranged, replacing her cheap knockoff implants with the genuine ones from ROG. Lucy's surgery had been a success, and Victor insisted on keeping her at the clinic for a full 24 hours for observation. After 3 more days without any sign of rejection, she was finally free to leave. V and Jackie's upgrades were scheduled for today. While Leo was busy training in seclusion, nobody had bothered him about it, because it wasn't urgent and they didn't want to interrupt him. After breakfast, the 3 of them headed out. Megabuilding H10 had 2 passenger elevators for residents and 1 freight elevator, in addition to the rickety maintenance elevator. One of the passenger elevators went straight to the parking area, and it was only a short walk to get there from V's place, a quick turn down the hall. When they arrived, however, they saw 2 women standing in front of the elevator doors, which refused to open. One of the women kicked the door in frustration. This piece of junk is busted again, 3rd time now. The first 2 times, I paid to get it fixed. They said it'd last at least a year. Liars. I need to talk to building management. They walked past Leo, V, and Lucy. One woman glanced at Leo, offering a warning. If you're hoping to use that elevator, forget it. It's stuck shut. You can either take the stairs or the other elevator, your call. Leo thanked her and then turned to V and Lucy. Looks like we'll have to use the other elevator, ladies. Sunlight streamed down the megabuilding's central atrium, illuminating drifting motes of dust and creating pillars of light. In Night City, a megabuilding was more than just a tall structure. Each one was almost a small city in itself, something like a souped-up version of the old Kowloon walled city. Narrow common spaces were put to full use by the building's residents, who set up fast food counters, snack stands, convenience stores, general shops, gyms, and even gun shops. A flickering hollow-ad sign stood in the hallway, while a screen on a far wall played a non-stop ad for trauma teams, 7 minutes or your money back plan. Trauma team insurance came in various tiers. Even the basic membership was a few $100 a month, not cheap, but not impossible. Despite how rundown this mega building looked, it was hardly the worst place to live in Night City. "Hey, V," called a bald man standing behind a barred window, the local gun shop owner, Wilson. He gave Leo and Lucy a quick once-over. "Who are your friends?" "They're with me," V answered. "Nice to meet you," Wilson said. "You folks want to step in and browse?" "We've got something to do first," V replied. "Maybe another time." "No problem." Inside the elevator, a serious-looking WNS anchor delivered the news. "Good evening, Night City. We have local updates on the upcoming Asakusa Matsuri, often called the Arasaka Spirit Festival. To enhance the atmosphere, you'll be seeing elaborate multi-tiered festival floats rolling through the city streets. Several masters of the biwa will be performing, along with traditional no theater. This year's festival is fully sponsored by Arasaka Corporation, and the public is especially excited for the possible appearance of Hanako Arasaka herself during the parade. From everyone at WNS, we wish you a safe and joyful festival. Stay tuned for a special report. Cybernetic psychosis, rumor or reality? We'll be right back after these messages. When they exited the elevator, Leo headed off to get the car while V and Lucy waited outside. Once he pulled up, they climbed in. Next stop, El Coyote Kojo to pick up Jackie. Chapter 88. Victor and Misty's street was as lively as always. The ragged man who wore trash bags like clothes was still on his corner, loudly proclaiming his conspiracy theories. Sadly, he hardly had an audience. Most people who wandered over just wanted a photo for social media, ignoring his frantic shouts. Diagonally across from him stood a nightclub, where scantily clad dancers performed pole routines in the display window. Even they seemed to draw more onlookers than the conspiracy theorist did. After greeting Misty, V and Jackie headed down to Victor's clinic in the basement. Leo and Lucy stayed upstairs. Too many people crowding Vic's workspace would only make things harder for him. They decided to wait outside. A scruffy-looking man pushing a shopping cart soon wandered over, his grin crooked and eyes glinting with something unpleasant. "Well, damn. You look sexy as hell," he drawled, giving her an obvious once-over. "Ever think about working as a lady of the night? First week would get you twice the pay, easy." He let out a wheezy chuckle, tapping the dented camera in his cart. "Or maybe this lil beauty's got something even better on it, something that could change your life." Before he could get any closer, Leo stepped in front of Lucy and shoved the man back by his shoulder. "Stay away from her, you piece of trash." The man stumbled, anger flashing across his face. But when he spotted the Muramasa at Leo's waist and the big revolver in its quick-draw holster, his fury vanished as fast as it came. He raised both hands in surrender, then scurried away, pushing his cart with all the speed he could muster. Leo knew exactly what that lowlife had been after. Hard to believe that in 2077, there were still idiots trying to rope strangers into filming shady adult vids right on the street. Suddenly, Leo's phone rang. The screen showed an unknown number. "Who is this?" A hoarse male voice came through. "They call me the captain on the streets. I'm a fixer in Santo Domingo." Every district had more than one fixer, but Leo had heard of this El Capitan, real name Wama Reyes. He was a rising player in Santo Domingo, going toe-to-toe with older big-timers like Faraday. "I got your number from Regina. There's a job I want to see if you're interested in." "All right, let's hear it. Here's the situation." "So, you think you can handle it?" Leo's brows furrowed slightly. "That's not your average gig." El Capitan's proposal was different from the jobs Leo and his crew usually took. What made it more complicated was that two key members of his team were currently in Vic's clinic getting cyberware implanted. "Regina says you're solid." "She's right. I'm reliable," Leo said, "but this is going to cost you. I want double what you just offered." The captain didn't hesitate. "No problem, deal. But let's be clear, you only get paid once the client's safe. If they die, nobody's paying, got it?" Leo raised an eyebrow. "You think I'm some rookie merc who doesn't know how fixers operate? You just have that money ready. It'll be there. One more thing, after you finish this job, I'll have a personal favor to ask. That can wait, though. I know things need to happen one step at a time. I'll call you again later. Gotta go." The moment Leo hung up, Lucy spoke up beside him. "Another gig?" He nodded. One good thing about Night City is that you never have to run dry on gigs as long as you are good." "But, what about the others?" Lucy glanced at the entrance to the clinic under Misty's shop. She remembered how Vic had insisted on keeping her under observation for 3 full days after her surgeries. Now, V and Jackie were only installing a Korenzikov, which wasn't as invasive as Lucy's implants had been, but it was still major surgery. They clearly needed recovery time. Fresh out of surgery, they couldn't just jump into a mission. No worries, Leo said. Let them rest. I can find someone else. I'll make a call. He had never intended to drag V and Jackie straight into a new job the moment they got off the operating table. That was something only a heartless boss would do. If he was short on people, he could always hit up Maine's crew for some backup. A short while later, Rebecca's lively voice echoed from the other end of his hollow call. She was apparently just getting up. From what Leo could see of her background, she was still in pajamas. Hey, Leo. Genki. A couple of centuries ago, the global hub had been Europe, a century ago, the United States. By 2077, Asia had risen to the top in both military and economic might, and cultural exchange had shifted accordingly. Modern young people often tossed in bits of Asian slang, unless they were stubborn rednecks. And, admittedly, he had a little of that redneck stubbornness in him, too. Maybe that's why he never really used the slang himself. I'm good, so, are you free right now? Huh? Right this moment. Yeah, he said. Above the call's feed, heavy metal music blared in the background, so loud it made Leo wince. Your place sounds crazy. What are you up to? Nothing, hold on a sec. Rebecca had always acted sweet as sugar around Leo, but the moment she turned away from the camera, her expression flipped. Hey, big bro. Turn that damned music down, I'm on the phone. Standing in the middle of the room, a lanky figure with long arms and legs, Pilar, put a hand to his ear and drawled, What? Can't hear you. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the heavy metal that nearly shook the ceiling fell silent. 2 speakers, each riddled with bullet holes in a neat vertical row, crackled with stray sparks. Pilar stared blankly at the damage. My dumb little sister. Do you know what you just did? I bought those speakers brand new. Shut up. One more word and I'll rip your junk off and shove it in your mouth. After a brief frenzy of curses and clattering, Pilar stalked out, lugging his shot-up speakers in search of salvage or repair. Although Leo's hollow call only showed part of the chaos, the gunfire and Pilar's cries told him enough. He sighed. You and your brother have a pretty special relationship. That's just how he is, Rebecca replied. No use talking sense into him without a little demonstration. She held up the 2 handguns Leo had sold her, 1 tech pistol and 1 smart pistol, and grinned. Thanks to these babies, I bagged 11 kills on our last job. Leo smiled modestly. A good gun is only as effective as the hands that wield it. Rebecca giggled, her eyes curving into crescents. See, that's why I love talking to you. You always know what to say. So, you calling to ask me out or what? Wait, why is that the first thing you assume? Huh? Isn't it? Course not. Well, what's up then? Leo cleared his throat. I've got a job and could use your help. Could you get in touch with Maine for me? Rebecca sighed. That might be tricky. My crew's all busy right now. Busy. Leo glanced at the time and at Rebecca in her pajamas. It was just past 9 in the morning. If she and Pilar were still at home, their team clearly didn't have a job lined up. So how could they all be too busy to help? Chapter 89. Leo frowned slightly as Rebecca tapped her tech pistol against her temple, a playful gesture akin to scratching her head. Maine ran off to upgrade his cyberware again. Doria wouldn't let him go alone, so she went with him. Sasha's sleeping in, she worked all night and was completely wiped. You're telling me Maine's at it again? Leo blurted, uncharacteristically swearing under his breath. Not long ago, he had supplied Maine with a pair of powered arm bracers, now Maine was already heading back for more. Then Leo realized it wasn't simply a lust for power. Maine was the leader of his own team, just as Leo led his. A captain bore the duty of protecting his squad, so Maine pushed himself with one upgrade after another. The possibility of cyberpsychosis likely scared him less than the thought of letting his teammates down. Leo drove toward Watson's northern industrial zone, eventually pulling up near North Longshore Road at the city's edge. A few decrepit factories still functioned nearby, huge chimneys venting white smoke day and night. There were a handful of tall buildings, but far fewer than in a bustling district like Japantown. Rebecca and Pilar's apartment stood across the street, a worn-out old structure reminiscent of another era. Leo didn't have to wait long before the automatic doors whooshed open. Dressed in an oversized jacket, Rebecca peeked out. After spotting Leo's SUV, she dashed over. She almost took the front passenger seat but, seeing Lucy seated there, climbed into the back instead. "Rebecca, I don't think you've met our newest teammate," Leo said. "Rebecca, this is Lucy. Lucy, meet Rebecca." "Hello." "Hey." They exchanged polite greetings, both keeping a hint of distance. Rebecca stowed her gear under the seat, then leaned forward over the back of the front row. Noticing Leo's white coat, she grinned broadly. "Leo, you look like you're headed to audition for a TV host job." He shook his head. "Give me a break. That's not my scene. Hosting might look straightforward, and it paid well, but in Night City, landing such a gig was hardly guaranteed. Plenty of hopefuls with top-notch degrees never so much as stepped in front of a camera. Without certain connections, you ended up fetching coffee and praying for a promotion that might never come. As Leo steered the SUV toward Santo Domingo, Rebecca chattered constantly from the back seat, firing off question after question. "So what's the job? Who's paying?" Leo glanced in the rearview mirror. "It's from El Capitan. You all operate out of Santo Domingo, right?" "Must have heard of him, Muammar Reyes." "Sure have," Rebecca replied. "Oh. Tell me more." Rebecca puffed out her chest. "We got most of this from Sasha, our netrunner. Apparently, before he made a name for himself, El Capitan worked for a corp under his real name, Muammar Reyes. He eventually got sick of the corporate game, figured it's either you get screwed or do the screwing, and he liked the second option better. Plenty of folks who've escaped poverty want to help others in the same boat, and El Capitan's no different. He's the go-to fixer for half of Santo Domingo's working stiffs, and they've helped him fill his pockets. But he's not just greedy or selfish. Everyone who's worked with him respects him, the same way he respects them. People started calling him El Capitan after he gave them a hand. He's famous for saying, the corp-ruled world is a plague. Sooner or later, power will return to the people. We're the flesh and bone of this city, and we will succeed, just watch. The more Leo heard, the more peculiar it sounded. He cut Rebecca off with a slight wave. "You're sure Sasha got this right? He almost sounds less like a fixer and more like..." Leo paused, unable to find the perfect word. "Anyway, I guess he's a decent guy. You said your team usually works with Faraday, though." Rebecca shrugged. "Yeah, we do. You might think about switching fixers at some point," Leo advised. "Huh?" He raised an eyebrow. "It's not like you signed your life away. Why stick with one? Faraday's got a rotten reputation. If he gets the chance, he might sell you out. You're from that part of town, so you know how many mercenaries and gangwons he's burned." Slouching against the seat, Rebecca kicked her dangling feet beneath her oversized jacket. "I know what you're saying, but Maine, he's drawn to those big money jobs Faraday lines up." Leo's tone grew serious. "High pay means high risk. You do bigger jobs, so you buy more implants to survive them, then you want even bigger payouts, which require even riskier missions, leading to even more upgrades." He gave a small, weary sigh. "It's a vicious cycle." Rebecca lowered her gaze, her voice subdued. "Maine won't listen no matter what we say. Dorio's tried talking sense into him too, but once he's made up his mind, nothing can change it." Leo couldn't help a resigned sigh. If Maine had been part of his own crew and refused to see reason, he'd have pinned him down and knocked some sense into him. But that was Maine's business, not his. The atmosphere in the SUV turned solemn. Lucy, resting an elbow on the door with her fist near her chin, coughed softly to change the subject. "Leo, maybe you could fill us in on the details for this gig." He nodded. "El Capitan wants us to head into Eden Gang territory to rescue a netrunner named T-Bug. She tried to break into their subnet, but the Eden Gang netrunner trapped her inside an aggressive architecture. It's basically a lethal firewall, and if T-Bug can't escape, it'll fry her brain. In 2077's netrunning scene, you could browse the net via phone or computer if you just wanted to surf. Real hacking, though, required a deep dive port wired directly to your brain. Entering the swirling neon labyrinth of cyberspace let you infiltrate networks at far greater speeds, but if you lost in a netrunner duel, you might literally get your mind scorched. An ordinary runner would have been toast the moment that firewall kicked in, Leo continued. Their brains would have exploded like fireworks. But T-Bug isn't ordinary, she's been dodging everything Eden's netrunner is throwing at her. Problem is, she can't break free. Rebecca nodded thoughtfully. So she needs a rescue. Right. She paid El Capitan to hire someone to infiltrate Eden's base and yank that netrunner's cable. Once he's disconnected, T-Bug can slip away. Unplugging a netrunner sounded simple, and in many ways, it was. As soon as a netrunner jacked in, their mind was in cyberspace, leaving their real body limp and unaware of threats in the physical world. The only problem, that body was on Eden turf, presumably surrounded by more gang members. Still, El Capitan had offered them a detailed map of the Eden gang hideout, including a secret route in. It didn't show patrol schedules or guard posts, but if they stayed quiet and used the hidden passage, they might just sneak in, pull the plug, and slip back out without attracting attention. Chapter 90. As long as they followed the secret tunnel, they could sneak right up to the netrunner and take him out without raising any alarms. In other words, it sounded like a quick shopping trip, absurdly easy. Rebecca, sprawled comfortably in her seat, already seemed to be counting the reward she was sure they would earn. Suddenly, she shot upright as if something had struck her. Wait a second, Leo, whose territory did you say this is? The Eden gang. Some call them Eden's Gate. Seeing Rebecca's reaction, Leo frowned. I don't deal with Santo Domingo crews much. Are they famous? From what I remember, the biggest name in Santo Domingo is the 6th Street Gang, right? Rebecca scowled. Leo had rarely seen that look on her doll-like face. It's not about fame. If you just look at their numbers and turf, the Eden Gang does seem like a third-rate operation. But if you underestimate them because of that, you'll suffer. Even 6th Street won't casually provoke them, not because they can't win, but because once Eden latches onto you, it becomes a nightmare. Those brainwashed lunatics don't fear death. 6th Street might chew them up in a fight, but it would end up losing a few teeth in the process. Then all the other gangs would see their chance to swoop in and take over Santo Domingo. That's why 6th Street and Eden reached a strange sort of truce. So long as Eden stays on its own turf and doesn't wander, 6th Street leaves them be. Anyway, Eden's leader is a man named Joseph Seed. His followers call him Holy Father. His personal influence inside the gang is off the charts. They're all ready to die for him. Lucy, puzzled, turned her gaze on Rebecca, who seemed to know Eden's history by heart. How do you know all this? Rebecca waved a hand with surprising modesty. It's mostly data Sasha dug up. Our crew operates in Santo Domingo, so obviously we need to know the local scene. Besides, you know how it is with intelligence, if a fixer doesn't get you the info, a netrunner will. Or maybe it's the netrunner working for the fixer who collects the data in the first place. In any case, Eden's people really are a bunch of lunatics. Dorio, back when she was in the animals, went up against them a few times. Both sides had their wins and losses. Actually, Eden's members are just regular humans, not some super soldiers or genetically modified monsters, but they don't fear pain or death. They're like cyberpsychos, except they still have all their faculties. That's why even the animals gave up messing with them. Leo slowed the SUV. A few hundred meters ahead lay the Eden gang's stronghold. So El Capitan found us a high-difficulty job, huh? He finally understood why El Capitan had looked beyond his own local mercs and contacted Regina in Watson for outside help. Even so, he had given them a base map and a secret tunnel. If everything went smoothly, they wouldn't need to clash with Eden head-on. They could leave unscathed. Coronado Ranch was a half-finished dream of suburban bliss that dated back to the mid-20th century. The brochure promised tree-lined streets, backyard pools, red-tiled roofs, and rocking chairs on every porch. It sat on the outskirts of the city, near the old petrochem dam and a giant landfill, on land converted from a dried riverbed. The pamphlet boasted of a fully equipped paradise, complete with shops, services, and endless recreation, plus ready jobs at the factories in the next valley over. That vision never saw the necessary funding or commitment, though. Coronado Ranch ended halfway, turning into a rundown settlement built near farmland dirt and garbage dumps. Still, plenty of people chose to live there. Even a cramped, coffin-like house in this area was bigger than the tiny apartments in Night City's megabuildings. Besides, whenever the city's garbage AVs came to dump trash, locals often salvaged scraps, fixed them up, and either used them or sold them for profit. Eden's base was a network of 6 connected houses surrounded by a high wall. Gun-toting sentries patrolled the rooftops, and a line of barbed wire ringed the walls, sporting a sign in both English and Spanish, high voltage. Despite the large size of the compound, there was only one entrance. 2 armed guards stood at the main gate. Observing from a distance, Leo wore a grim expression. No wonder 6th Street won't cross these guys. Their fortress is seriously fortified. Charging in head-on would be suicide. What are we waiting for? Rebecca muttered. Isn't there a secret tunnel? Let's take that straight in. Leo reached over and placed a steadying hand on her shoulder. Easy. You don't want to rush in blind. I want to know what we're walking into first. He activated his tactical goggles. A faint ripple of red light swept outward, invisible to everyone else. In scanning mode, he caught far more than with the naked eye: every sentry on the rooftop, every guard behind the walls, and even those deeper inside, whether resting, playing cards, or lost in brain dances. Huh. The gate has more than just 2 guards. There's also a hidden turret on each side of the wall. Looks like this Holy Father doesn't skimp on defense. The roof sentries don't cover every angle, though, so their perimeter has blind spots. The patrol behind the walls is on a 30-minute cycle, pretty long gaps, but guards in the courtyard and the rooftop watchers compensate for that. In other words, sneaking in by scaling the walls is pretty much out. Our best bet is using the tunnel El Capitan gave us. When the scan finished, Leo lowered his hand. All right, I've learned what I can. Lucy, time to move. Lucy nodded. Ever since she had poured out her secrets and anxieties the previous night, she had recaptured her usual cool poise, just with a slight tenderness whenever she looked at Leo. She checked her gun one last time, then hopped out of the car. Leo, glancing sideways, noticed Rebecca stepping out, too. He tilted his head. What are you doing? You said time to move. She blinked, baffled. Why can't I go, too? Leo raised an eyebrow. Answer one question correctly and I'll let you come with us. Rebecca planted her hands on her hips. Shoot. In our team, what's Lucy's role? Rebecca sized Lucy up. She saw no assault rifle or LMG, nothing heavy-hitting, so she gave a tentative reply. She's a net runner. Leo snapped his fingers. Bingo. Rebecca beamed, proud of her quick answer. She cut him off before he could say anything else, as if she were buzzing in for bonus points. Lucy handles electronic warfare, you're the mission commander, right? Clapping lightly, Leo nodded at her perceptiveness, then posed the real question. Exactly. Which means the next question is, Rebecca, what's your role? That query seemed to catch her off guard. The triumph on her face froze. Heavy fire support. With a gentle smile, Leo shook his head. No. Try again. Rebecca's expression grew serious. For a moment, Lucy had to turn away and press a hand to her mouth, hiding a grin at the tiny Giller's desperate attempt to figure things out. If you're the mission commander and Lucy's the net runner, I'm definitely not the tech. So. Leo spoke in a theatrically earnest tone. You're our driver. Your job is to secure our escape route. That's why you're staying in the car, understand? She nodded, looking like she almost bought it, though a hint of doubt lingered on her face. All right, then, I guess I'll handle our getaway. So Rebecca climbed back into the SUV, reluctantly watching Leo and Lucy walk away. Several seconds passed before she realized something was off. Wait a damn minute, this car has auto-drive and full navigation. Why do they need a driver at all? Leo and Lucy were already too far away to hear Rebecca's outraged shriek. Chapter 91. Leo couldn't spare any attention for Rebecca's protests. Once he slipped into mission mode, his focus narrowed to a single objective. Stay close behind me. Hug the wall. He had noticed earlier that the base of the wall, right at the corner, happened to be a blind spot for enemy sentries. Unfortunately, a phone rang at precisely the wrong moment. In 2077, besides regular cell phones, people also used built-in communicators or AR glasses, or, in Leo's case, tactical goggles. The ringing was private, audible only to the wearer. Still, this wasn't the best time to take a call. Hold on, he whispered. Let me answer this. Behind him, Lucy jabbed a finger into his side and murmured, I know. It's me calling. Leo paused. He shot Lucy an exasperated glare, but she only responded with a bright, courteous smile. After a brief hesitation, he decided not to hang up. The holocall worked just like a team voice channel, he could speak without making a sound. You realize we're in the middle of sneaking in, right? Of course. That's why I'm using the call instead of talking to you out loud. Then why not just speak on the team comms? Because I don't want Rebecca to hear us. Leo felt a giant question mark forming in his mind. When I'm confused, it's not because I have a problem, it's because I think you do. Lucy gave a soft laugh, then continued on as if he hadn't spoken. You wouldn't let Rebecca come along, not because you're worried her hot-headedness would ruin our infiltration, but because you're afraid that if the mission fails, she could get hurt. Right. She has fewer cybernetic upgrades than we do. Even her kinetic shotgun has to be an M2038 Tactician, which is lighter, with less recoil. Plus, she's not wearing our custom bulletproof combat suits. You could have told her that plainly, but you chose some roundabout approach. Why? Did you guess that if you voiced your concern directly, she'd refuse to accept it and blow a fuse? Or was it just coincidence? She let out a string of silvery laughter. Has anyone ever told you that your personality can be kinda cute? Leo kept his face blank. Has anyone ever told you beauty lies in the eye of the beholder? Though they kept talking, their steps never slowed. Pressing to the wall for cover, they reached the rear of the sprawling compound. About 30 meters beyond stood a collapsed ruin, likely an abandoned building that had toppled ages ago. Using his tactical goggles, Leo watched carefully for the sentry's blind spot during shift change, then waved Lucy forward. They sprinted that open stretch and dove into the rubble. Leo finally let out a breath of relief. With the crumbling walls for cover, they no longer needed to worry about eagle-eyed guards. Now came the tricky part, finding their way into the Eden gang's base. He studied the area. It looked like just another set of ruins that nobody cared to clear away. But according to the map El Capitan had given them, the hidden tunnel leading into Eden's stronghold lay here somewhere. The entrance itself was concealed and required hacking to open. All right, time to quit chatting. Can you get that secret tunnel open? Give me a minute. Lucy's playful expression fell away. She touched 2 fingers to her temple, lips drawing tight. Her gem-like eyes glowed with a dangerous red light. Done. No sooner had she spoken than the ground at their feet slid aside, revealing a hole barely big enough for one person at a time. After you, Lucy offered. Leo made sure there was no immediate threat, then jumped down first. The passage was narrow enough that a person had to stoop to walk. There were no cameras or traps, presumably, Eden believed nobody would ever find that hidden exit. Leo beckoned for Lucy to follow, and together they hurried deeper into the tunnel. Several guards were gathered around a table playing blackjack in a dimly lit basement. Suddenly, the wall beside them exploded, sending dust and fragments flying. A flashing streak of steel cut through the haze, leaving them no time to react. Sword arcs glinted in quick succession, and blood sprayed from each guard's neck as they collapsed with terrified eyes. Only one survived, the man sitting on the far end. He snatched for his gun, only to have a bullet drill into his forehead a split second later. His skull burst, painting the wall in gruesome reds and whites. Move, Leo said curtly, beckoning Lucy onward. They didn't bother hiding the bodies. Even if they concealed the corpses, they couldn't wipe away the gore. Instead, Leo simply locked the basement door behind them to buy some time, delaying the moment the bodies would be found. Stepping upstairs brought them into the main building inside the compound. From previous scans, Leo knew that Eden's Netrunner, their real target, was holed up in a surveillance room on the 3rd floor. With Leo's tactical goggles and the advantage of environmental cover, he and Lucy slipped past Eden members scattered through the building. Every security camera on the walls was hacked by Lucy and retagged as friendly, letting them sneak by. They got closer and closer to their destination, until they reached the stairwell from the 2nd to the 3rd floor, and there were 2 guards standing right there, leaning against the wall and grumbling over their miserable lot. Neither seemed inclined to move. Leo sighed. So far, everything had gone smoothly, but they risked being discovered at any moment, especially if someone noticed the carnage in the basement. Plus, their client, trapped within Eden's firewall, might be caught at any second by the gang's Netrunner. Every second counted. Leo's eyes grew cold. They had to eliminate these guards. He gestured quickly. Left is yours, I'll take right. Lucy raised a hand. No need. I'll just short-circuit them. You can handle them both in one shot. Of course. Don't underestimate the 4-phase electric ripple 4.0. With that, she focused. 2 faint sparks of electricity flickered at the guards' feet. They toppled like sacks of wet sand, unconscious before they even realized what hit them. Chapter 92. Leo and Lucy arrived at the door to the 3rd floor surveillance room. Once again, Leo activated his tactical scan. The readout on his visor showed only 2 people inside, the Eden gang Netrunner they had come to neutralize, plus a guard who should have been monitoring the screens but was instead hunched over his phone. Clearly, his devotion to the cause was lacking if he was slacking off on duty. Catching Lucy's eye, Leo gave a slight nod. He didn't need to speak, she already knew what he meant. A flash of red glimmered in Lucy's eyes, and the surveillance room's automatic door whooshed open. The second it slid aside, Leo lunged in like a panther. The phone-scrolling guard managed nothing more than a startled look before Leo clamped both hands around the man's head and gave a sharp twist. Crack! A crisp snap signaled a broken neck. The guard dropped lifelessly to the floor. That left only the Netrunner, lying slack in a chair, jacked into cyberspace, oblivious to Leo and Lucy's arrival. Lucy wasted no time. Stepping up to the inert body, she pulled out the Netrunner's cable. Instantly, the man convulsed like a fish flung onto dry land, toppled from the chair, and stopped moving altogether. Being forcibly disconnected from cyberspace that way was fatal. He would never wake again. Checking the monitors, Leo saw no sign the rest of Eden's members had noticed anything. He exhaled quietly, relieved. Then he toggled his communicator to call El Capitan. El Capitan. It's Leo. The job's done, T-Bug should be safe now. On the other end, El Capitan's face glowed with relief. Excellent work, Leo. Once T-Bug wires the money, I'll send your cut right away. Where are you? Have you made it out? Not yet, Leo replied. We just yanked the Netrunner's cable. We're still inside Eden's base. El Capitan's grin vanished instantly. Damn it, call me after you're out, will you? Get out of there now, Leo, no delays. He ended the call quickly, but Leo could sense the man's genuine concern. It was no wonder people respected El Capitan. He cared about the mercs he hired. Faraday, the other major fixer in Santo Domingo, couldn't have been more different in that regard. Leo turned to Lucy. Let's move. Time to go. He switched channels to Rebecca. Rebecca, Lucy, and I have finished here and are heading out. Keep your eyes peeled outside. Roger. Nothing unusual yet, Rebecca answered. Though she was annoyed about not joining the infiltration, she was a professional, no tantrums, no drama. She did her job. Leo cracked a small smile, glad he'd insisted on bringing her in some capacity. He hauled the two bodies into a large bin outside the surveillance room, then headed back the way they came. But upon reaching the second floor, the doors of every room along the corridor opened simultaneously. People who had been sleeping, playing cards, gaming, or cleaning weapons emerged in droves, dozens of them stepping into the hallway at once. Leo yanked Lucy back around a corner, ducking into a small blind spot. Quickly activating his skin mode again, he spotted a new development. Nearly all Eden gang members were massing in the first-floor lobby and courtyard. Sneaking out the way they'd come would mean going through that lobby, which was now packed. When they arrived earlier, it had been nearly empty, letting them slip by undetected. Now, leaving that way seemed impossible. He motioned for Lucy to follow him back to the surveillance room, then opened his comm channel once more. Rebecca, any idea what's happening? No clue. I saw the guards leave the main gate and go back inside, but out here, everything's quiet. Leo's mind raced. Could their presence have been discovered? But if so, the guards would be racing upstairs instead of gathering in the lobby. Something else must have happened, outside their knowledge. After a moment, Leo spoke into the team channel again. Rebecca, drive a bit farther away. Lucy and I are hidden, we haven't been spotted, so don't worry about us. Just make sure you're safe. Got it. I'll relocate and keep an eye on things. Good luck. Lucy tapped him on the shoulder. Leo, look at that. She pointed at one of the surveillance screens, where a bizarre scene was unfolding at the front gate. Leo maximized the feed from that camera. The main gate had opened to admit 4 NCPD patrol cars and a News 54 broadcast van, rolling straight into the courtyard. One patrol car's driver even did a dramatic drift in the center, leaving a wide, dark streak of scorched rubber. Leo and Lucy exchanged mystified looks. NCPD and News 54. What are they doing here? Hello, everyone, this is News 54. I'm Emma, your field intern reporter, and we're broadcasting live from an NCPD raid on a 6th Street gang hideout. Emma's tone was bright and emphatic. We all know gangs are a scourge on the city, breeding grounds for crime, like rats we can never fully exterminate. Commissioner Jerry Fort bears a huge responsibility and has vowed to. A crew member cut her off with a frantic wave. Stop, stop. Emma, that's not how we spin it. Emma froze, uncertain. What's wrong? News 54 is the mouthpiece of Militech and the new United States. If you stick to unvarnished facts, they'll hate it. Do you want to stay an intern forever? Emma shook her head. The crew member spoke more kindly, trying to guide her. Think about who's paying. You have to weave in some talking points the sponsors like. For example, oh, look at Night City's horrifying crime rate, once a proud project by Richard Knight, now a cesspool. How tragic. How lamentable. Its moral decay only worsens under so-called independence. Since declaring autonomy, Night City's crime rate has doubled compared to the NUSA. From every angle, it's clear that Night City should return to the fold for the sake of security. That's what our sponsors want to hear. Emma looked shocked. But won't that annoy the NCPD if we talk like that? Her mentor smacked a palm against his forehead. Ah, right. We usually slam the NCPD, but not this time. Commissioner Fort paid big bucks for this coverage. So we'll cut two versions. One storyline praises the NCPD as heroes stepping up for justice despite the city's moral decline. That's for the commissioner. The other version is for the NUSA sponsors, claiming Night City is doomed without federal control. Got it. Emma nodded reluctantly. I think so. Great. You're a smart kid. Follow this strategy for a few months, and you'll go full-time. First, let's redo that take. Everything you said just now, cut it. Start over. Meanwhile, the police recognized something was off. Leading the operation was Detective Connor, who scanned the courtyard warily. Stay alert, he ordered his team. Weapons ready, keep the engines running. Something's not right here. He barely needed the warning from his subordinates. Commissioner Jerry Ford had ordered him to lead this so-called raid on a 6th Street hideout, but from the moment they'd driven in, the atmosphere felt strange. Chapter 93. Commissioner Ford had already come to an understanding with the local 6th Street boss. In a location they no longer intended to use, the gang deliberately left behind a cache of weapons and glitter, erasing all signs of 6th Street graffiti or insignia, a sort of offering to Commissioner Ford. In return, Ford planned to invite News 54 to tag along and document the NCPD's glorious operation. Of course, a proper show required more than just a stash of guns and glitter. To complete the performance, 6th Street also deliberately enlisted some naive, fresh-off-the-street kids as cannon fodder, rookies who could barely fire a gun, let alone handle the mountains of glitter scattered around. The NCPD wouldn't face any real danger. By the time they barged in, those kids would likely be too spaced out to resist. As far as 6th Street was concerned, everything was set for a nice, drama-free raid. Hence, Commissioner Ford assigned Connor and his team the barebones, entry-level police cruisers that a certain, Heavenly Sky, auto manufacturer provided. They were basic in every sense, cheap synthetic plastic and glass, flimsy bumpers, and body panels that seemed no sturdier than tofu. Despite all these shortcomings, Ford placed a large order anyway. Why? Because they were cheap. On top of that, Commissioner Ford specifically forbade Connor and the rest of the officers from carrying any firearms other than the Lexington. Even personal weapons were disallowed. It wasn't stupidity on Ford's part, it was all part of his bigger plan. The NCPD did have heavier gear and specialized armored vehicles, but using them would undermine the theatrics he wanted to stage. Outdated police cruisers and insufficient equipment sent a clear message to the citizens of Night City, and to Mayor Ryan and Jefferson Peralez, who were both campaigning hard. The message was simple. Although the NCPD lacks funding, equipment, and personnel, and our officers risk their lives every day, we remain resolute in fighting crime. So, couldn't you spare more budget for us? With any luck, both Mayor Ryan and Jefferson would scramble to promise increased NCPD funding if they won. That, in turn, would land more money in Commissioner Fort's pocket once the budget actually arrived. If anyone on the force had dared to ask, but what if something goes wrong? Fort would have likely shut them down with, what could possibly go wrong? I said nothing will go wrong. Ask again, and you'll be the one who goes wrong first. His plan truly seemed airtight, a perfect showcase of political maneuvering. He had carefully arranged everything from early morning onward, inviting the News 54 crew, handing them a script, and sending Connor off at the head of this raid. Everything unfolded exactly as intended, until it didn't. Ford had accounted for everything, except one tiny detail. Because he spent his days in an air-conditioned office, commuting in his personal car, he had never personally set foot in any high-risk district labeled that way by the NCPD. He certainly hadn't driven the Heavenly Sky basic cruisers. In an effort to cut costs and skim more Eurodollars into his own wallet, Ford had purchased these vehicles at a price barely higher than a junker from the Badlands. Unsurprisingly, they were riddled with flaws. The biggest, most immediate one turned out to be a glitch in the navigation system of the lead patrol car, which steered them to the Eden Gang's stronghold instead of the carefully chosen 6th Street hideout. "What now, sir?" one officer asked, worry evident in his voice. Connor glanced around. Eden's members stood there like a pack of wolves, surrounding the NCPD vehicles with hostile, watchful eyes. He beckoned one of his subordinates closer and spoke quietly, "Go tell the News 54 crew to stop filming and get back in their van." The officer looked baffled. "Just tell them, straight up." "Right. Find whoever's in charge. They know the drill." Barely had Connor finished speaking when a loud yell from another officer made him jump. "Hey! I'm talking to you. Stay back." Turning, Connor saw one of his men pressing a Lexington to an Eden Gang member's forehead. Cold sweat beaded on Connor's temple. "Are you trying to get us all killed?" He rushed over in 3 strides, yanking the officer aside and shoving the gang member back into the crowd. Then he rounded on his subordinate. "What the hell are you doing? Are you insane?" He kept staring at me. It was making me uncomfortable. This is the Eden Gang's turf, not City Hall. Are you trying to start a bloodbath? Night City Hall District was classified as safe, with the best security around. But this was a very different place. A single accidental discharge would likely turn into a lethal standoff. After scolding his subordinate, Connor turned and raised his voice to address the crowd of Eden foot soldiers still surrounding them. "Calm down. Everyone, please calm down. Carry on with whatever you were doing. This doesn't involve you, it's just a misunderstanding." The officers had been forced into a tight circle, fingers tense on the triggers of their Lexingtons. But those pop guns offered little confidence compared to the heavier firepower Eden's men likely had. "Connor, I have a really bad feeling about this," muttered another officer. "It'll be fine, Hudson. We'll be fine." Connor forced a note of conviction into his voice. "Hey, sir, the News 54 people are back in their van now. They said they'll follow our lead." Relief washed over Connor, if only briefly. "Great. All right, everyone back into the cars and let's." He stopped mid-sentence when the main gate swung shut behind them. A thick blast-resistant door rose from beneath the ground, sealing the way out. The officers' faces fell, and nervous murmurs spread. "Quick, call HQ. We need backup now," Connor ordered, but the response from a nearby officer felt like ice water to the veins. "I can't get through, sir. There must be a jammer." The color drained from Connor's face. His team went pale in panic, and the News 54 staff quickly realized they were stuck too. The gate was sealed, and calls out were jammed. Gritting his teeth, Connor decided on a desperate measure, his last chance. He stepped forward, calling out to the menacing group closing in. "Where is your Holy Father?" "Joseph Seed, right. I need to speak with him." Nobody answered. The Eden members around them kept their bloodthirsty gazes locked on the officers, like wolves eyeing cornered prey. Just when it seemed a fight was inevitable, a male voice echoed over loudspeakers mounted around the compound, carrying throughout every building in Eden's domain. "Officer, I'm in the chapel, deeper inside. Why don't you come see me?" With those words, the snarling gunmen finally lowered their weapons, albeit reluctantly, and stepped aside to form a path. Their predatory expressions didn't soften in the slightest. The NCPD officers exchanged uneasy looks. At a silent nod from Connor, they also lowered their guns. Chapter 94. Once they drew their guns, none of them actually holstered them again. "You guys stay here to protect the vehicles and the News 54 crew. The rest of you, follow me inside." Connor had just 20 officers in total. Under normal circumstances, dividing up a force this small would be a grave mistake. However, none of them knew what might be waiting inside the compound. If they went in together and ran into an ambush in unfamiliar territory, they could all die anyway. Meanwhile, they couldn't very well drive their cars inside, and if no one stayed back to guard the vehicles, who knew what these hostile gang members might do to them? If the cars remained intact, Connor and his men might still have a shot at salvaging the day by heading to their real target afterward. But if their vehicles were trashed, even escaping in one piece wouldn't fix the problem. They'd lose any chance of completing their original mission. And when they finally reported back, Connor would most likely be finished. Whatever else could be said about Commissioner Fort, generosity was not his strong suit. Connor was sure that if everything went wrong here, he'd be lucky to avoid getting booted off the force entirely. Though he himself felt that this order was the worst possible option, Connor still gritted his teeth and told half his people to remain outside. The small chapel stood in the depths of the compound. Despite being called a small chapel, the interior felt quite spacious, with decor resembling any ordinary place of worship, except the walls were covered in Eden Gang graffiti. A large crowd of Eden members filled the chapel. Their leader, the so-called Holy Father, stood among them. Behind him stretched a wall that had been deliberately carved into a shape like a cross star, almost like a cross with 4 diagonal arms added. A beam of sunlight fell through that symbol, illuminating the Holy Father as if bathing him in divine radiance, making him look like a true messenger of God. The moment Connor and the other outsiders arrived, a murmur of excitement swept through the chapel. "They're here. Are they trying to arrest the Father? Protect the Father!" Someone in the crowd shouted, and that only further fueled the mob's paranoia. Some rushed to shield the Holy Father behind their own bodies, while even more edged forward to surround Connor's group. Unlike the gun-toting guards outside, these members were unarmed. Yet their fanaticism burned just as intensely. Standing in their midst, the Holy Father spoke in a gentle, hymn-like cadence, a great event draws near. Can't you feel it? Humanity is nearing its breaking point, and soon we will face the final judgment. That is why we began this plan, because we know what comes next. They will come for us. They will take our guns, our freedom, even our faith. But we will not let them succeed. We won't allow their greed or sins or depravity to harm us any longer. Nobody else will suffer under them again. Sensing the situation careening out of control, Connor hurriedly raised his voice. And no, that's not it at all, Mr. Seed. Father. You misunderstand. We're not here to arrest you. The Holy Father fixed him with a gaze that made Connor feel like he'd said the stupidest thing in the world. Officer, your people are armed to the teeth, and you even brought along News 54. Now you want me to believe you aren't here to arrest me. You came all this way just to share a joke. Connor raised both hands in a calming gesture. It's all a mistake, I promise you, Mr. Seed. Father. Believe it or not, we took a wrong turn. We were supposed to go after 6th Street, but our navigation system led us here by mistake. So I beg you, please have your men open the gate and let us leave in peace. Meanwhile, back in the surveillance room, Leo and Lucy realized that a jamming signal had been activated throughout the compound, cutting off their ability to reach Rebecca or El Capitan. Lucy, who had never run into a true worst-case scenario like this, felt her nerves tighten. In contrast, Leo remained surprisingly calm. He clasped Lucy's hand gently. Don't worry. I've got this. Lucy nodded. Seeing his confidence helped ease her own tension. After soothing her, Leo weighed their current predicament. He had already tried several methods, nothing worked. The jammer was installed underground, in the exact opposite direction from them, and there was no way they could sneak there undetected to shut it off. Are we completely out of options? Just then, a sudden inspiration hit him. He turned to Lucy. This netrunner chair, can you use it? She nodded, though she wasn't sure why he asked. I need you to do something on purpose, force your way into the MaxStack subnet. Think you can manage that? A jamming device only blocked communications, it wasn't an EMP. They could still hack. Lucy frowned. The equipment here is really poor. There's no way I can successfully hack MaxStack subnet. That's fine. I don't need you to succeed. I just need you to provoke them enough so they get mad, trace the signal, and come right here. Elsewhere, in the chapel, the Holy Father silently stared at Connor. The atmosphere felt stifling, as if the slightest provocation would set off the powder keg. Connor's officers shifted nervously, surrounded by Eden fanatics brimming with hostility. Father, one of them ventured, trying to regain his attention. But the father gazed at everyone in the chapel with deep sorrow in his eyes, as if they were lost children. They're here. These people are but locusts in our garden. We all saw them come to get me, to destroy everything we have built. We always knew this day would come, and we're prepared. God will not allow them to take me away. I looked when the Lamb opened the first of the 7 seals, and I heard one of the 4 living creatures say, Come and see, and behold, a pale horse, and hell followed with it. Connor's heart sank. He knew exactly what the father was insinuating. Around them, Eden members advanced with the slow, unsettling certainty of predators on the hunt. Though they held no weapons, his officers were so unnerved that they clutched their Lexingtons with trembling hands. Stay back. I'm warning you, don't come any closer, several officers yelled. Connor, too, gave up on trying to keep his sidearms holstered. He drew his Lexington, aiming at a member who crept closer. I'm Detective Connor of the NCPD. I order you to step back. Still, not a single Eden follower wavered. Without weapons, they simply kept pressing in. Fear and dread escalated among the officers, and in that tense standoff, one officer finally panicked and pulled the trigger. The single gunshot thundered through the chapel like a starter's pistol, and in an instant the Eden faithful charged forward like a horde of frenzied zombies. Gunfire, furious shouts, and agonized screams erupted in the small chapel, echoing without end. Chapter 95. Gunfire, screams, and furious shouts from inside the chapel carried far beyond its walls. Armed Eden members, who had been gathering outside and refusing to leave, now heard the chaos and turned red-eyed with rage, ready to charge in. Fortunately for the NCPD, the Holy Father was inside the chapel, standing behind Connor and his men. Eden's members did not care if they hit their own companions, but they could not risk harming the Holy Father. Afraid their bullets might hit him, they dared not open fire, instead wielding their weapons like blunt clubs. Even so, the police found themselves in dire straits. The chapel's interior was cramped, giving them no room to maneuver. Enemies poured in from all directions, far too many to handle. While the officers used their Lexingtons without hesitation, the gun's weak firepower could not hold back the flood of frenzied Eden followers. It seemed only a matter of time before Connor's team got torn to pieces. Suddenly, without warning, the chapel's ceiling exploded in a thunderous blast. Chunks of concrete and clouds of dust fell like rain, blanketing the scene. Amidst the swirling debris, a storm of bullets rained down, each shot thudding into flesh with sickening force. Yet, miraculously, none of them struck the NCPD. Every round found its mark in Eden's ranks. The moment the magazine ran empty, Leo flung aside the Dien-style smart SMG he had used. He dropped down through the hole in the roof, landing light on his feet. With his left thumb, he flicked the hilt of his blade. With his right hand, he gripped the katana's handle. Then, in a flash, he dashed through several Eden followers. A thin silver arc glinted at their necks. Blood spurted high as they collapsed, eyes frozen wide in shock. "Who are you?" "Get him." 4 Eden members nearby hurled themselves at Leo. He sliced through them with ease, and they toppled before they could even register the attack. Another trio rushed in, equally reckless, only to meet the same fate. With Leo's arrival, the pressure on the NCPD dropped sharply. Like a bulldozer, he killed anyone foolish enough to get close, single-handedly slashing down at least half of the Eden gang members in the chapel within moments. Still, more poured in from the entrance, possessed by a deranged fanaticism. Leo slid his katana back into its sheath and pulled out 2 Cracker kinetic shotguns. Ordinarily, such powerful shotguns required 2 hands to manage the recoil, but thanks to the powered arm braces he wore, Leo could fire them single-handed. Muzzle flashes blazed, sending shredding blasts of buckshot into the tightly packed Eden members. Flesh was ripped apart, screams rang out, and in seconds, Leo had cleared a path across the chapel floor. Lucy then jumped through the broken ceiling to join him, gripping a Senku Tech SMG in both hands. Charged-up rounds ripped through the constant stream of enemies at the door, punching them full of holes. "Lucy, shut the door!" Leo shouted. Lucy's eyes glowed briefly, and the chapel's automated doors slammed shut and locked. On the other side, Eden members hurled themselves at the barrier, hammering it with loud thuds. Though solid, the doors would not hold forever. One of the gang members tried to sneak up behind Lucy. Leo reacted instantly, slashing off the attacker's arm. Then he drove a fist into the man's chest, flinging him backward like a rag doll and crashing into a cluster of his own comrades. Inside the chapel, the fight raged on. Even with Leo and Lucy's help, several of Connor's officers lay dead, scattered in pools of blood. They were too few, with minimal cyber enhancements, and their Lexingtons were scarcely effective in these cramped quarters. The unarmed Eden members felt no fear and ignored their wounds, overwhelming the police with sheer numbers. Suddenly, a young female officer tossed aside her empty Lexington and charged straight for the Holy Father. "Protect the Father," voices howled, but most of his guards were already caught up in battle against Leo and Lucy. Only 2 remained at his side. Those 2 hurried forward to intercept, but the officer stamped the floor hard and leaped, slamming a double scissor kick into both men, knocking them aside. Landing gracefully, she snatched up a pistol from a fallen comrade and pressed the barrel to the Holy Father's forehead. "Everybody back off, or he dies." The Eden followers, who had been in a fevered rage only seconds before, abruptly froze as though someone had flipped a switch. The officer let out a shaky breath, still holding the gun against the Holy Father's temple. "Let us leave." "You're not going anywhere," the Holy Father said calmly. Though his life hung by a thread, he seemed utterly unafraid, as though certain the officer would not pull the trigger. The officer tried again, voice trembling with tension. "Let us go." Before the Holy Father could speak, Leo's expression shifted. His left hand darted to the scabbard at his waist. In the next instant, the scabbard tore through the air like a missile, aimed straight at the Holy Father's skull. The Holy Father had extended a rapid hidden blade from his forearm, planning to slit the officer's throat, but he was forced to alter its path at the last second. With a swift motion, he batted aside the incoming scabbard. Alarmed, the officer fired a flurry of shots, yet the Holy Father evaded them all with inhuman contortions, twisting his body in ways no normal person could manage. No longer held at gunpoint, the Holy Father was free. The Eden members roared back into action, hurling themselves on the police with renewed viciousness, fueled by near-delirious rage. Lucy, reloading her empty magazine, gave Leo a quick glance. The automated door at the entrance had begun to buckle, it clearly would not hold much longer. While Leo used his left arm to block a blow aimed at Lucy, he thrust his katana into one attacker's abdomen, then yanked it out to impale the next. With each swing, blood fanned across the already slick floor. The heavy odor of iron thickened in the air, clinging to everything. Lucy, still unable to finish reloading her Tech SMG, quickly drew a smart pistol. She aimed only roughly toward the group behind Leo, and each bullet curved midair, dropping any thug who tried to flank him. They pressed forward together, cutting down a few more enemies. Eden's numbers in the chapel had dwindled drastically, but their situation had not improved. The Holy Father proved a seasoned fighter himself. Once he joined the melee, Connor's people took heavy losses. Several officers fell to the Father's swift blade, and more Eden followers were closing in from outside every passing second. Judging by the buckled metal, Lucy's hack to seal the chapel door would soon fail. The door groaned under brute force from beyond. Leo spun his blade in a circular arc, severing the heads of 8 charging fanatics at once. Their blood splashed across the sticky floor. "Lucy, look over there," she called out, spotting the young officer from earlier locked in close combat with the Holy Father. She was clearly outmatched. A quick slash from his hidden blade cut her thigh and sent her tumbling backward. "Cover me." "I'll get her," Leo said. Lucy emptied the last rounds in her smart pistol, eliminating several gang members. 3 more tried for a cheap shot while she reloaded, but she ignored the reload entirely, pressing her right hand to her temple instead. Chapter 96. Leo noticed a dangerous red glow appear in her eyes. In the next moment, the bodies of the 3 enemies suddenly burst into flames. The fire spread over them in an instant, turning all 3 into blazing human torches. "Protect yourselves," Leo said, then charged toward the Holy Father, Joseph Seed, on the far side of the small chapel. Splurt. His swift blade cleaved a police officer, man and rifle both, clean in half. Warm blood splashed all over the Holy Father. "You bastard." Another officer raised his gun to fire, but before he could pull the trigger, a guard pounced on him from the side and bit down hard on his arm. The officer cried out and fired wildly by reflex. 1 bullet whizzed past the Holy Father, never even grazing him. The Holy Father stepped forward, driving the swift blade straight into the screaming officer's open mouth. A nearby policewoman went pale. A wound in her thigh kept her from standing. Yet the Holy Father did not kill her immediately. He seized her by the throat and lifted her off the ground. She gasped and struggled, but no matter how hard she fought, she could not break free. Just as she was about to be strangled to death, the Holy Father let go and backed up several steps. An icy flash sliced through the air where he had been standing only a moment before. Had he stayed put, he would have been cut clean in half. The Holy Father scowled at the young man who had foiled his plans again and again. "You." The newcomer was clearly not with the NCPD, no uniform, and he had just blown through the chapel ceiling to drop in from above. Who knew how long this rat had been lurking around? The Holy Father's face darkened. "Who are you people?" Leo said nothing. Real life had no dramatic pause for chatter. He lunged forward, closing several meters almost instantly, and thrust his blade straight at the Holy Father's heart. Clang! The swift blade knocked aside Leo's Muramasa. The Holy Father raised his left hand, the back of which split open to reveal rows of hidden barrels. Rat-a-tat-tat. A torrent of bullets exploded at point-blank range. A triumphant grin tugged at the Holy Father's lips. "At this distance, there's no way you can dodge." "What?" Leo lifted both arms to shield his head, and the hail of bullets did nothing but strike sparks off him. They all ricocheted away, deflected by his custom bulletproof combat suit. The sheer shock of that sight left the Holy Father briefly stunned, even in the heat of battle. Though it lasted less than a second, any lapse in a fight was fatal. Realizing something was wrong, the Holy Father hastily moved the swift blade to block. But Leo's Muramasa did not slash toward his chest, it hacked through his knee instead. The blow to the kneecap toppled the Holy Father, sending him crashing to the floor. Then came the final strike. In a flash of steel, the Holy Father's head flew high before rolling to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. When the Eden gang members caught sight of their Holy Father's severed head rolling across the floor, they stared in numb shock. The Holy Father is dead. He's dead. How is that possible? Wasn't he sent by the main congregation? They actually killed the Holy Father. They really killed him. While the chapel-bound Eden gang members reeled in disbelief, Connor snapped back to reality and realized the opportunity before them. He swiftly directed the surviving police officers to retreat to the far side of the chapel, widening the distance between themselves and the Eden gang. As they pulled back, they signaled to Leo and Lucy as well. Though those two weren't NCPD, their actions had proven they were allies. The officers who reached the wall were all wounded, their conditions dire. They scanned the chapel for any way out. But the sole exit was the same automatic door they had used coming in. There were no other doors. "If we want out, we have to kill them first," Leo said, ejecting the spent magazine from his crusher and slamming in a fresh one. Lucy reloaded her Kong Tao Tech submachine gun beside him. The officers paused, then hurried to reload as well. Accepting at last that the Holy Father was gone, the Eden gang members did not flee. Their eyes, bloodshot with rage, burned into the police officers. Their only reply was the chilling line of gun barrels. Earlier, the officers had been surrounded by enemies on all sides, which had made it nearly impossible to fire without risking friendly casualties. Now, they had pulled together, side by side, with no allies in the crossfire. Both sides' hands were stained with the other's blood, and words were pointless. Only a carpet of each other's gore could settle the score. Gunshots thundered in a deafening roar throughout the chapel. The police officers poured their bullets into the Eden gang, and some gang members collapsed. However, the Lexington pistols the NCPD used lacked stopping power. It often took an entire magazine to bring down just one or two foes. Seeing that these crazed Eden gang members were about to surge forward like zombies, Leo jumped in. Every boom from the crusher pulverized multiple enemies at once, tearing them into bloody pieces. With the NCPD at his back, he no longer had to worry about friendly fire and could fight with full force. Lucy's fire supported him until, at last, the chapel fell silent. Only a few half-dead adversaries remained, moaning in piles of bodies. Though the fighting had ended for now, the danger was far from over. These Eden gang members in the chapel were only a small fraction of the larger group, most of whom were locked outside, and they were much better armed than this fanatical bunch inside had been. Even having cleared the chapel, nobody felt safe. Then, something unexpected happened. From the moment Lucy hacked the door and forced it shut, the Eden gang outside had rammed it relentlessly, warping its panels badly. But all at once, their pounding stopped. "Holy Father," someone shouted from the other side. When Joseph Seed was struck down, the people inside had erupted in howls reminiscent of a beast that had lost its young. But there was a door between them and the outside, and the chaos inside had blurred everything, so the crowd outside had only heard some terrifying screams, without knowing the cause. Now that the gunfire had ceased and only the groans of the dying remained, curiosity overwhelmed them. "Holy Father! Holy Father!" Repeated calls yielded no answer. The fighting had ended, replaced by only the ragged moans of the fallen. Chapter 97. Connor clutched the chunk of flesh torn from his abdomen by a deranged guard and kept sucking in sharp breaths. Even after using a pneumatic injector on himself, he still pressed his fingers tightly to the wound, the blood flowing over them. "Ugh, damn dogs. Now you know how it feels to lose someone. Once I get out of here, I'll bring more people and wipe every one of you out." From Connor's perspective, hearing the Eden gang outside howling in grief over their Holy Father, Joseph Seed, meant they would soon crumble, either fleeing like monkeys when the tree fell or fracturing into infighting as they fought to fill the newly vacant leadership position. Light-headed from blood loss, he believed the worst of the danger had passed. Leo, however, did not see it that way. He listened carefully, and his expression changed in a heartbeat. "Something's off. Get down." He tackled Lucy, covering her with his body. A few of the officers caught on and dropped to the floor as well, but some did not react in time and were immediately torn to shreds by a hail of rounds that pierced the chapel walls. The Eden gang, it seemed, had stashed a decent number of tech weapons capable of shooting through barriers. The barrage lasted who knew how long before finally stopping. That stretch of wall was riddled with holes, resembling a honeycomb with light shining in through every perforation. Then, mere seconds later, boom! An explosion blew the automatic door into countless fragments of twisted metal. Footsteps thundered toward them, and through the swirling smoke, it was impossible to tell how many people had charged inside. Still prone, Leo lobbed several flashbangs. Those little spheres clattered into the crowd, and a moment later, blinding light engulfed the chamber. The Eden gang members who had rushed and staggered around, clutching their eyes and howling in pain. Seizing the opening, Leo grabbed Lucy's hand, pulled her up, and tossed out more smoke grenades. A greenish haze spread through the room until visibility dropped to near zero. But Leo had a tactical visor that could switch to a thermal imaging mode, allowing him to see through the smoke as though it were clear air. His hand gripped his katana's hilt. In the next instant, several arcs of cold steel flashed, and the wall behind them, already damaged, was sliced like tofu, left teetering ominously. A solid kick from Leo brought it crashing down with a deafening thud, sending dust billowing everywhere. Sunlight streamed in from outside. The smoke-blinded officers stumbled in confusion at first, then bolted for the opening with newfound hope. Leo and Lucy moved to leave as well when faint cries for help made them pause. Glancing back, they spotted a female officer with an injured leg and Connor, minus a large piece of flesh from his midsection, both left behind in the chaos. Leo gestured for Lucy to go ahead. "You go first, I'll catch up." Lucy answered with actions rather than words. She hurried back to support the wounded policewoman. Wait, help me, too. Connor pleaded. He hadn't even finished speaking when an Eden gang member, still half-blind but zeroing in on the sound of his voice, pulled the trigger. The bullet found Connor's skull, splattering red and white matter everywhere. Seeing he was beyond saving, Leo made his decision in an instant. Move. He yanked Lucy and the injured officer forward, then flung a few frag grenades into the chapel. The deafening blasts fused with the echoes of agonized screams. Lucy, supporting the wounded policewoman, ran at the front. Leo had slung his Crusher shotgun onto his back again, now gripping an Arasaka TKI 20 Shingen Smart SMG newly fitted with a loaded magazine. The trio stayed behind the other officers, weaving around buildings on their way to the main entrance. Most of the Eden gang was concentrated in the chapel interior, so for the moment, there was no one blocking their path. Before long, they reached the courtyard before the gate, only to discover that the police contingent Connor had ordered to guard Channel 54's news crew were all dead, along with the reporters themselves. Though they had feared the worst, the officers still felt a pang at seeing it with their own eyes. There was little time for remorse, however. A more pressing crisis faced them. Just as when they arrived, the main gate was locked down, and a heavy blast door had risen from the ground, sealing the entrance completely. The exit's blocked again. We could climb the wall. The fence is way too high. We don't have leg implants, nobody can scale it. We could drive a cruiser up to the wall, climb onto the roof, then get over. There's barbed wire up top marked high voltage. How are we supposed to get across that? Even if we do make it over, then what? You seriously expect to jog from Santo Domingo back to city center? That's crazy far. Without wheels, we won't get away. Better than waiting here to die. Besides, we don't have to walk all the way back, just far enough to get beyond the jammer's range. Then we can call the station for backup. When the debate among the NCPD officers started sounding like a group of street vendors squabbling over a single eddy, Leo fired a shot into the sky to silence them. Enough bickering. I have a plan, we'll go out the front. Lucy, can you open it? Lucy, breathing heavily, placed a hand against her chest. Give me a moment. Leo nodded, then turned to the officers. You heard her. My partner's going to hack in and unlock the exit, but we need to buy her time. If you want to get out of here alive, do as I say. Under his direction, they used a police cruiser for cover, forming a crude defensive line. Lucy and the injured officer were placed safely at the rear. Sure enough, as Leo had expected, before Lucy could finish the job, a wave of Eden gang members poured out of the building. They are he. The lead gang member never finished the sentence. Leo put a round through his forehead, swiftly followed by bursts of automatic fire from the Arasaka TKI 20 Shingen. One by one, the frontmost attackers dropped. With the police now behind the cruiser, they returned fire as well. The courtyard became a cacophony of muzzle flashes and explosions. Though the Eden gang had heavier weapons, Leo leveraged the smart targeting on his SMG to pick off anyone wielding high-caliber gear, knocking them out before they could unleash devastation. Normally, a smart weapon required a smart link implant for targeting. However, Leo's tactical visor came equipped with a module that not only duplicated a standard Smart Link's functionality but enhanced it. Where a typical Smart Link locked onto one target at a time, Leo's visor could track multiple hostiles simultaneously, focusing all headshots in a single magazine volley if necessary. Because of this advantage, the NCPD officers avoided being pinned down. Instead, they steadily gained the upper hand in the exchange of fire. All set. Lucy's voice rang out. With a heavy mechanical rumble, the blast door sank into the ground, and the gate locks disengaged, swinging open. Great, Leo started, but before he could finish, a few nervous officers jumped into one of the patrol cars and floored it. Not everyone in the NCPD had joined up to serve and protect, many were in it purely for the perks. Concepts like honor and duty meant nothing to them. Don't you idiots. Ignoring Leo's warnings, they sped away, only for the cruiser to explode in a massive fireball without warning. The blast wave hurled nearby officers off their feet, a whirlwind of smoke and debris filling the courtyard. The vehicle soared briefly through the air before slamming back down in a fiery wreck. Chapter 98. It turned out that the Eden gang had not only killed the officers left behind to guard Channel 54 News and their crew, but had also tampered with the patrol cars and the news team's van. The moment anyone started the engine, the vehicles would blow up. The intense fire and searing heat claimed the lives of those who tried to flee in the cruiser, as though fate itself were mocking them. The female officer Lucy was carrying looked deathly pale. The surviving officers wore similar expressions of grim despair. More than one of them had briefly considered ditching everyone else and making a solo run for it. Fortunately, that idea never went beyond idle thought. Meanwhile, the firefight raged on. The Eden gang showed no sign of letting up just because a few members of the NCPD had died. If anything, the open gateway seemed to drive them into a frenzy. More than one fanatic charged in with explosives strapped to their chest, attempting a suicide attack. Had Leo not reacted in time to shoot down these human bombs, their hastily set up defensive position would have collapsed in an instant. Even so, the situation looked grim. Leo glanced toward the gate, then at the gang members pouring out of the building in a mad rush. Without hesitation, he shouted. Move. Everyone, get out. Every vehicle had been rigged with explosives, starting an engine meant certain death. That left them no choice but to flee on foot and hope to outrun the horde. Leo told Lucy to take the injured female officer and follow the other NCPD officers. He planned to cover their retreat himself. Clad in his custom bulletproof combat suit, he could ignore most small arms fire unless it came from a high-caliber weapon or specialized tech rounds. Of course, Leo was no fool. Even against conventional bullets, he didn't stand there soaking up hits. Thanks to Evasion LV8, he weaved through the hail of lead like a serpent. At least half the rounds missed him entirely. Whenever his Shinjin Smart SMG ran dry, Leo switched to his Kenshin Tech pistol. One charged shot after another tore open the heads of the Eden gang members who drew too close. But there seemed to be no end to these lunatics. They surged forward with a zeal reminiscent of a zombie horde in a post-apocalyptic flick. By Leo's rough count, he had already taken out 50 or 60 enemies since the battle began, yet the Eden gang kept coming. It truly felt like they were infinite in number. Suddenly, an SUV roared in from the side and screeched to a halt, blocking the barrage of bullets. Sparks danced across its chassis. Rebecca leaned out from the driver's seat, firing both a Kenshin Tech pistol and an Arisaka Yukimura Smart pistol in quick succession. The hail of precise shots dropped several gang members in seconds. Rebecca. Leo shouted, relieved. You got here just in time. The roar of her guns was nothing compared to the roar in her throat. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Your signal just vanished, and then I heard non-stop gunfire from inside. If I'd been able to get in, I would have come after you ages ago. Safe behind the SUV, Leo reloaded his Crusher shotgun and dove back into the fight. Those two pistols Rebecca wielded had more stopping power than 10 of the NCPD's Lexingtons combined. Not long after, Lucy reappeared in the firefight with her Tech SMG. What happened to that wounded officer? He asked. I handed her over to the other NCPD guys. They're holed up in a nearby scrapyard, waiting for backup, Lucy replied. Leo nodded. Then we should group up with them over there. He checked the time in his tactical visor. MaxTac, Night City's heavy-duty crisis response team, should be arriving soon. If they could just hold out a bit longer, MaxTac would raise the Eden gang to the ground. But if he and the others tried to bail now, the wounded NCPD officers in the scrapyard would almost certainly be overrun and torn to shreds. They'd already saved those officers repeatedly, why stop now? Leo motioned Lucy into the SUV. Then he got in himself and slammed the door. Leaning out the window, he fired several shotgun blasts, tearing apart the Eden gang members who got too close. All right, we're in, Rebecca, drive. Got it. Hang on. Rebecca stowed her pistols and grabbed the wheel. Right then, something rammed the SUV from behind, hard enough to send a jolt through Leo's entire body. Since he was leaning out of the window, he nearly got thrown clear out of the car. What the hell? Leo glanced back and saw a tanker truck slamming its grill into the SUV's rear, pinning them against the compound's outer wall. Rebecca floored the accelerator, but the tanker was simply too heavy. There was no budging it. In the truck's cab, an Eden gang member with a crazed expression stared straight at them. A terrible feeling tightened Leo's gut. He jumped out and yanked the SUV's door open. Everybody out, now. Lucy and Rebecca might not have understood why, but they trusted Leo enough to obey immediately. No sooner had they cleared the vehicle than they spotted the driver in the tanker's cab, about to pull the detonator strapped to his body. Bang. Leo fired a single shot from his Overture revolver. The large-caliber round slammed through the windshield and drilled neatly into the driver's forehead. His head jerked back, then flopped forward onto the steering wheel. Move. Leo barked. The three of them retreated amid a fresh barrage of gunfire. One of the remaining gang members hoisted a rocket launcher onto his shoulder and fired. The rocket whistled through the air and collided with the tanker's rear tank. The resulting explosion dwarfed all previous blasts. Leo felt a massive shockwave hurl him off his feet. The roar in his ears was deafening. Yet he twisted at the last moment, managing a skillful midair roll. He snatched Lucy and Rebecca out of the air as they tumbled, using his momentum to shield them while sliding across the pavement. Their combined weight left deep skid marks, and they finally came to a halt. Leo placed them gently on the ground. "Rebecca. You okay?" She shook her head, disoriented. "Still breathing, so I'm fine." Leo turned to Lucy. "How about you?" Lucy's face was pale but uninjured. "I'll be all right." Rebecca wiped her mouth, her usual explosive temperament flaring. "Damn it. If we get out of here in one piece, El Capitan had better pay us double." A shout came from nearby. "Hey! Over here. We'll cover you, run this way." It was a few of the surviving NCPD officers. Despite the risks, they had emerged from the scrapyard to help Leo's group. Unfortunately, the remaining Eden Gang forces had fanned out past the explosion site, closing in from multiple angles. They might have been reduced from over 200 to under 100, but these fanatics, driven by twisted zeal, refused to let up. To them, dying in battle was a direct ticket to the holy land of their so-called gods. Leo, Lucy, and Rebecca managed to rejoin the handful of NCPD officers rushing in to support them. Chapter 99. Leo, Lucy, and Rebecca fought while falling back, gradually retreating into the scrapyard. There are enemies everywhere outside. Without a vehicle, we can't break through. We're stuck here, Rebecca muttered. She tried to peek out from beneath a wrecked car, but a burst of heavy gunfire forced her back. Bullets pelted the metal shell, sending up a storm of sparks. Worse news piled on. One of the officers spent his last round, and the others soon discovered they had all run dry as well. This wasn't some first-person shooter where they could haul around hundreds of bullets. The Eden Gang had completely surrounded the scrapyard, and reinforcements were nowhere in sight. This didn't mean Commissioner Ford had abandoned them, but getting a heavily armed MaxTac team from City Center to Santo Domingo, passing through Haywood, required time. Add potential traffic jams, and the delay grew even longer. Outside, the Eden Gang members realized the NCPD had run out of ammo. Eager to seize the advantage, they unleashed suppressive fire and inched forward, primed to lob grenades and end it fast. Backed into the scrapyard with no bullets left, the surviving officers all wore grim expressions. Lucy huddled beside Leo, while Rebecca stayed on his other side, forming a tight triangle to watch every angle. Lucy trembled slightly, and Leo tried to reassure her. "Don't worry," he said calmly. "We'll make it out of here." Lucy stayed silent. Rebecca, however, let out a faint laugh that sounded more like despair. "Leo, you do realize our situation, don't you? We're not getting out." She didn't blame him for dragging her into this mess. From the day she became a merc, she had known a day like this would come eventually. Dying in a hail of bullets was practically part of the job description. It was only a matter of when. Leo merely smiled at her doubts. Pointing overhead, he flashed a grin. "Haven't you heard? Our backup is here." A fierce gust of wind whipped at Leo's white coat. Lucy and Rebecca looked up to see several heavy aerial vehicles circling overhead. Thick armor plating gleamed under the sun, each hull emblazoned with the MaxTac emblem. Panic struck the Eden Gang at once. They howled, spraying frantic bursts of gunfire at the incoming craft, but their weapons did nothing against those heavily armored AVs designed to operate in war zones. Meanwhile, the AV-mounted cannons rained destruction like a steel monsoon. The Eden Gang, so menacing moments before, suddenly looked like mere stalks of wheat before the harvester's blade. They dropped in droves. Caught in that whirling storm of bullets, no amount of zeal or faith could shield them. Their lines broke at once. Bodies tore apart under large-caliber rounds, entire squads wiped out in seconds. Half their remaining forces vanished in the first barrage alone. The survivors finally abandoned all will to fight, scattering in terror. MaxTac, however, had no intention of letting them escape, splitting off to hunt down every last fleeing target. The arrival of MaxTac turned a hopeless standoff into a decisive rescue. Rebecca collapsed to the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. Yet after a moment, her shoulders slumped and she spoke in a guilty tone. "I'm sorry, Leo, I wrecked your SUV." "You didn't wreck it," he assured her, ruffling her hair. Normally, that would have set Rebecca off. She despised being treated like a child. But she stayed quiet, partly because of her guilt, partly because it was Leo. She looked up anxiously. "You're not mad?" "Of course not." The SUV had once been a gift from McCoy when Leo parted ways with the backers, something modest in monetary value, but holding a bit of sentimental worth. Still, both Leo and McCoy were practical. The loss of a vehicle simply wasn't worth sulking over. Without a car, though, we're stuck walking, Leo remarked. Rebecca offered, I could call Maine or someone else to pick us up. Leo shook his head. No need. I'll just get a Delamain cab. He used his tactical visor to dial. Delamain. I'm at. Right. Thanks. When he hung up, he found Rebecca eyeing him in shock. You can afford Delamain. In fact, I got the premium plan for everyone on my team. Rebecca's jaw practically fell open. She thought back on all she had seen since teaming up with Leo, how he provided top-tier tech or smart weapons, bulletproof combat gear, and now Delamain rides for the entire crew. She almost wished she could have met him at the start of her Merc days. But there was no rewinding the clock. At that moment, a group of battered NCPD officers limped over, including the female officer with the injured leg. If it weren't for you three, we'd have been dead long before MaxTac arrived, one of the officers said. Just doing my duty as a citizen of Night City, Leo replied. For that alone, City Hall should pin a medal on you. Several NCPD personnel nodded in genuine respect. Then, as if recalling a detail, one officer asked, by the way, did you call MaxTac? Lucy and Rebecca exchanged glances. Neither spoke. Lucy knew the real story, while Rebecca did not, but both looked to Leo for an answer. He wore an unreadable expression as he shook his head. No. That's so strange. At first, we assumed they were the reinforcements we requested. But when we finally made contact, we found out the backup was still stuck in Haywood. If not you or the precinct, why'd MaxTac show up out of nowhere? Leo feigned puzzlement, acting as though he knew nothing. Maybe it was a coincidence. In truth, Lucy had hacked into MaxTac's subnet from the Eden Gang's HQ, drawing them here. Sure, that had saved numerous lives, including many of the NCPD, but hacking the city's elite division wasn't exactly legal. It was comparable to breaking into a top-level internal police network in the real world, and Leo wasn't about to confess. Also, Night City law wasn't guaranteed to have a perfect, necessity defense for such an act, and none of them wanted the heat. Lucy had covered her tracks by using the Eden Gang's own netrunning chair, so unless they admitted it, no one would be able to trace it back. Rebecca reclined in the plush leather seat of the Delamain. She had never ridden in anything this luxurious before. It felt like a kitten nestling into a perfectly warm bed. Now she understood why Delamain fares were so steep. Chapter 100. Leo rode in the Delamain taxi, taking in the premium interior that rivaled any luxury car. Aside from the armored plating, which safeguarded both the passenger and their privacy, the cabin decor was on par with high-end limousines. This is the life, Rebecca said with a sigh, relaxing in her seat. Rebecca, seated beside Leo, asked, Leo, how did you know for sure that MaxTac's heavy AVs would come? Because Lucy's the one who called them, Leo replied. He then gave Rebecca a concise account of how they'd been unable to request backup due to signal jammers, so Lucy had hacked into MaxTac's subnet to call in a rescue. Rebecca listened with wide-eyed astonishment. Seriously? That's even possible. She imagined herself in that same desperate scenario, no comms, no chance for help. She would have chosen a final blaze of glory, taking out as many enemies as she could. It never crossed her mind that she might hack MaxTac. So you can do that, huh? She murmured. Leo simply changed the subject. Anyway, thanks for your hard work in this job. You must be exhausted, right? Rebecca gave a half-laugh. My body's fine, but more than anything, I'm. A loud gurgle came from her stomach. She rubbed her belly, embarrassed. Hey, you know Santo Domingo better than me, Leo said. Pick a good place to eat and tell Delamain where to go. I'll cover the tab. Rebecca's eyes lit up. For real. She became animated at once, and started chatting with Delamain via the display screen on the seat back in front of her. Leo then turned to Lucy, who had leaned her head on his shoulder. Gently pushing aside the hair on her forehead, he asked, You okay? Lucy shook her head very slightly. I'm fine. Any injuries? She shook her head again. That was too dangerous. Don't do that again. Leo knew exactly what she meant, how he had stayed behind to cover everyone else, telling Lucy to leave with the female officer and the other NCPD. It wasn't about playing hero. If he hadn't held off the enemy at the only exit, the Eden Gang would have charged in and butchered everyone. While there were corrupt cops in the NCPD, there were also good ones. Besides, Leo didn't want Lucy getting hurt. Even though she wore the custom bulletproof combat suit he'd made, he still had an instinct to protect her. They arrived at a restaurant Rebecca chose, and Leo told Delamain to wait outside. After they enjoyed a meal at a window table, they returned to the taxi. Only then did Leo call the captain. "Hey, Leo. Took you long enough to check in. Are you all okay? We ran into trouble. When we tried to leave, the NCPD showed up with some Channel 54 crew. Funny enough, they went to the wrong place. They were supposed to be somewhere else." Leo paused, then added, "Anyway, a massive battle broke out. A lot of people died. The entire Channel 54 team was wiped out, and the NCPD lost a ton of officers. Those left were all badly injured." The captain's voice, laced with static, came over the line. "Damn, that's brutal. But you and your crew? You made it out all right?" "We did. A few scrapes, nothing serious." "And the Eden gang?" "They're gone. No more Eden gang." The captain sucked in a sharp breath. "Wait, you took out all of them?" "Come on, they had hundreds of members." "That'd be impossible unless I had powered armor or something," Leo replied. "We took out half, maybe, then MaxTac showed up." The captain understood. MaxTac, the NCPD's elite special operations division, focused on neutralizing cyberpsychos, but they rarely turned a blind eye to any violent crime in progress. When they rolled in, they tended to leave no one standing. "Huh," the captain said. "Well, it sounds like you had a hell of a time. You know what? I'll double your pay for the trouble. You earned it." Leo's eyebrows rose when he saw the extra money appear in his account. "That's a lot more than we agreed on." "It's fine. It just means I won't make quite as much on my end, and that's no big deal. I have to hand it to you, Regina wasn't wrong about you." "Thanks, Leo." He paused, then continued, "Right, about that other job I mentioned. You want me to handle it now?" Leo asked. "We're pretty beat, but if it's something quick, I can do it today. I'd rather clear it off the slate." "Huh, so you don't believe in procrastinating, huh? The city should give you a Top 10 Outstanding Citizens of Night City award." The captain chuckled. "Well, it's more of a personal favor than a job request. I've got a gal named Juliet who was supposed to deliver some high-value data to me. She's been off the grid for a couple weeks. I get it, people have families, emergencies come up. But 2 weeks is too long. I'm starting to think she might be ignoring me on purpose, or maybe she sold that data to someone else. It's messing with our arrangement. So you want me to drop by her place, figure out what's going on, and retrieve your data?" "Exactly," the captain confirmed, sipping a cup of coffee. "She's pulled some good intel from Zeta Tech for me in the past, so I don't want to burn bridges unless I have to. But if she's playing me, you get the idea. The data is top priority." Juliet and her husband lived in a 2-story suburban home in Rancho Coronado, an area known for wide, open roads but lacking in greenery. Whenever the wind picked up, the place turned into a swirl of dust. The houses and people all looked worn by the gritty environment. While the spacious plots meant each family had its own house, many chose to cram themselves into tight apartments in the Glen, Japantown, or other urban districts simply because there were more jobs, and more security, than out in this quiet sprawl. "Here we are," Leo said, stepping out of the Delamain. He walked up to Juliet's house. "Let me take a look first." He'd gotten into the habit of scanning for threats before entering any unfamiliar space. No laser trip mines, no turrets. Doesn't look like anyone's inside. But there's an anti-surveillance scrambler in the basement. Not sure what we'll find down there. He turned to Lucy and Rebecca. "All right, let's go inside, but be careful." They reached the front door. Leo gave it a push, but it didn't budge. Locked. Electronic. "Leave it to me," Lucy said, tapping her temple. A faint red glimmer lit her eyes, and moments later the door unlocked with a click. All set. When the door opened, the first thing Leo saw was a still-glowing smart home panel lying atop the living room couch. Light from the second floor spilled down a narrow, twisting staircase against the wall. A TV, around 50 inches, resting on a stand, was switched off.